has been penetrating all the spheres in the society. And for this reason, we have to always be more alert of having transparency, control, complete comprehensiveness in the public officials and also in the with the citizens or the people. And so we can always know the decisions and why we're making these decisions, to who is going to benefit with the decisions that we're taking within the states. And this painful situation that we're going through because of the consequence of this pandemic of COVID-19, we have also have the main problem that affects the society nowadays is corruption. Is the only way that we can and see why there was so little capabilities in health in Colombia and the most part of the countries that are under development. Because of this, for many years, we have given some budgets to strengthen the capabilities of the health sector, but when we needed it, starting the pandemic, we found out that it was dismantled and we had to run, we had to improvise, we had to look for last minute measures to be able to strengthen these capabilities. And for this reason, here in Colombia, we're able to do with a balance that is satisfactory, while we have some better indicators than other countries, but it's a balance that is still painful as society in the measures that we have more than 130,000 deaths and loss in the economy that are huge. As Mar Josa said, our Nobel Prize winner, he says, it is corruption is the greatest problem in this humanity moment. Nowadays, we always have to work together to strengthen the ethical values in our public officers and the whole society, because it is in this lack of values where corruption finds a fertile terrain or territory. And we have to finish with this easy money thinking, the easy earning, the justification of illicit businesses. And we have to pass the sheet from this believing that we have that everyone can obtain the maximum of their earnings or income by going over, well, running over people. This what we have is great tolerance before these practices and before these behaviors that without hesitation, sometimes they can be considered that they are within the legal, within the thing that are uh, uh, permissible, but these are practices that are not acceptable within an ethic sense in a society. And for this reason, we will have to give some social control measures for it to be a rejection of everything that is not acceptable, for everything that is abusive, for everything that means the use and the uh, ownership of these for proper benefit and for dual benefit in terms of society as well. For this reason, during these 40 months of the government of President Duque, we have been developing a real crusade for transparency, driving a change in attitudes, a change, of course, in behavior of our officials, and also in the citizenship. What we have done during this time from Vice Presidency and with the Secretariat of Transparency and with our President of the Republic in the Mobilization Commission is to invite the citizenship, well, people every day to make part, for them to ask, for them to demand information, to understand that they're under their rights to ask for the information. So this way, everyone, officials, and also private operators and contractors can know that there's a citizenship that is aware that they're practicing their right to overseeing and to ask, so we can close all these gaps or spaces for these capabilities. And of course, in the measures that we have more transparency, we can prevent. And I have told the Transparency Secretariat, our main function should be to prevent. It's not enough to say that we're going to give more time to these people in jail or that disciplinary actions are going to be for how many years. That's not enough. The most important thing is to prevent, and the prevention is achieved through more and more transparency. So for this reason, in this intervention, I would like to emphasize in many measures that we have worked on in public policies, but also in citizen participation. In first place, our anti-corruption portal, which is called DAW, and this national link against corruption. This index is very important as well, because what we do not measure does not have any importance from the public policy view. In this commitment, we have trying to strengthen our institutionality, so the decisions that we make can be informed decisions that will allow us to prevent materialization of corruption, that will allow us to empower our citizens, our people every day, so this citizenship that is participative can be the best ally to detect the corruption risk, of course, to prevent them and to avoid them. In this order of ideas, we have developed with our model application of the international standards, the anti-corruption portal from the Transparency Secretariat and the National Index of Anti-Corruption. For this portal, I would like to highlight that we have done this in-house. It's a portal that was developed nationally or domestically, and it's one that nowadays has had a lot of international demand from different entities, international entities. There is great curiosity and of course requests, so we can share what this development of this portal for anti-corruption in Colombia has been. Of course, the electoral observation mission as the AOC, and have validated this importance of this anti-corruption portal. And we have more than 212,000 consultations carried out in Colombia and also from the foreign countries. We offer intuitive tools to monitor everything that is around the public contract and hiring, everything through corruption crimes, everything through lack of the fiscal actions, and everything that we see in the news. Of course, at the beginning of the governments, we had the initiative to propose with the Ibero-American, with Dr. Griskin, and one of the decisions that show political will and one that we should advance on is to have a list of all those people that have been sentenced or been imprisoned for corruption activities. So this list can be publicly, and everybody in all over the world, for the national level officers and departmental officers can know who these people are who have been sentenced. We know as fundamentals and denouncements of our political actions, but when there are some sentences already and people are in prison, this should be publicly, and so people can see it. We can have a social sentence as well, so we can have prevention as well. If somebody does it once, they're going to do it twice, 3 times, 4 times. And this is the reason why it's so important for mayors, governors, national order officers can know these people, or for these companies that have been seen involved once and again in these actions of corruption, of wrongdoings. This list, which we call the C list, unfortunately, after this, it didn't have so much development because our government also proposed international court, which is a very good idea with no hesitation. This hasn't had enough international support. So for this reason, we have had to, with Dr. Beatriz Londoño, we have taken the initiative of presenting this list of people who have been sentenced because of corruption. We have spoke with Le Pierre Lapac, and this is one of the initiatives of Beatriz Londoño is going to take to the Shannon Shake meeting, because we consider that this is a Colombian initiative that is important and that we can make it at an Ibero-American level, American level, global level, because if we know more about these people who have participated repeatedly in these wrongdoings, we can also allow to have prevention, so people will not hire or contract these people again. And for us, it's also been very important to develop a safe channel for the reception of the announcements or reports of these corruption actions, where all the Colombian people can have access. This is a very important channel, because we need that once a person knows corruption doings or have some proof, of these crimes to do crimes against the state. It is very important for these people to allow us to know this information, because right away in the Transparency Secretariat and the fight against corruption, we will assess the situation. And once we see that there's fundamentals, we will definitely go with these cases so we can investigate them through the Attorney General's office as well as the prosecutor office, because this is very important to act in a coordinated way in this institutional support, and also to achieve that these timely actions for these control actions, we can avoid to have the cancellation of these wrongdoings. And for this, I have asked help from the Republic of Korea. This is a country that have had a lot of advance against the fight against corruption. It's a country that has been developed already. It's a country that nowadays it has institutional capability that is huge. And in this order of ideas, it has been quite valuable for us since 2019, when we visited this country, we requested the support from the Republic of Korea, and these people really has a incredible work in the transparency task, and they have been giving us cooperation for a very long time. And in this now a report system of wrongdoings, and this is a weakness that we have had for a long time. And nowadays, Colombia is with no hesitation is leading the reforms so we can prevent all these corruption in our country. We also know that this is and all the work with the Colombian office, excuse me, the sound is cutting off. And so we can have more contracting, more, well, we can be stronger through the state to consolidate all these purchases that we do, or acquisitions that we do through the state. And it's true that we have been able to, through this hiring, and we have some institutional agreements through the public sector and the government that will allow Colombians to have access to all this information of contracting or hiring. And we have to go in deep with this every day, because we cannot have any arguments that we have to have this in reserve of certain decisions that we have through contracting, specifically in the defense and national defense sector, which I know very well. Of course, there are some safe national security matters that wouldn't allow this. We would like to have for everything, for all the decisions that we make in the state, but also for the security in national level. For example, the acquisition of uniforms is something that I began all this education centralization, the supplies that we buy for our public force. This all should be for under the access of all the citizens or people, and everything that we are contracting under the efficiency conditions. And secondly, because of transparency, because we cannot have favoritism here, or with the rotatory funds, or with the closed companies that we have. No one, everybody that's under this, the contract and hiring of all this, it has to be done through transparency. So at the same time that we're mobilizing the national industry, creating work, we can also make sure that we are contracting in optimum conditions. So these entities that are contracting all this type of things, we have been working very strongly with the Transparency Secretariat, with Dr. Luis Londoño, with Secretary Andres Umedaña, and we're doing a control board that she will present, so we can do the follow-up on the contract and hiring through administrative agreements. And we have also included everything that is around the electoral contracting, that we can observe data, numbers of every contract, the periods that we're doing these contracts on there, who are the people, the contract hiring, when are these processes begin, when this execution and the delivery dates, everything that should be included in this button that we can download by any person. And through these channels, it allows us to detect any information. And when it's about the processes, electoral processes, we can detect this with time. And that's why it has been so important to count with the recommendations and the observation of the electoral part under this task. With this new board that we're going to be consulting from our mobile phones, this is very important. We want this to be very easy for the citizens to have access to this information and also to interact, sending information through this channel. That's why this is a responsive tool that it adapts very easily to any device, and it will also aggregate functionality that would allow the people to know the background of the funding of campaigns. We have been working with these tools to achieve, with one visit that we just carry out, with one screenshot, we can also detect where the weaknesses come from, how to strengthen the public entities, how to develop and to prevent corruption and to act correctly and with all the public officers. Nowadays, with the Transparency Secretariat, we have accessed 85 entities of the executive in the national level. We have 32 governments, 32 mayor's offices and 270 PDTs. And we have also delivered 319 roadmaps with improvements, activities that are concrete and specific to be able to implement the Resolution 1519 of 2020 of MINTIC, the Ministry of Technology, and this is to foster participation of our citizens in different cycles of the public management and to render accounts and to correct the weaknesses on budgeting and the publicity of information that we have on contracting and SECOP, and to have an integrity plan for the management of the interest conflicts based on what has been established with the public functions, and of course to facilitate all the reception of denouncements because of corruption, denouncements or information, because we also know that there are many times then people do not do the whistleblowing because of retaliation or the risk that they are running. And for this reason, we say they give us information that is documented, that has proof that we have enough information. We in charge with the Transparency Secretariat will transfer this to the Attorney General Office, to the Prosecutor Office, so they won't run this risk. This is a permanent coordination institutional work that we have been doing from Vice Presidency of the Republic, headed by the President Ivan Duque, with his leadership, permanent leadership, making the calls of that are needed, because been working decentralized in a decentralization way with the 32 commissions of all the departments as well. They have been working with this direction. So in this day, we are going to be socializing with all the results that we have had with all this information, and we will be presenting the second version of this link that we have been applying in all the ministries and all the entities that have been undersigned in the public force. For us, it has been very important to work under this transparency line and in public integrity through rendering accounts in a more through the public contracting. And of course, we have also seen in that there's weaknesses in the funding and the accounts, as the integrity of the information of all the entities that are reporting to the states. And in this sense, we're also working very hard with the controllership. We cannot stop working. We have to all work on for the implementation of this public policy. And this is so we can have an open space. This is a concept that OBDE brings and that Colombia has been working for with a lot of emphasis since we have begun our government, with understanding or comprehensive memorandum that I work with all the members, because the open state means complete access to information, except those cases that are exceptional, as I have mentioned, that has something to do with the national defense. And in secondly, we know the importance of a strategy of transparency to avoid or reject everything that is around drug trafficking and corruption, because in today's agenda, we're also going to be able to share the main outcomes that we have had in 2021 in the framework of this anti-corruption strategy that is associated to drug trafficking, which we have had the support of three main actors who are here today. In first place, the the UNODC and Embassy of the United Kingdom in Colombia, and in third place, the UIAF, which is a unit that is against the money laundering, or that has more acknowledgement, more international acknowledgement every day, because we know that if we chase these resources, is the way we can also find where the organizations, criminal organizations are, and the drug trafficking organizations, how all this has a great penetration within what corruption means. Here we can find that our country in the past, if it were looked at, if it was something isolated, for example, everything that is contraband, everything that has to do with the money laundering around the drug trafficking, and everything that is around all these transnational crimes. For this reason, we have to achieve that this integral vision, comprehensive vision, that with these three important agencies, we can go in deep more and more throughout this within this investigation, the timely detection of this risk. Here we have been developing a roadmap that comprehends actions to mitigate this corruption risk that is around the drug trafficking through the this has three stages: the diagnosis, identification, analysis of the corruption risk, and in third place, the formulation of the alignments and recommendations that are pending to prevent these risks that have been identified. Before that diagnosis, we identified four micro processes: the production, trafficking, trading, or commercialization, and the illicit flows. We have had 20 minutes in 20 municipalities in the departments of Antioquia, Bolívar, North of Santander, Nariño, Valle del Cauca, to be able to work under the framework of the strategy. And with everything that has been said, with all the technical tables, we have identified 94 corruption risks that have been associated directly with drug trafficking. And here we have detected all the causes, all the links and relationships with the different modalities of contracting. Here, we are also socializing the controls for the corruption risks around drug trafficking that have been applied to each one of the entities that have competency with the controls of the links, that everything that's around the drug trafficking. This the commitment of the different the national police work is very important. The anti-drug, anti-narcotics entity is very important. And the sharing of information with others to detect the flows of money that have been acquired by wrongdoings, and the flow of money that is very small amounts, but are some micro groups, which are the pitufeos, the smurfing, which we know that allows us to reach these organizations that are dedicated to the big business of drug trafficking. And we're sure that with the application of the control and corruption risk in each one of the entities of the state, Colombia is going to go ahead and preventing in a better way this within the drug trafficking and corruption that penetrates different spheres in the state and society. In third place, today we have a third edition of the integrity and transparency in our institutions. We are going to have the awards in this session today, on this edit of the transparency contest that we have, that have been directed through presidency, through the Secretariat of Transparency and Fight Against Corruption, so we can acknowledge these initiatives and strategies that have been created by the public sector entities to implement those mechanisms that will drive the transparency and that prevent corruption. In this contest, we will award those entities that for the enforcement of 2021 have had initiatives or strategies that have been highlighted in matters that are around transparency, access to information, integrity, and the fostering and fighting against the corruption. We have three categories that are in relation to the jurisdiction branch in the municipal level and national level. In this context, we have had a nurtured participation of different public entities, and this way we have received proposals from 38 entities, which 12 of those are from the 12 national level, 5 from the departmental, and 21 from the public order. And the earning winners of this contest will be known in the afternoon, and this classification entity that have been driven these proposals in the highest level of the academia and the most acknowledged trajectory, and has been composed through 4 people. In first place, by the administrative department of the public functions. The second place, the National Commission against Fight Against Corruption. Third place, the Javeriana School for Government and Public Ethics as a member of the Observatory for Corruption. And this is a very important initiative as well that we have been developing. I have requested to the Dean of the University Javeriana, Father Peláez, for them to help us lead these observatories for the fight against corruption. And we have counted with a great team with him in the University Javeriana. And now we have this national network of overseers against corruption that we have to strengthen permanently. And of course, we have participation of this assessment, the Chilean expert in the open state, Dr. Alvaro Ramirez Alujas, with all these 4 spaces that we have developed in today's agenda. Our government would like to strengthen the participation of the institution, also the citizenship participation. As we also have the RITA network. This means that we have interinstitutional transparency and anti-corruption network. This is a network of great importance, and nowadays we had to begin on time. And I would like to thank the presence of the Attorney General of his office, Beatriz Londoño and Ms. Cabello. I had to be here before you because now I have to install the Redita, and we also have all the national level officers, but I also have to be in the Republic's Congress at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we have to multiply ourselves here to make presence in these events. And in this network, it is very meaningful to have carry out all the efforts that we have been doing, because today the original idea when I proposed the possibility of having this network, it was to copy the best practices that the corporative sector has, that the multinational have, to have compliance officers that within the entities they can have their only function to detect corruption risk, to detect where we have those spaces where we have all these decisions that have been considered normally as discretional, but discretionality, if it's not transparent, it gives place to a lot of corruption. So for this reason, what I have requested to all these officers is to detect all these risks, to point them out to the head of the entity in this regards. And here we have a risk, we have to correct it. And our officers of compliance officers have always receiving information, each one of the entities on these practices that can take us to identify these cases that have been proved to have corruption. This information that our compliance officers receive is some information that we keep reserved of the whistleblower. Here, what we have requested is for them to give us documents, proof, enough proof for us, for this compliance officer can work with the ministry, with the head of the institution, and make this institutional operate so we can identify and also prove if there's some corruption activities going on. And with this work, we are doing prevention and shutting these spaces down so there won't be any corruption. And this space that we're going to have with all the Rita network officers, we want to know how much advertisement is it being done in each one of the in the ministries, how much dissemination is being done on the Rita network, how much citizens are having access to this. Remember that this institutional transparency network, where many times fact that a citizen, somebody's whistleblowing, it has to do with 2 or 3 of this judicial branch. And with this, we have had support from the public sector with the corporative experience. And that's why it's the importance of Siemens and other entities that are transnational, because we also know that there are some companies that have passed through these corruption activities to this because lack of transparency, and they have corrected this. So we know that this is one of the main demands sectors, so we can know that these compliance officers are around. In our case, we're not speaking about offices. We did not want to begin a bureaucracy, an additional bureaucracy, but to at least have an officer, a compliance officer within each entity that has to work hand by hand with all the control offices, always knowing that its only relationship must be with the head of the entity, but also if they have some information that is related to the head of the office, I hope this never happens, well, they can go above this person, they can go to the Secretariat of Transparency, and this Secretariat of Transparency can go to the Attorney General's office, to the prosecutor, and we can make everything go in action to prevent all these corruption actions. And the last, we would like to, the law 341 of 2020, this is a bill that, and the truth, it has have a lot of lack of taste, and we know that we're near to achieve this, to have advance in the Congress. Lack of untasteful actions, because we have prepared this way before the beginning of our government. At the beginning, we have all these bills that was anti-corruption, the referendum, and all these things, and they asked us to postpone it, and then we presented it very late because first we were working with other entities, and this bill is very important because it's also concentrated in prevention. And this bill, where we had the valuable activity of 23 entities that make part of this network, we achieved to concentrate ourselves in everything that is around the benefits of contracting. We sometimes know that there is some contracting that are done with judicial people that are different because they have different social business names. This is just a beneficiary because they're the owners of a main company, and at the end of the day, this owner is the real beneficiary of this project, or this bill, excuse me. This bill has important things to demand and independent accountability for each one of the contracts that one person is controlling with the state, to avoid them to move these resources from one contract to the other, and this way distract the actions of all the control or bodies. And once we detect that one of these bills or projects are not don't have enough money and have ran out of money or bankrupt, it's very late to detect this action. And for this reason, we need to have different accounts within the accountability of the company of these contractors, so we can not have the movement of these resources from one contract to the other. And this way, we can make sure or ensure ourselves that the flow of each contract has the correct destination for the development of its purpose. And we also have a very important standard that shamefully we took it away from the Congress, which one that had to reserve the entity of those people who present the information of corruption. I personally consider that this is the laws that the bill had, laws that the bill had, because it seems that what we want to achieve in this citizenship is to stimulate the people to foster this, so people can do the whistleblowing, because if we do not have any reports, it's very difficult to expect for us to prevent. If there's no reports, we're gonna continue doing the same thing, investigations that we do years after what the corruption action or activity have been done, with very little opportunities to recover the assets or resources. And at the end of the day, we have a bill that has very valuable things that have lost some valuable things, but this is a bill that, with the support of the controllership or the general attorney office and the prosecutor with the registry office, is doing some transit in the Congress. We give the responsibility to all those people who are in charge in the corruption matters, the transparency and due diligence, so we can know all the benefits that are around the contract and everything that around the accountability of each one of the different bills, and all the facts or doings that are around the lunches in schools, for example, the feeding of these child, this could have been avoided if we know who are the real beneficiaries of this contracting. We know and we believe that once this bill is law in the Republic, it's going to help us a lot in the line of preventing the corruption actions in our country. We believe that this agenda today is a very rich one, a complete one. Is going to be enriching for all the participation of all the entities that are here present. Is going to be very determining for the things that we have to carry out. What do we need to continue doing, not only during the 6 months that we have left in our government, but also to continue doing so this seed can be solid, so this seed can be firm, so we will not have the risk of this to go dead within some months. Because we know that what the society most need in this moment is to trust institutions, to trust the government, to trust everything that is which is the pillar of this democracy. We unshamefully know that the corruption activities that have occurred have created this idea or generated this idea that everything around the public sector is corrupted, that all the public officers are corrupted, everything around policies of politics is corrupted. So this is the most important thing that and this is something that's important for those people who wants to finish democracy. Everybody around democracy, we know that responsibility that we have in each one of the activities that we carry out on a daily work, so we can set through transparency, efficiency, permanent work that we do, so the citizens can trust the state and their institutions and their officials. And once we see this and these people don't like this policies, we have to look at the sanctions, and we can see an entity that operates that is that strict in these sanctions or punishments. And this reason we have to achieve for everything to be open, so we can foster this in this society, these merit systems in this society. Now that I'm in the consulship, I quite convinced that there's people who have a diplomacy career that is incredible, that have been working for many years in the development of their career, and that they do not have to stimulate these careers that have been so specialized, so we can have the merits of these officials that will allow them to have access to these high positions and levels, so we won't have the idea that in this society are those politician friendships or relationships or briberies or all these national groups that facilitate these people to achieve these high levels of the administration of a country. We have to achieve to have a merit society where the efficient management, transparent management of the state will allow us to recover the trust in our public sector, in our states, and this way we can preserve, protect the Colombian democracy that we know that obviously has a lot of risks that have been derived from all these corruption situations. In this way, we're quite aware that this occasion of commemorating this International Day of fight against crime or corruption, and we know that the path that we have already walked, it's full of good news, of progress, of new laws or new bills, those laws that we make the presentation of the of taxes, and where the officers have to point out the interest matters or conflicts. They have had a lot of progress, but the most important thing today is not to applaud what has happened, but to prevent this. And in the future, we will not have new cases to regret. Nowadays, we have a great challenge with the management of royalties. That's why for the transparency, the Secretary of Transparency, we have requested from the presidency and from our side for them to have a more active participation on how the use of these royalties is being done in a transparency, efficient way, and in any case that we can detect corruption, we can operate in a very timely way with the Attorney General Office and with the Prosecutor Office in the nation. And we hope that all these actors that are here today in this International Day Against Corruption, we can continue to work together in a very institutional way, but always making a call to the people for them to have participation, activity, one that is, and for them to commit and engage themselves. And this will be guaranteed so we can have a long-lasting democracy, for the democratic system that we have. And for this reason, to all, I would like to thank you for the endeavors that you have carried out in the last 3 years, and for the endeavors or efforts that we're going to continue doing, so that in these last 6 months that we have in the government, everything that has been done, which have been very solid, and for us to have the continuity that is necessary for the long term. And on our side, we all in our Attorney General office, we have somebody that's very committed in these matters, and the period is not consigned into our government, is going to go beyond our government. And in great part, this legacy is going to be in your hand, Dr. Margarita Cabello, so you can preserve it, so you can make us more demanding every day. And we're here so our people can demand, and so us, we can render our accounts and do account rendering, and for we can have more democratic people permeable to this, and more tolerant, so we can achieve a country with the integrity or comprehensive integrity ethic levels, that we can assure ourselves that the future of Colombia is going to be definitely clear. Thank you very much to all.
Muchas gracias a la señora.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marta Lucia Ramirez de Rincon, Vice President and Counselor. To continue, we're going to listen to Ms. the Attorney General Margarita Blanco.
Lo sé. Lo sé, lo sé. Sí, buenos días a todas.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to give a special greetings to Dr. Marta Lucia Ramirez, Vice President and Counselor of the Republic of Colombia. I know that you have to leave, but I would like to thank you and acknowledge publicly everything that she and her transparency office have done for the improvement for the against the crime that is corruption in our country. And the truth is that I have followed this in a very close way, the work that you have carried out, and I must acknowledge that with all responsibility, we will continue to accompany you in this mission that is so important for the democracy in our country, and we will continue after finishing with this government. We will be pending and paying attention to these great challenges that have been already met, and for them to continue being met before this problem. And with the Attorney General's office on your side, also greetings to Ms. Londoño, our transparency secretariat in the Republic, and Dr. General Jorge Lucia, our general in the National Police. A very important greetings, Pierre Lapac, the UNODC rep. Special greetings to you, and who we also have very strong links that joins us in this permanent work, the fight against corruption. Special regards to Tim Hennings, from the British Embassy, and San Gonzalez, who is here with us, the president of Siemens, the ambassadors, the heads of missions and accredited missions reps, and the heads of offices, coordinators, and advisors of UNODC and the United Nations in Colombia, and all the officers in the national government, the control entities, specifically those from the Attorney General office who are accompanying us today in this important event, the citizenship, the communication means, and press, and everybody who is here and connected in the different virtual channels. We would like to give you special greetings as well. I will also finally like to finish my greetings with showing talking about the public activity in this city. We know that the corruption phenomenon has a direct connection with the public resources and of bad use of the public money as well. It is a transnational practice. All the corruption that involves the participation of different sectors in our society. To begin, I would like to say and to remind you that I believe that the corruption matter, and perhaps to speak about transparency, which is the way we should fight against this, is one of the great threats against stability in our countries, against the stability as a contemporary society, and it affects our public and private entities permanently, as our civil society in particular. All our public society are affected by all this corruption, to such point that we can observe the generation of lack of credibility in our public institutions, and for this reason the lack of legitimization with them, and what's worse, all this creates weakness in our democracy. And we say this in general terms because it's not a general thing in Colombia. We know this happens all around the world in this globalized world that we live today. However, it is necessary to continue fighting for the execution of public policies for the effect of the achievement of the elimination, not the total elimination, but the reduction of all these corruption wrongdoings. The positioning of corruption nowadays as a driver, well, unfortunately, at a global level, it also has a concerning level from the standpoint of its participation, which is quicker in a public sector every day, and the participation in the collective imaginary way in our society, where we're just not concerned for the corruption of the large entities or the large companies or the transnational companies, but we are before the strong corruption or the particular corruption that we can say entering this imaginary, where everybody's thinking that it is they're dumb if they do not act in this way or in their daily life. So I remember some years ago when I was a judge in Barranquilla, where we had to make a line to take a elevator. There was a lot of flow in the civic center, and we only had 2 elevators. And I remember that there was some officers and some employees in the judicial branch where they did not make the line, where they would just place themselves beside the elevator, enter, and we would ask them, hey, why are you doing this? You should be a model within our institution for the effect of making a queue and taking a turn. And they would say, no, doctor, what happens is that here we have to be quite quick, and I have a lot of work, and if I sit myself here, and since I am more intelligent and I am quicker, once they open the elevator door, I will enter and I do not have to make a line. I will be cutting. Little things like this makes from the conception of values and ethic point of view, this begins to be affected, and we see that we can find that during the particular conversations that we have in our meetings, it has been these people have more credits of those people who are faster, or and these little participations that might not be clear because the loss of value, that these are also corruption acts. And for this reason, we have to continue to work not only at the high levels of corruption before the large institutions or the more powerful sectors, but also to help to feed, to nurture these ethical values in each one of our citizens, so we can understand these ethics and these values that have been taught in our times from the first years of our school. And our obligation is to continue working specifically from the Attorney General Office for the reduction and elimination of this crime. And for this, we need some tools, and some tools that we have been able to identify with time, as today we have to use the technology to improve the information, and as well to use it in a proper way, in a fast way, to deliver the data in a fast way to prevent this corruption actions, also tools to strengthen, which should be one of the lines that the Attorney General Office is managing for the intervention of the current citizen through and making sure that the citizen understand that it should be a participant and to participate through their life and through the behavior in a collective behavior before the to create awareness of all the damage that corruption creates in a society, and in the same way the need of using other tools as the use of the institutional support. Only if we do it a company, if we do it together, we're going to do a lot more. I have always said this in my practice, and this support, institutional support, is also a way to manage transparency in acting and to achieve the exchange of good practices. From the Attorney General's office, we have the obligation to be there to avoid all these actions of corruption under the surveillance of the public function activities, because as a Attorney General, it is our obligation to only surveil permanent surveillance before our public officers before their missions, or to practice our surveillance before those private people when they're managing public money. And for this reason, we have tried from the three missions that we are managing, the prevention and the mission, disciplinary missions, to guide all the actions so we can avoid these corruption acts. And what I have tried to do is to convey to our officers who accompany me today from this missionary, this prevention, and the need for them to understand that from these three missions, the main one and the priority is the one of the preventive character. To prevent helps to avoid corruption. And for this reason, we are always telling our officers and employees that for us to go ahead, the existence of the corruption acts and to avoid them before they contaminate our society is the way we can act in a correct way before these crimes. And this is the reason why it is a way that we can prevent these actions. As for example, one of the most concerning one, which is the malversion and the execution of our public budgets or money. I'm always saying in the Attorney General Office, we have to go a step beyond of the way the corrupted people act so we can arrest them. Of course, we always have a problem. Through our own technologies and tools, we sometimes go slower than what the corrupted people go in their actions. But we have to go ahead, and for this, we have a lot of tools that will help us. To give you any example, in the management of prevention of the preventive missions in our Attorney General Office, before this exercise, our Attorney General Office is surveilling the execution of the public money in a value around 79 billion pesos. This is the approximate sum of all the money that should be executed from the public resources point of view, and we have the work of preventing for these resources to be managed in the best way as possible. In Colombia, we have been seeing many changes, and of course they're huge, that allows us to think that we are in a country with a good projection before the work against corruption. Of course, despite the problems or matters that we have because of the pandemic and before all the strikes that we had and that affected us in some way, we must acknowledge that the economical growth and the constant growth that we are having allows us to, as an entity, to be looking at these and preventing these corruption activities before all this economical growth that we're having. So in this moment of growth and economical development, I would say that almost finishing this pandemic, without finishing the pandemic, the precise moments to begin to practice and to give action to all these tools that the Attorney General office have to prevent all these corruption acts. What are we doing at the Attorney General office? This is a question that you might be asking yourself. Of course, logically, we're going hand by hand, and this is the reason why I'm thanking the work that the Secretariat of Transparency is doing. We're hand by hand with all those entities that work under the view or the vision with a clean government with ethical work and with values. And we do it through a specific delegate, which is the transparency delegate. The transparency delegate carries out institutional work that is occasionally trying for each one of the state institutions for the disciplinary actions to act through this transparency, through the rendering of accounts, to follow all the standards and rules that we have through transparency, and to show their clean activity and always viewed or visualized before the community. We're not behind the rendering accounts that some have been repetitiveness of each year without the depth that each one of these that have to be accompanied for all the public actions to be visible, and so they can be shown before the public, and we won't have any problems or any matters around this. We're always thinking that the Attorney General office is an entity that receives from the society and from institutions. We receive around 3,000 complaints per day, or denouncements, reports, around 3,000 in pandemic times or post-pandemic times, if we can call it this way. It is to say, in the citizenship, we already have the intention, and in the overseers which are carrying an important role, they have the intention of complaining, to denounce, which implies for this entity the need of updating and using their tools in a very agile way to give a response, a complete response in this sense. So what does this mean? It means that Attorney General office with some actions or preventing actions that are slow, this does not work for us. For Attorney General office with disciplinary action through some processes or some slow investigations, this does not work for us. We need a robust Attorney General office, a strong one, so before the preventive actions, and where we can sanction on a timely way, in a disciplinary way, and this is the way we're doing it. We are quite committed to this, and it's very important for us. We're looking at these strategies so we can have enough strategies, so on timely basis we can revise this, the consolidations of societies for the effect of being able to act before these corruption acts, so we can see these crimes that or criminal activities that these societies are carrying out, so we can see what's happening, to see all the political actions and acts, and nowadays, now that they're in the political campaigns and the electoral process, to prevent and to go ahead the funding of this political parties fundings, and so we can have all the tools that are necessary when needed, the need of technology, so we can see where these monies are coming from, so we can see the their tax declarations, the amounts of the budgets, and so we can interlink all this information, and we can avoid all this corruption. And just tell you something, there are some important lines that we're doing now. The chancellorship, and with everything that's around royalties, to once we eliminate the old docs that we had before, the royalties are a field that is important to practice all the bad practices with the public money, and this is the reason why the Attorney General office have been on top establishing or setting for overseeing model that is new. We have coincided that the precise corruption scenario is through the management of these royalties within the entities, and this is the reason why we set forth through resolution 1271 of September 23 of this year, all the functions that the special royalty team should carry out, the model that we are setting forth for the effects to be able to control all the public contracting that are being managed by the reception of these royalties. To give you an example, in the management of these royalties, which we are all around the country, and we're working hand by hand with all the international bodies as the which for the management of these royalties, and we have linked a professional team, more than 150 professionals that are supporting through 7 places, so we can have our view, our loop on them, on this direct contracting, not directly for the hiring model, but also to the entities that we are surveilling in a very strong way, how they're carrying out the contracting through the territorial entities. We have carried out through these 10 months of the General Attorney's Office, the judicial and analysis of more than 416 cases that are under risk, I would say, and high risk of corruption. And this is that surpasses the 416 cases, go over the 498 billion pesos, and 32% of this corresponds to this high risk in the model that we are carrying out in the definition and identification of this defined risk through this project, to say that surveillance to these royalties, and we have established or set forward, and we are about to finish the confirmation of a strategy, the construction of a comprehensive strategy against the fight of corruption. A specialized team with some executive mission committees that have been dedicated exclusively to revise the possibilities of the corruption actually in existence, to be able to avoid them in a very timely way. This spy project, more than 800 disciplinary reports against these spies, and these in the contracting management of the public money that have been sent for the nurturing of these minors in school or in the educational stage, in which have determined a great problem, or a large problem of corruption or lack of transparency in the contracting of this special program. But not only this, but to have around 800 disciplinary processes against these territorial entity officers because of the bad management. This does not help us in anything. It does not help us to be punishing these people in a specific space or wall through all these sanctions that we're issuing against these directors of these territorial entities. We are already preparing ourselves, so thank you, so that in the following year, in January, we can begin in an adequate way the contracting of this nurturing school plans taken as a supply, or the mistakes that we have carried out in the disciplinary investigations that we have found. Is to say that all the investigations that we have carried out against these officers, mayors, and governors, or people who have been managing this, or who have motivated these investigations, helps us as some provisions, so we can avoid this to happen again. And starting next year, these contracts can be properly done, and not only the sanctions that are attracting us, but also, though, as I was telling, the prevention. Of course, with all this, we had to work a lot in this first semester. For the Attorney General Office, was very hard to strengthen the standards of this disciplinary character in our disciplinary code, to be able to accelerate the investigations and to deliver the timely decisions. This disciplinary code was issued in the middle of the year, was promulgated through the presidency of the office, that allows us to give more guarantees for the defense of these, and that would allow us to prevent, to be faster in the disciplinary character decision, to include the division apart, accepting all the orders all through the human rights
instrucción
disciplinary court to separate, excuse me, the sound is cutting off. And this implies for all the instructions, we have different judgment officers. They're going to be quicker because they're going to be some officers who are exclusively dedicated to instruct the evidence or the reports or the investigations before many of these crimes, before the violation or the exercise of these corruption acts. And logically, this has implied the need to double in many of the cases, and we're going to do this if God helps us the following year, a lot more officers to be able to have the capabilities of staff, enough personnel in the country to be able to practice the instruction function in a fast way. This new disciplinary code apart as well will forces us to have this conjunction plan that is ready to begin the following year. We bring to a general attorney general office that manage around 80,000 complaints, denouncements, and processes, which makes the procedure slower in our side. And this incides or affects all the investigations before the corruption processes. And this is also a way to help this corruption, let's say, when the control entities and judicial entities take too much time for the delivery of these outcomes of the investigations, managing or everything that we have in the Attorney General office, in the supervision of participating in an actively way through these entities, public entities and officers. I would like to say that one last function that we have, and of all those that we have and that I like very much, and I would like to leave here in the radar, is the function that we began to carry out in March of this year, everything around with the electoral processes. The electoral processes in our country, it is so special, and this has a process that has to be characterized by the demonstration of the control entities of all the transparency activities of all the stages of this process. The Attorney General Office is the entity institutionally in charge of surveilling this electoral process. And when I speak about electoral process, I'm not just talking about the voting part or the election part. I'm speaking about everything that is around all the stages that end up with the election of these candidates in the different positions. We began this in March with a permanent surveillance in the contractors, in the elaboration or generation of the contracts that we had to carry out to begin the organization of all the election processes. We're accompanying the candidate registry processes, the registry of all the citizenship identification cards, everything that's around the elections, for the effects of us to have peace or tranquility and legitimacy in our people and in our country. We're paying attention to this with an internal team that we have for the electoral surveillance that have been presided by the General Procuratorship, and with through committees that have been created for this specific thing, and a unifying electoral surveillance that is there to receive all the complaints and to resolve them in the best way and with the speed that these processes demand within our country. We have to surveil the political participation. We have to surveil the funding of the political campaigns. We have to surveil the voting processes and the inscription or registry processes. We have to surveil the publicity, the advertising, the way that they're going to, that these public offices entities going to act before the voting or the election processes. We have to be on top of this process, and we are in the I believe we have all the capabilities, and we want to have this victory in the midst of the following years. So this electoral process was transparent and correct as it has been in other times. For the other countries in our continent, technology is helping us very well, this is the way that we can be aware of everything that is happening, technology plus training and capabilities and citizen support where we're working very strong on. I believe this can be some tools that the Attorney General Office is using to avoid corruption. And this has all helped with the youth. Our electoral process is accompanied by youth, the young people who are prepared and trained in the electoral law, because youth is the model of transparency, and they're the ones who are going to accompany us in this process around the country. In conclusion, I must say that because of this position of our liberator, Simon Bolivar, is what he used to say, the moral power of the Colombian people in 1790, in the political letter in 1791, granted and enforced all the interests that we had in the corruption, and given this to the Attorney General Office, all the empowerments to be independence of the executive. Before it depended on the executive, but ever since the 1990, the 91 letter, is independent and casually to be able to perform in an adequate way, to carry out all the control to this public office in an adequate way. The capabilities that we saw is effective with the ruling of the international court, where we lived type of conventional ruling before all the investigations that we had of the popular election public officers, and thank God, and before our country, it was reinforced, and we left this impunity with the new disciplinary code, which allows us to recover the functions or the empowers to suspend, to punish with an activity all these officers that were publicly elected. Since last year to June of this year, when we enforced these disciplinary codes against all these who have been arrested by or detained because of we did not know what to do with the application or how to interpret the ruling of the disciplinary of the human, and you don't know how hard it was to fight in the Congress to be able to recover the empowerment to be able to sentence this, because if not, today we would be within this situation of incapability to investigate and sanction and to punish these people. And nowadays we haven't. This is going to help us out a lot to start a active fight against corruption. Suppose the floor to see all the flaws that allow this to happen, and without hesitation, is the lack of transparency from the General Attorney's Office. And with this, I'm going to wrap up. We will try to foster in all the institutions through our transparency delegate, or everything that is necessary in the different scenarios. So with transparency, we can avoid corruption. And in this way, we can be surveilling all the behaviors of all these people so they can adjust their institutions to a greater transparency, the greatest transparency as possible. I'm sorry, the sound is cutting off with the delivery of all the information of this public act of the institution. This is the reason why today I must thank Pierre and celebrate the importance of this meeting, because today it is a day that we can view the fight against corruption a better way, where we all are working for in our country. I would like to tell you that I am not going to be scared, as I have not been scared during these last months, to impose all the punishments and to do the decision making against everyone that is corrupted. If you can see through the disciplinary general code, which we did not have disempowerments, and we did recover them from August to the month of November or December to date, we can see in our information systems the amount of punished disciplinary sanctions that we have issued, and that we have recovered the disciplinary empowerment, so we can, if we do not achieve with the prevention, to at least avoid these public officers to not do corruption or disciplinary activities that are correspondences, we can achieve this. We will be there surveilling to the compliance of the legal activities or actions and the constitutional ones, that the people who manage the public resources and public monies, to remind you that you have the obligation to offer us this transparency so we can have a good practice in being prevalent of these functions before the general interest. We will continue to work with technology, fostering the participation of the citizenship and informing our institutions in our states so they can understand that transparency and that fight against corruption is going to give you the values, are going to make us to continue being a country with ethical citizens, and in this way, with all the security, we will continue to have our democracy. I would like to thank you very much for listening to us and for paying attention to us today. We would like to thank the Attorney General Office for their intervention. We will continue with the General of the National Police, General Jorge Luis Vargas Valencia. We're listening to you.
Saludos respetuosos.
Respectful greetings to Attorney General Office, Ms. Margarita Cabello, and our Transparency Secretariat, Dr. Beatriz Londoño, and General Carlos Rodriguez, Inspector, Pierre Lapac, and the rep of the UNODC for crime, Dr. Reinaldo Garcia, the president of CIMES, who is connected by this, and Tim Hennings, the British Embassy rep, and everybody who is connected. We would like to give you some comments and through the National Police Officer that are going to brief and several things of the things that we're doing. First of all, is that the National Police has a transparency policy against corruption. Second, all the endeavors or efforts that we're doing, knowing that we are one of the essential of the society, National Police as a of public policy and public safetyness, and makes part of Colombia. We understand that it's critical for Colombia to have a transparent police and to fight against corruption. For us to make some very fast or brief statements, and with the numbers that the things that we're doing thoroughly, it's also very important. With all the fight against endeavors against the fight of crime, and specifically against corruption, and all the special endeavors that we're doing, and how we match up with the world fight against corruption. Our comprehensive policy against corruption is led by the General Inspection of the National Police. They have 12 structural axes. And to be able to tell you that we have impacted, Ms. Attorney, this year, 97,000 officers of the National Police. Speaking in the public officers terms is to say that we have taken position of this. We're the largest position in the Colombian state, 138,000 officers who have taken their oath in this position, makes us the largest entity, even beyond our national army, and with the understanding that they have incorporation systems of people who render assistance year after year. What makes the National Police to be the most robust institution in the terms of people, but also of means, so these people can also work in the National Police. It implies enormous challenge, knowing that even being the most robust institution in the head, we can have other institutions that in a joint way, in a comprehensive way, in functions of a network, they can have a important number of people, but this in under one sole umbrella is a great challenge, and specifically before the mission that we have. The first thing that we see as a citizen in the terms of attention of the state now in the world,
frente a cualquier
not only in Colombia, it's a police officer. It has excuse me, the mic is cutting off the first, they have the first word, and this is technical and scientifically approved. The first thing they a citizen thing is the police, and that's why I'm repeating against this is the great challenge that we have as an institution to make sure that on these 13 structural axes we can respond with transparency and with fighting corruption. Axes that have to do with all this, the illicit in enrichment, and everything has to do with the values of police officers to advance in the administrative controls, to view against the crime, internal against crime, and the use of the uniforms in a proper way and all the symbols.
Ustedes ven que
Well,
estamos
and I would like to, we have two uniforms, the green one with tie, and I wanted to come in this one so you can see and realize the new image of national police that has to do with transparency, so a police officer can be located, and we can do it today and the day against the day of the fight against crime, the QR code. Miss Attorney, speaking of witness about with the police over there, there's very few police institutions that are identified with a QR code. All our vehicles or uniforms are going to have this, the number of our badge that is large, police officer in the back is green. This has a lot to do with transparency, with the location, to be able to identify the numbers for the car, whichever citizen that wants to, whether they say this car belongs to someone or it's under the service in some place. And we're going to have a last debate of the institutions, so we can have our second great transformation process. And here this citizen, the person can say what they think about the service that we're rendering. Also with my service, Jorge Luis Vargas Valencia, this guy greets, this guy does not greet. I don't know, this is an enormous advance in transparency, enormous on transparency, to be able to identify the person, to say where this person works, that his name Jorge Luis Vargas Valencia, only to give you an indication of all the advances that we're doing under the terms of making ourselves visible, identifiable, and located, because they can say this car should be in this place or not. This institutional policy in the framework, we have been working on this for many years with the Transparency Secretariat, and this has become, and excuse me, because I'm going to say this in quotes, it has become our Bible, our ethical, moral axis, but also of all the decisions that are clear, that come out in the follow-up plans, and attorney say, our prosecutor officers, through all the actions or missions that we do, or in the disciplinary part as well, and working hand by hand with the Secretariat of Transparency. And this policy as transversal axis, and Ms. Vice President was saying in our General Attorney Office, Attorney was saying this is to one of the priorities we have as police is the innovation technology, to apply this a lot more, but not internal technology, but so the citizen can have access to what the national police is, and for us to be accountable in a permanent way for this. So the attorney was precisely saying, for this accountability will not to be routinary. Now, the accountability of the national police needs transformation, and Mr. President has given us the indications to do this. It must be permanent, and we're going to make this permanent, starting from technology. For the citizen to know this, for a person who reported an officer of the National Police for this to be, for them to know how the validation process is doing of this complaint or this requirement that was done to the National Police. Within the framework of policies, we observe the transparency that we have been working hand by hand with the Transparency Secretariat that has given us the opportunity to do 4 specific things: to create awareness or generate awareness, to tell you where we have possible problems in our national police. And this is very important because one of the panels that are going to come up, it has to do with drug trafficking. And this is going to have 4 experts. It's one of those enormous problems that we have of transparency before any of the police systems that we have in the world. Drug trafficking, we spoke about this in the Istanbul, in the Interpol International Assembly, 134 countries were there. We spoke about the transparency topics that had to be derived, and that were derived from all these crimes, where not only the police organizations are the objects of these corruption, but the society to be covered, to be in the private part from all the money that comes from the organized crime. Money's diagnosis, of course, of an indicator system that is important that we carry out and that is permanently done for the identification of the decision making. We made part of this as National Police since 5 years ago. We had the opportunity of being the criminal investigation director to make part of this 43 observance of security, coexistence, justice, of transparency, of cities, to make this system that very few countries in Latin America have it. Colombia is one of those countries that have this observatory network in place. And with this, we have also produced important knowledge, more than 7 academical publishes with this observatory network. But international level, and what the attorney is asking us and people is asking themselves, if the police officers not meeting or complying with this, with their work, 3 fundamental things: a team, a judicial anti-corruption internal team. Second one, the general inspection, with more than 450 officers for disciplinary activities, being the 2nd largest network after the General Attorney Office. And thirdly, an apparatus of internal affairs that is very strong, with more than 600 officers. And here we're applying something that is also innovative. We have 83 polygraphers. We have the oldest polygraphy system and the most professional one. More than 97,000 polygraphies have been carried out in the last 9 years, with rate understanding the polygraphy as a credibility and trust tool is not an element to do decision making in the administrative or disciplinary or penal order, but the generator of information that is in the recommendation character, because this is what Colombian legislation is requesting. This is the way the Colombian law is requesting this. We have done decision making in the recommendation terms that the polygraphy thing is giving us, with more than 15,000 people in the last 9 years, that has allowed us precisely to view the service that the police officers are rendering. We have created the Information and Investigation for Police Transparency Center, with more than 345 visits in the last 2 years, focused on the information of this observatory center, which also allows us to do decision making in this disciplinary or to make trends in the penal part, or preventive and anticipatory character. The same way, this is allowing us to have a better service in the police, with the information, with the heat maps, and what areas, what places, what streets are the ones that present the most risk of context, and as well as the greatest challenge for the decision making and the improvement of the service in the human talent and the crime fighting. The third aspect that the national police is doing is related to directly with a team of 600 investigators at the national level to fight corruption with the prosecutor of together with the prosecutor office of Colombia. Right now we have, please allow me a minute. In this moment we have 167,000 processes that have been given in the technical, with the technical teams, with the specialized prosecutors and the national police in the last 4 years because of corruption acts that goes from with many crimes that are with the contracting, with requisites, with bribery, with etc. 14,000, over 14,000 of these with corruption, where Bogota, Cali, Cartagena, Medellin are the cities where we most have corruption acts. Of course, these are the largest cities as well. More than 700,000 arrests during this year among the national police officers and the prosecutor office in the frameworks that we have just mentioned. 139 orders just for the crimes through the public administration, 36 because of judicial corruption or legal corruption. The rulings have been given in a different way because these processes can take longer. We have issued 44 sentences or rulings because of corruption this year. But those groups that are most corrupted from the organized crime side are the FARC, ELN, the Caparros, and El Clan del Golfo. These have been taken directly from the disciplinary, or excuse me, penal processes that we have members of these organizations involved. And the great news that I can give you today, because one of the greatest corruptors that this country had was arrested this year, which was Otonel, the head of this Clan del Golfo. Within his activities, Otonel was to corrupt permanently our public force officers, to these officers that are in the legal part, or the local departmental authorities. This great news of being able to capture Otonel is one of the greatest news for the fight against crime in these zones of the country where this Clan del Golfo carry out their criminal activities. We have the permanent intention of this clan is to carry out corruption actions, to intent or to purchase or buy or to impede or to have information on the activities that are around the drug trafficking in the world level, which El Clan del Golfo was related to. But the news that we also saw this weekend, where in Venezuela, and we are certain, where we had Romaña and El Paisa murdered, great corruption actors, great drug traffickers, people who traffic a lot of drugs. This is a great news, Miss Attorney. This is for a world without the organized system crime, great heads that would head in this transparency, generating corruption acts through drug trafficking. El Paisa was receiving drug traffickers in Venezuela, and now we're going to have a panel in relation to these drug traffickers, because these are those people who give the instructions for these officers. And the death of this criminal Romaña is an important news for us. For a world without corruption, it's a very important news for the fight against crime and corruption. These criminal organized criminal groups, which are in the coffee zone as one of the largest corruptors, through the authorities and legal authorities and police officers, La Terraza, La Pacelli, and La Unión in Medellin. And then we can give way to the following panelists. National Police is in a transformation process that we began ourselves. The most transparent act that an institution can carry out is to begin it through themselves, by their own initiatives, by realizing all the challenges and demands that they have by the community, and not to keep themselves in the queue of the transparency of Mr. President, of the National Police, the defense of the National Police. So we can begin this transformation process by ourselves. It is very important to say it today. The clear reading of the society and all the needs that the Colombia has through the a new police that have new tools and new technologies that have been approved, and it will be part of the National Police on the following Tuesday, where with great severeness we're going to judge, but also to give all the corresponding sanctions within the institution before all those acts where we are carrying out human rights crimes and against our force, things that are related to the contract and to the attention for the crime for our citizens, for the these complaints. It's a lot more severe with this new disciplinary status and the transformation that we're having, technology transformation that we're having through all the public policies. Our rendering of accounts will be permanent with the society. We're going to create a general inspector for, a delegate inspector for the public peaceful manifestation in the terms around for those people can be monitored, followed. So when we have a case, it can be severe, sanctioned, or punished if any of these officers are carrying out any act against disciplinary. But specifically, the approach against the citizen as a transparency act. All this is designed, and we hope that on Monday, in the last debate that we're going to have in the Senate of the Republic for this to become a law, this police can be renewed and in the permanent control of their citizens for a police organization. If somebody is committed for the fight against crime, Mr. Pierre, and I believe this is a permanent message for the United Nations because we make part of the international party with Interpol. In the last 4 years, we have been able to arrest 34 Colombians at a world level in the 194 countries that make part of these corruption networks on a global level because different reasons, fraud, procedural frauds, illicit enrichment, and bribery to public officers being the largest institution with public officers that have been positioned. We know that we have a great challenge, but hand with the control entities, Ms. Attorney, being open, transparent, to give all the information when it is requested with your tutorship of Mr. General Prosecutor, the General Prosecutor Office and the Attorney General Office. This police has to continue serving our Colombian people. For these two panels that we're going to make part, it's important for make use of this. Is very honor. It's a great honor to be a police officer.
Agradecemos al general.
We are very thankful to General Vargas Valencia for his kind words. Next, we would like to hand over the mic to the president of Siemens SA, Mr. Reynaldo Garcia Gonzalez, who will connect himself virtually to this commemoration of the International Day Against Corruption. Good morning to all. I would like to thank all participants, be that present in-house or virtual, in this 19th celebration against corruption. A special greeting to the Secretary of Transparency, Mrs. Beatriz Londoño, the Procurator General of the Nation, Margarita Cabello, Mr. Director of the Police, Jorge Luis Vargas Valencia, and the representative from the office, the UNODC, Mr. Pierre Lapin, the member, the attaché of the UK embassy there, the vice comptroller, Mr. Waldron, and all people representing the private sector, the national government, local governments, international cooperation, academia, and civil society. A special greeting to all the members of the UNODC office who organize with their work have made reality of this gathering that has its motto, your right, your challenge, say no to corruption, with which we identify ourselves and we reflect ourselves in the business practices at Siemens, and that for us is of the greatest importance. The fight against corruption, and then we do, and then we can eliminate more these corrupt acts and that actually affect society, and that we should leave in the new generations. Generations that at some point in time that will have to have the role of many of us that are here, members here, public officials, civil representative, leaders of the private sector, public sector, and academic sector, that very probably seeing these type of unions amongst all of us are to work more in pro of transparency and best practices, creating effective measures to fight corruptions and bad acts that regrettably we still find frequently. They will support and value the transparency in the decision-making process. That, in respect of the devastating consequences of the pandemic of COVID-19 throughout the world and the current efforts for a due recuperation and reactivation, they generate major challenges in matters of transparency and corruption, and a true commitment from all players in the economy to actually fight this. I celebrate even further that private sector companies add themselves to this, and they do not cut corners in preventing and in fighting corruption. We also applaud the efforts that the national government performs, the international bodies, and the public sector in general, who have among their priorities to continue to prevent, investigate, fight, and prosecute acts of corruption. So only together, and recognizing this cause as common and priority, may we be able to have changes in the social behavior where integrity beats clearly corruption. At Siemens, we work and we are committed in pro of the transparency of businesses, and we participate actively in the exchange of those best practices with many organizations nationally and internationally. And it is precisely because of that that we support initiatives like Towards Integrity, where we try to strengthen the public dialogue, the private dialogue among the different sectors, providing effective tools in order to strengthen the policies and the systems against corruption that enable one to mitigate, monitor, and control the risks associated with them, and that way to establish ethics problems, transparency, and to avoid the contact with crime organizations that go against our values. Siemens encourages and supports free competition, honest competition. That is why we push for innovation and the improvement of productivity through the digital transformation of industries, which would impact the improvement of the competitiveness that we need so much in our country. Here, I wish to celebrate that in the interventions prior, there was a lot of reference made to the use of technology as an enabling tool to fight these crimes that affect us so much in our businesses and our daily lives. I hope that this gathering of today would be very productive and it would be as a catalyst for new actions against corruption. Thank you very much, and lots of success for all of us in the fight for this great curse that affects us. Thank you very much to Mr. Reinaldo Garcia, President of Siemens. Thank you. Now, I would like to meet the Chief of the British Attaché, Mr. Tim Hemmings, to address the auditorium.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning to all. It is a pleasure for all of us to be here, whether virtually or in present, to speak of a very important topic, as is the International Day Against Corruption, which for us in the UK is something that is very important. Also, it is an honor to share this space with other guest speakers with a lot of experience. I'm learning a lot of your from your interventions. I would like to extend a special greeting to Marta Lucia Ramirez, who is no longer here, but as a Vice President and Chancellor of the Republic of Colombia. I would like to thanks for the UK with Colombia. Our commitment with Colombia is a long-term commitment, and the collaboration that we have in this sector and in other sectors is for us very, very important. We are a very committed ally of Colombia. Another greetings to Margarita Carrero Blanca, the Procurator General of the Republic, and General Jorge Luis Vargas Valencia, and the Chief of Police in Colombia, and Mr. Reinaldo Garcia Gonzalez, the President of Colombia, and of course, Tia Lapac, and representatives of the UNODC. My name is Tim Hemmings, and I am the Deputy Ambassador of the UK here in Colombia. And for me, it is an honor to celebrate in this important day that Colombia and the UK participate, and it is a pleasure to do it jointly with the UNODC and to combat corruption. Corruption generates negative impacts. Anywhere you live and whatever your occupation is, it impacts them. It's a phenomenon that actually ruins things across the board, and it deliberates the evolution of countries from prosperity to security. And then we have there to promote their the democratic ones and so on, and the rule of law to the world. And all countries, without exception, should go down this path. UK and Colombia should work as allies and learning there together. Our different programs of cooperation actually seek precisely that, and to build from several angles. The ones are examples of joint work with our colleagues from the Colombian government. The first one is this anti-corruption project against drug trafficking, one financed by the UK and directed by the Secretary of Transparency. This project actually answers to the commitment of the peace agreements to understand better the links between corruption and drug trafficking here in Colombia, and so that we can design the most effective strategy when tackling the problem of illicit drugs in this country. very soon, the Secretary of Transparency is going to share very important or interesting findings of the different risks in the entire value chain of drug trafficking. The important will be to consider the next steps, including to build a strategy that is viable and practical with the participation of all the agencies involved in the regional, national level, and in a very important way to the communities that experiment the impacts of corruption in drug trafficking. Please count on us with the UK while you develop these ideas. The second initiative is a project that explores the cooperative responsibility for crimes and corruption. As a matter of fact, is a project that is led by the UNODC with the government that the government also backs in Peru and in Panama. That shows that corruption does not care about borders. It crosses borders. We know that we have spoken that the corporations can act as vehicles for organized crime and for corruption, and they are used to hide the yields of crime. These complex institutions with multiple levels of authority make it difficult to update the irregularities to a person or a person in particular. In order to fight all these risks, we establish this risk there, and then we have there, and it's fundamental for the financial ones. They actually make companies that they're responsible. It's going to explore these topics and the applications for neighboring countries. And then aside from the projects, the British government, we're going to speak of other initiatives against corruption. Our program has actually focused on preventing corruption, especially around the public hiring. Our work to improve the practices of public hiring with the use of data and a strong focus of citizen participation has been fundamental in our project. And we have also worked with national agencies like Colombia Buys Efficiently and the ANE to strengthen their presence of disseminating their information. As the vice president, as she said, without open data, there is no citizens' control. And hand in hand with these projects and taking advantage of the presence of the procurator, I am very happy to comment that very recently we started a project with the Procurator's Office to strengthen its institutional capacity and of the offices of internal control in preventing risks in hiring, with a very strong focus of gender equity and social inclusion. From the entire team on the UK, we are very enchanted to continue jointly with the work of the government of Colombia and with the support of UNODC. We hope that this meeting in the International Day Against Corruption actually would enable us to understand better the dynamics of the corruption and then how we can do there so that you can do the efforts for the ones that we share. And then we have it there to develop them together. Thank you very much to all the people involved in the organization of this event. Your will there will continue to face this phenomenon. We're much grateful from the heart. It's an honor to participate in this event, and it's going to be a very productive one. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al jefe de misiones.
We are very grateful from the deputy ambassador of the UK for his words. In order to close the protocolary opening, I would like to allow Pierre Lapac to speak, in the representative of UNODC in Colombia. Thank you.
Ahora sí.
Right. Now it's working. Good morning. A very cordial greeting to the Vice President of the Republic and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Marta Lucía Ramírez, who had to leave, the Secretary of Transparency, Ms. Beatriz Londoño, the Procurator General of the Nation, Ms. Margarita Cabello, the Director General of the Police, General Jorge Vargas, the President of Siemens in Colombia, Mr. Reynaldo Garcia, the Chief of the Attaché of the British Embassy in Colombia, Mr. Tim Hemmings, and the Vice Controller, Mr. Juan Carlos Waldon, and the colleagues of the systems of the UNODC that globally actually joined this International Day Against Corruption. Obviously, to all these people that accompany us today, that are here with us in-house or through the computers connections, of all the members of academia, civil society, and stakeholders. We have passed almost 2 years from the pandemic has started of COVID-19, and to date there are many difficulties that require the activation of cooperation among stakeholders, public and private, and civil society. That, however, is not all. Aside from continuing to face the known challenges, there are new challenges that must be tackled with the greatest of application. That is the case of those who emerge as a product of the current scheme of reactivation. It is not really a minor task per se to coordinate efforts in order to recover terrain in respect of the consequences of the pandemic is a very exhaustive affair, much so when their effects impact not only the health, but also the economy, the politics, and social development. In this panorama, corruption is a very high risk. In local realms, provincial levels, and national levels, corruption is exploiting this unfortunate situation they're exploiting. As per the Index of Perception of Corruption of Transparency International of the year 2020, this crime continues to be one of the main obstacles in the governance of states, affecting in a more profound way the countries that are least prepared to cater to this pandemic. However, Colombia has shown significant progress. Pointing them out at this time would be a complex affair, but many of them will be presented throughout this day work by our honored guests. I just wish to highlight certain ones, like disseminating codes of conduct for public officials, the law of rationalization of the paperwork requests and servicing citizens, the legislative progress in promoting the penal responsibility of the people, of juridical companies for them to answer. They have a priority aspects of the compliance of the Convention of the UNO against corruption. These are broad standards that are of great utility in all the environments, and in particular, to give a response to this crisis and to manage to have reactivated with honest practices, ethical practices, with solidarity and with secure ones. And UNODC, as an agency that guards this convention, and within the framework of today's congregation, wants to highlight the effectiveness of a collective action in the fight against corruption. The dialogue between the different players and the exchange of knowledge with the side of the prevention, supervision, and control, as well as the promotion of tools of institutional strengthening, improve our capabilities to tackle this crime, such as what happens with virus. Corruption changes, mutates, adapts to the environment, and it does have consequences that not only are evidenced through economic figures or in the reduction of the trust indicators, they actually are counted in lives and in conditions that are unacceptable for the sustainable development. Now, in the midst of this reactivation phase, we cannot leave aside all the achievements made to date and the principles that guide the transformation that are to come. The International Day Against Corruption is an opportunity to identify what is being done properly, what didn't work as per the expectations, but above all, to explore the new ways of cooperations and to harmonize so that we can have transparency and integrity. Those painful lessons that have been brought by the pandemic not only should have an echo in the health systems or in ways of working or in ways of interacting, the fight against corruption should also adapt. It should also learn from its mistake and recognize humbly, but with tenacity, that in spite of this, there's still a long way to go, a long pathway to travel. The reactivation has an ideal environment to reconsider strategy and to reinforce others. In summary, we are facing a special interest moment that requires many players that are committed to assume different roles so that they can actually reach their destination. Yes, it is possible to mitigate corruption if you tackle it from these perspectives. The core responsibility is a fact. The times that we live are not to be thought of solutions and alternatives that are innovative, that exploit the faculties of the diverse stakeholders. The creativity and the experimentation should not be a taboo. When there are clear objectives, there is no reason why we should not try to find some course of action that are out of the conventional methods, something that is especially valuable when we tackle a phenomenon that mutates and finds new ways of manifesting itself. Today, we call upon all not to lower a guard, not in the care and against the pandemic and in the fight against the corruption. We cannot allow this crime to continue to prosper and to harm society. We cannot allow that it taints the reactivation processes and it hinders that the aid actually gets to those who need it the most. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al
We
representante.
are thankful to the representative of the UNODC for his words. With these interventions, we now conclude the opening of the commemorative act for the 19th Day Against Corruption. Thank you very much to all members of the honored guest speakers of the main table for your participation, but in particular for your commitment in the fight against corruption. We will now continue with today's agenda, giving the mic to Beatriz Elena Londoño Patin, Secretary of Transparency, who will do the presentation of the first venue about the progress and results of the strategy, of the anti-corruption strategy associated against drug trafficking. Let's listen to Mrs. Londoño.
Armando, pásame el alcohol. Gracias.
Thank you. Right. A greeting, a special greeting to all participants, to the Vice President and Chancellor who was with us this morning, to the Procurator General of the Nation, to Dr. Tim Hennings, that I just actually read here, the Chief Deputy Ambassador of the UK here in Colombia, Mr. Pierre Lapac, the representative of UNODC in Colombia, to Dr. Reinaldo Garcia Gonzalez, the president of CIMS, that is here with us today, virtually and through the computer, General Carlos Rodriguez, the Inspector General of the Police, and to all members here, all participants that are here with us today, this morning, in the commemoration in this day of fight against corruption. My duty today is a matter of pride to present the results of an excellent task that we have actually developed hand in hand with UNODC and the British Embassy. A task that we are all convinced that is going to generate a change, a transcendental change in this fight against corruption and in the prevention of the risk of corruption. Why? Because it refers to one of the focus that for decades have impacted Colombia, which is drug trafficking. And that, as we're going to show, it is a generator of that corruption risk in such a way that this study, done with all the structure, seriousness, and enforcement of investigative techniques, allows us to focalize in each one of the public institutions that have a participation or have a jurisdiction in any part of the links of that value chain of the drug trafficking. What is the risk? What is the cause of the risk? And what is the measure or the corrective factor that we need to adopt for it not to continue latent, that threat, that risk, and so that our institutions close that door of corruption. We then consider, and that's how we have foreseen it, and we have worked against corruption, because for us, it is in due time the moment to tackle this problem, and especially the relationship of it with drug trafficking. That is how it is foreseen from the Directorate of the National Government of the President, Ivan Duque Marquez, and the Vice President and Chancellor Marta Lucía Ramírez, and also it is within our national plan, action plan, and our development plan 2018-2022. And above all, it is a commitment that likewise it is foreseen from the final peace agreement, where that framework of implementation is recognized, that dreadful relationship between drug trafficking as one of the corruption factors, and as a consequence, this commitment, we are fulfilling it today, fully convinced that the result that we're going to obtain, and we're certain that we're going to obtain it from the Secretary of Transparency with the support of the British Embassy, with the support of UNODC, we structured this strategy that was launched the 24th of March of this year. This strategy is focused towards identifying the main corruption risks associated with drug trafficking and implementing the controls to avoid corruption. And here, co-responsibility is an essential factor for the success of this task. In order for us to fight against corruption, this co-responsibility in the enforcement, the full enforcement of the duties of each one of the authorities is going to allow us to strengthen the institutional capacities, capabilities, so that we can have greater transparency and the collaborative relating with the citizens, as well as the prevention of corruption. In this strategy, we have a clear methodology. We developed initially, and we are developing it in 3 stages. First, a diagnosis of how it is and how does corruption manifest itself within the value chain system of drug trafficking. We identified each one of the links, each one of the processes that actually are part of this system of this drug trafficking value chain, the authorities that intervene with their jurisdiction in each one of those leaks, and we understood from the national territory and from the subnational territories there in the field with each one of the institutions and the public officials in charge of their respective jurisdictions, how is being represented, what is the characterization, what is the body of that risk. In the second phase, we identified, as of then, we analyzed the risk, the main risks that are being generated in that relationship. And in the third stage, we are, as of the identification of those causes, we are therefore formulating the guidelines about the controls that one must have focused directly to each one of them, so they can be precise, and so that this act or action is not just left in just a general policy that is difficult to enforce by each one of the institutions. No, the first stage allowed us to determine the macro processes of the drug trafficking system, and we identified the macro process of production, of trafficking, of commercialization, marketing of illicit drugs. And we identified also the main players, the institutional players that have an impact or duties associated with the control of drug traffickers, with combating drug traffickers. And we concluded that there are, in essence, and mainly 14 institutions on which we needed to have a priority of the actions. In the diagnosis, we also had the possibility to conclude that the social inequity, the lack of satisfying basic needs, and the absence of a sustainable policy for farming in the territories that were of interest, which are the greatest drug producers, constitutes not only a lack of opportunity, but also a driver for organized crime and for corruption. From that diagnosis of data value systems, we started stage number 2 of the strategy, reviewing the anti-corruption plans of each one of the institutions, the plans to cater to citizens' requests, and the heat maps
que la mayoría de
of
actores
corruption that the majority of institutional players did not have identified the corruption risks associated with drug trafficking within their control systems and within their administrative system. Therefore, obviously, we structured a working plan with each one of these institutions that are prioritized, so that through these technical working tables that we carry out, we identify from them the risks, that we characterize or profile them, and that above all, that we identify the causes of such corruption. We carried out around 5 technical working tables with each one of these institutions. It was a task that was done fully aware in details until we managed to conclude and identify 94 risks of corruption in each one of those 14 institutions, and only of the national realm. Obviously, the tasks would be replicated likewise regionally, meaning provincially in the mayor's office. We like to highlight the activities that we identified as the highest risk and the institutions that will have a more leading role in each one of these macro processes in the production. In the first macro process of production, and here I wish to give our special recognition to the task performed with each one of these institutions. We found in the first level the National Police of Colombia as a fundamental player in controlling the risk of this macro process of production. the Prosecutor General of the nation, the Colombia's Air Force, Colombia's National Army, the Navy, the national funds of drug traffickers from the health sector, the DIAN Customs Office, the Fiscal and Taxing Police, POLFA, and in the macro process of trafficking, we found as players, as fundamental players in these institutions nationally, the National Police, the Prosecutor General's Office, the Colombian Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Customs Bureau with the POLFA, there's Migration Colombia, as well as the Civil Aviation Authority. In the macro process of marketing, we find the Prosecutor General's Office, the National Police, and with the POLFA. In the macro process of illicit money, we found likewise the National Police of Colombia, the Prosecutor General's Office, the Air Force of Colombia, the SAIS, which is the Financial Intelligence Unit, UIAF, the DIAN with the POLFA, and the SAE. I would like to particularly mention and call, because from the task that is coming from each one of us in these institutions nationally, we are going to achieve or manage to enforce clearly the controls as of this study that we presented. What are the general risks? There are some across-the-board risks, the possibility of receiving or requesting any type of bribes or benefits on one's behalf or for third parties pursuant to not to report the existence of illicit crops in an specific area, or likewise, the possibility of receiving or requesting any type of benefit or bribe on one's behalf or for third parties pursuant to admit and or to alter the anti-narcotics control to avoid findings of illicit activities. Also, in the third level, do we find here that possibility of requesting bribes for one's own benefit or for benefit of third parties to not report inconsistencies when their merchandise is being dispatched, and also the possibility of requesting or providing their for own benefit or third-party benefits pursuant to altering the information of assets received in order to affect productivity. So what do we seek? What are the steps that we should follow with the identification of the risks of corruption derived from this system of drug trafficking value chains? We started the mitigation plan that it is made up of 3 components. The first, general recommendations. The second, specific controls to each risk of corruption of each one of the institutions. And the third, to structure the roadmap that will conclude with the issuance of the administrative acts corresponding to make obligatory or enforceable the controls that are made there. To date, we have actually come up with the general recommendations, and on that, and on the risks of corruption, we hope to have new technical working tables with each one of the institutions prioritized to validate the specific controls in respect of the risks identified, and to be able to finish with a roadmap geared towards the public institutions with jurisdictions, so that we implement the controls, we formulate them and adopt them, the improvement processes, each one of them. Finally, I want to highlight that this strategy is going to mean changes in the processes, the procedures, and in the way that each one of the public officials behaves in respect of having some responsibility based on this control. I would like to state that it's going to be clearly stated and it's going to demand an entire set of implementation and also an adjustment of behavior, which is the most important for its success. And there we have Rita. Rita, that network that the vice president was mentioned, there's of transparency officers through which we're going to irrigate and to encourage the adequate implementation of controls. Obviously, the articulation with all the dependencies of each one of the institutions, with the offices of internal controls, with the offices of planning, and with the chiefs of each one of the offices or dependencies in charge of the corresponding process. I would like to take advantage, therefore, for the opportunity to thank all the participating institutions in this strategy, this work that we have been doing in the organization of the UN Against Drugs and UNODC, for the British Embassy, who have been key in achieving the goals of this strategy pursuant to recovering the people's trust in the institutions and in the Colombian state, a topic that is so needed in order to have all on this co-responsibility, we actually prevail in consolidating transparency, preventing corruption, and generating development and equality for all. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a la señora Beatriz Elena
We
Londoño.
are thankful for the words of Mrs. Londoño, Secretary of Transparency International, for her intervention. I will start the first discussion panel, corruption as the facilitators of the dynamics of drug trafficking. The goal of this panel is to know what is the interaction between corruption and drug trafficking under a technical snapshot of strategic players of the different sectors. This panel would be moderated by Jorge Adriano Moreno Ponce, anti-corruption consultant of the UNODC's of drugs in Colombia, UNODC, to whom I'd like to introduce. Mr. Moreno Ponce is a lawyer, a specialist in public management and in penal law, as well as a magister's in political studies and international studies. He has been a consultant, a university professor, and he has actually focused his work in topics that are associated to public policy, compliance officer, prevention of crime, criminal policy, transparency, a fight against corruption, and a culture of legality, amongst others. Mr. Moreno Ponce, please.
Bueno, muy buenos días para todos.
Right, good morning to all. I would like to firstly extend a warm greeting to all the people who accompany us this morning from the Marriott Hotel, being here, and those people that are connected through the different platforms that have been enabled for this gathering. For me, it is a pleasure to be the moderator of this first scenario summit in this special day. But perhaps more than gratitude is actually a privilege to have the opportunity to share the panel with the people that I am about to introduce, that unequivocally, I am sure they're going to give a very interesting view in respect of this work that the Secretary of Transparency has presented, and in respect of each one of us that actually has come here in the interventions. Have actually given some strokes as to what is the exercise has been made. Now, concretely speaking, it's a relationship between corruption and drug trafficking. Without further ado, considering that we are off a bit in the agenda, I'm going to proceed and introduce our guest speakers. Firstly, I wish to invite Mr. Siana Angut, the chief of the program to fight the illicit activities in in Colombia. Mr. Wood is a lawyer with more than 10 years experience with the national realm, international law, human rights, public international law, and he is specialized in issues of organized crime, anti-corruption, illicit financing, programming, and he has actually worked since 2019 in the fight against illicit economy from the program to fight illicit economies of the British Embassy in Colombia. Welcome, sir. Also with us, Mrs. Sandra Jimena Martinez, the director of the program Initiatives with Political Systems and State of the Corporation Transparency for Colombia, a political science specialist from the Andes University with masters in that same university and a specialist in democracy and electoral regimes of the University Sergio Arboleda. In the Corporation Transparency for Colombia, she has led a fight against corruption and transparency and rendering of accounts of the political electoral process with an emphasis in financing of politics, of politicians, and experts in methodology and practice based on deliberative democracy to promote citizens' participation, speaking with authorities, and the incidents when drafting public policy. Also with us, Lieutenant Colonel Yolima Parada Pineda, Sub-Chief of Criminal Investigation of the National Police of Colombia, a professional in criminal studies, criminal investigation, specialist in security, integral securities, and forensic sciences, and evidence gathering. She has worked for 15 years in the Anti-Narcotics Division as a criminal investigator, and she's the Chief of Investigations of Chemical Precursors and drugs, as well as against organized crime. For 5 years, she has worked as the chief of the investigative unit in the fight against smuggling, contraband, and money laundering. Dr. Sandra, welcome, Colonel. Finally, we have Mr. Gildardo Vanegas, the chief of the Cauca University. Gildardo Vanegas is a magister in political studies, a doctor in sociology, a professional faculty member of political science. As you have seen and known, we have had a variety of guests since now we have actually done the initial presentation of the objective of this conversatory is to gather a bit the view of the dynamics, corruption, drug trafficking from the different perspectives, a bit over the institutional perspective per se. So, without further ado, before initiating the development of this conversatory, simply I want to mention, as of the different interventions that we have had today, is a conclusion that we can actually have from this intervention and the presentation that Beatriz Londoño did in respect of the strategy of the project. The corruption strategy in face of drug trafficking has clearly identified the existence of scenarios that are sensitive to corruption within the framework of the value system of drug trafficking. Next, we will mention that drug trafficking, understood as a values chain system, has a whole set of players, scenarios, in respect of which this type of projects or these type of strategies that are being pursued from the national government cannot be left with that integral view that we want to give it through the different projects that we are handling. Keeping in mind as a preamble this tiny introduction, my initial question will become associated with this, and it's this: from the perspective of you guys, from the different scenarios that are coming here to be developed in the different strategies around these problems, which ones do you consider could be the main challenges that would enable us to tackle or mitigate this relationship, this dynamic, corruption, drug trafficking? So I don't know if initially someone wants to start with the first word, or do we start on the right? I just simply want to clarify in respect of the methodology. As I mentioned, this relatively for matters of agenda, we're a bit overdue in time, so we're going to reduce the intervention to 2-3 minutes and not in the time that we had stipulated before. Thank you very much. Right, thank you, Jorge, and good morning to all. For me, it's a pleasure to share this panel with the distinguished guests and allow me to please, I beg your benevolence with my mistakes when speaking in Spanish. I think that I'm going to be speaking for an hour and a half, so keeping in mind the question, not thinking globally or internationally, and not talking of what the evidence or what the test is, how we can tackle these problems, these dynamics of corruption and drug trafficking. And I think that there are two things that are important. The challenges are several ones, and I imagine that my colleagues will share the same of the local context in Colombia, but keeping in mind this global vision, I would say that there are two things. One is we have to keep this knowledge of this local context. The good thing about that, the Secretary of Transparency, as you mentioned, what this report actually is to have a profound understanding of what is happening in a local context throughout Colombia. While corruption has a global reach, an international reach, the origin many a times is local, and we have to preserve this part. If we're going to have a new strategy, we need to maintain this vision. That is one of the interesting parts that I think that we have learned from other projects and other perspectives in the world. The second would be that we have to maintain also the trust amongst our institutions and within the institutions, something that is very important in this project and this initiative. It's the opportunity to establish working tables, opportunities to communicate between the different institutions without the level within this ones. We're going to request an opportunity to coordinate it with this phenomenon. So I am going to leave those two issues on the table. Is trust between the different institutions and the local context. That would be the two things I left. Thank you very much. Sandra? Right, thank you very much and good morning to all. Thank you very much for this invitation. I think that it's been a morning that has been very challenging in as far as the progress that they have mentioned in matters of fighting corruption, and this one in particular. How do we join the agendas of fighting drug trafficking and so on? I want to concentrate this intervention more down to earth from the perspective of knowledge that we have in Transparency for Colombia as a civil society organization that has led for more than 20 years the different initiatives in fighting corruption. And I think that here, the first point to keep in mind is that particularly every time that we make a review as to which are the biggest problems in the nation, corruption is time and time again as one of the biggest problems that we have. But hand in hand with this is evidently the problems that we have of drug trafficking in our country for decades. It has been the fuel, one of the big fuels to preserve the armed conflict in Colombia, and actually was included in the peace agreement because it was evident that relationship there. So keeping this in mind, I think that the first things to evidence these challenges is that it is necessary to go more in depth in the analysis and the understanding of the symbiotic relationship between corruption and drug trafficking. For us, Transparency in Colombia is meant as a challenge to move the barriers to how we're understanding corruption, to understand that corruption generates harms that are directly associated with the breach of certain human rights, fundamental human rights, and that aside from that, there are some victims that are invisible. And then on the other hand, we begin to understand that corruption works not as an end goal per se, although in certain cases it says that the agreement or the opaqueness of manipulating power and so on has an end goal to have the traditional definition of corruption. It's not really like that. Corruption is becoming a means and to facilitate other criminal activities, being drug trafficking, one of the perhaps most serious for Colombia. But we could be talking, for example, of the affectation to the environment that is also associated with other activities, with criminal activities. So I think that here is very important to understand this relationship, to go more in depth in this. So I think that you join really the criminality of corruption there's with drug trafficking, a vicious circles that ends up affecting, on the one hand, the access to power and the exercise of power. And when we're speaking of the access to power, it was mentioned there this morning, the process for the elections, the financing of campaigns, the cooptation of voters, and so on. All of these crimes that actually hinder the participation of equity and transparency in the processes. And this relationship, which is harmful, ends up being an encouraging factor of this vicious circle. And then the other one was the affectation of the institutionality. It weakens the capabilities of the exercises of the institutions, whether nationally or locally. I think that here, just to retake a bit of Kleinen, is saying it's important to have that vision from the territorial aspect. Perhaps many of the exercises that we do has been a very challenging and an invitation to think through, to ponder, because nationally we have to do there because the data is actually generated from the national areas, from the territories. It has to have a challenge with institutional capacity that the really institution have in the municipalities, so that really these type of strategy actually have the expected effect. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra. Precisely in respect of the intervention that you just made, if we were to check a bit of this context as how the dynamics have been of the different policies that have been implemented throughout the past decades, one realizes that although it is true that drug trafficking has been like the common element of the different scenarios, only till now have they actually tackled that context with what is conflict, violence, lack of security, corruption as a triggering factor, a detonator, and vice versa, as you just said, in a symbiotic relationship of the issue of drug trafficking per se. And something that was mentioned also, Luciana, is the importance of that territorial focalization of the different strategies and projects, territorially speaking, because when one goes out to the countryside, in the tourist series, there are always policies from the national realm, but doesn't adjust to a territorial reality. So we're not going to be hitting really what we wish to there, which is to tackle from the grassroots, from the territorial aspect. Thank you very much, Dr. Asante. Colonel, a bit there to having interrupted you. Well, thank you very much. Also, I wish to emphasize that from my position, my greatest challenge in terms of corruption and their relationship with drug trafficking, definitely I share the position of my colleagues, is the issue of consolidating the legitimacy of institutions, seeing that legitimacy as that capacity, that faculty to perform properly the civil duties, not only the matter of powers, but also the credibility of peoples in our institutions. Although there are certain public officials actually perform badly or dishonorably, institutions cannot lose their credibility. Our institutions, state institutions, well, seek to have really an act that is integral in society institutions. And we who are part of those institutions, we are acting based on the respect to liberty and in respect to dignity of each one of our citizens. Likewise, another point is that we cannot see corruption, we cannot measure corruption. Regrettably, is something is unmeasurable. The consequences, the facts, the factors are totally unmeasurable, and we do not manage to have a dimension of what traits to corruption leads in the educational sector and health. Our colleagues were saying in terms of the environment, it is something that is totally incalculable. Really, it's something to assess and to measure, and that is if the corruption and drug trafficker are only the problem in society. I think that we should go more in terms of a moral issue and an issue of our culture of not being permissible and not to tolerate the corruption acts. there is not a small act of corruption and a big act of corruption. No, absolutely, one small as it may be, very probably is going to leave some impact on harmful impact on society, and is this that's where we as public workers should do. The motto that we see here that we speak of that is it's a right and it's also a challenge. I mean, not only should we focus on that, we should focus there on the duty that we must have as citizens to file claims of any act of corruption, not to be tolerant with those acts. Thank you very much, Colonel. Dr. Hildardo, who has been accompanying us here during a good chunk of all the exercises that we have pursued within the framework of the project of the strategy, anti-corruption strategy, and who has a very interesting view in respect of one of those detonators in this relationship, corruption, drug trafficking. Yes, please, yeah. Please, thank you. Thank you very much. I just finished an investigation where I rebuilt the history of drug trafficking in the Valle del Cauca province. And when the large organizations consolidated them in the years of 1950s, when they begin to consolidate in 1950s, and by going through in the sweep there of the different generations of criminal organizations, as I call them, as of a work of document review and an ethnographic review, interviews tied directly to the drug trafficking business, I have found that no criminal is successful unless they collude with authorities and unless they, in that sense, what we're lacking in respect of challenges is to have a greater knowledge of how illegal economies work. I think that it's easy to say easy things about drug trafficking. It's easy to highlight the common there's when you do the investigation locally, and then we have in the city that we have when you go from the north of the Valle del Caño, where you the coffee region, rebuilding all of this, all these stories, one discovers that in all these criminal actions, the bridges with the police, with the public officials of the mayor's office and so on, that point which is that frequent and problematic is not worked enough, and sometimes actually they put the limelight where it should not be there. I think that we should have there a better understanding of how illegal economies work. So, for example, with the impressive change here that has to do with the tipping over to the internal markets of drugs, the problems of micro trafficking that are affecting now Buenaventura, Cali, Jamundí, areas of the coffee region. They have a totally different challenge that the large organizations posed in the 90s. These are some organizations that are different, which have an operational or a modus operandi that is totally different. And after the value chain of drug trafficking, that I think that is really a good idea to consider to be able to determine the different instances. And then we see that when these illegal economies change, you have to necessarily change the mechanisms of intervention against those illegal economies. That's one aspect. To know drug trafficking better, to know how those illegal economies work. And the second aspect has to do necessarily with the strengthening of the democratic state. That is a key element. And of course, an institution like the police is absolutely fundamental, as was being able to do evidence in the different four large analysis of the system. The police has to play a key role. I want to point out only one aspect. So that the first arrest, the first seizure of drugs that is actually done in the Valle del Cauca province is the 14th of February of 1969 when the police captures Oscar Hector Otier, an Argentinian citizen with 6 kilograms of cocaine in a Cali hotel. And that fact allowed them to identify the surgeons of drug trafficking trade and the articulation of the large drug trafficking organizations that were just starting off their businesses that they're going to consolidate after the 70s. And there, once again, the relationship with authorities were key in the growth of those illegal organizations. Thank you very much, Dr. Hidalgo. Unequivocally, something that mentioned here, the tackling of this relationship of corruption, drug trafficking, from the standpoint of the value system of drug trafficking, has enabled one or the majority of authorities in Colombia, although this is a new concept we have been working for some time now, by the different institutions headed by the Prosecutor General's office and other institutions associated with these problems. But additionally, aside from permitting us how to understand this entire dynamics of corruption, drug trafficking has enabled us really to go more in depth the relationship that we have with the private sector, because many a times when we speak of these topics, we actually focus in the public institutions and we forget an issue that is in vogue, which as a fundamental player in the relationship of drug trafficking, and this is from the start of its components, and it's the private sector. And within the framework of this dynamic that you have there, when you have the panelists, how do you think you can actually, the private sector, how can they contribute in the scenario of a prevention or mitigation of that relationship, corruption, drug trafficking? I would like to initially start for this question with Sandra, please.
Gracias, Jorge. Yo quisiera hacer
Thank you, Jorge. I would like to make another proposal and answer it from civil society perspective. Did you find it? Yes, I find, because I think that clearly we all have a role to play specifically, but I think from the civil society we have a very important challenge that we mentioned before, and one of them has to do with being players that are protagonists in controlling their accountability and to filing claims and so on. I would like to change the focus because of this, because there's an element that was mentioned here, and it was mentioned this morning, has to do for the guarantees for filing claims of corruption as well as drug trafficking. And here, I think it applies for the private sector, the question, because really we are way back in guaranteeing this channel of filing these claims that is necessary to pursue them. Obviously, the private sector has other issues that they have developed and very probably could actually continue to grow, and that's what you have the anti-corruption statute there. But these measures says that we have here, we have a huge void in as far as channels for filing claims and to pronounce and to protect whistleblowers. And here we have one, that the protection that is there for these corruption claims is still there, and that chapter was taken out from the text of the discussion of the reform of the Anti-Corruption Institute. How can civil society contribute? Well, actually, they can request information, they can have access to quality information to file claims and so on. And then we have an effective, active ones in this phenomena, but in the absence of this protection for the whistleblower, then we have a problem. We have a very important challenge that we can guarantee this protection there's to whistleblowers of corruption. There we have, and another important challenge that we have is to file a claim against corruption. We can actually file claims against criminal activities, but determine where is the corruption component. That's a different matter, because it moves really in another realms where there's a lot of secrecy there's a mixture of legal and illegal factors, and this symbiosis makes it very difficult that the citizens can identify. And then we have to put the burden of proofs in a report on a claim on the citizens. Actually, it's difficult, especially for what you're asking is to file claims against corruption. So I think that the contribution really is to be far more active and to be very attentive to the information generated, and that we act also in a responsible manner when it's necessary, and also making decisions. There can be some players that can be involved in this value chain, but it's necessary to generate these conditions and these mechanisms in order to carry out this activity. Thank you very much.
Pues yo pienso que, y soy en ese contexto, pues uno de los...
In particular, in this context, I think that I'm one of the ones that believe in strengthening the issue of the channels of how to file claims, but even more of their having the channel, there's the channels there can be available, but that they work with the end goal that they should have. And this should also come associated with the protection of the whistleblowers, because the channel may work, the channel may fulfill its role, but if we, from the context of these dynamics, do not guarantee the protection to the whistleblower, then we're not going to have the end goals in our scenarios that are so sensitive, like the one that we're touching in today, which is the relationship of corruption and drug trafficking.
Le concedo ahora el uso de la palabra, coronel.
Gracias. Pues
I
haciendo...
would like to hand over the mic to you, Colonel. Yes, but strengthening these communication channels, precisely from the National Police, we are opening venues, channels, so that we can have a better interaction with the private sector. The private sector plays a very important role in fighting corruption. In each one of the systems, we see not only as to how
actividades ilícitas,
public institutions invest in this, but also private companies involved in this, and that's why we're getting there. And we're having citizen security fronts of companies and so on, so that we can have a better set of information about acts of corruption or illicit activities, and two, generating awareness of best practices at companies in each one of them, and of actions against special activities, especially money laundering, within our investigative processes.
como en cada uno de los sistemas del narcotráfico.
We have observed how in each one of the drug trafficking systems, we have immersed someone from the private sector. And that is why we wish to generate not only that task from the prevention side,
La importancia y el rol que ellos juegan en la lucha contra la corrupción, el
letting the
narcotráfico.
private people know what a key role they play in fighting drug trafficking and fighting illicit trade, but also how from their work, from the private sectors and from the different institutions of supervision, and there's we can apply different precautionary measures pursuant to fighting the yields of the illicit economy. We cannot be listing theirs in blocking the export of drugs, and so we have to attack finances, we have to attack the yields, we have to attack the profits, we have to attack with what the organizations wish to achieve is to make money, and that's where we have to get there. That is why the strategy is that of the National Police, of the Anti-Narcotics Division, and the POLFA is actually to fight those criminal finance. It's actually to uproot that financial motivation that those organizations have and how they manage to permeate the different institutions.
De raíz, esas finanzas realmente estamos haciendo un trabajo.
When we tackle those finances down to the nitty-gritty, we're being effective against those criminal organizations.
Simplemente complementar lo que ha mencionado.
Just to complement what the Colonel has just said, in the sense that precisely within the framework of the projects that they have been working by the Secretary of Transparency, the British Embassy and UNODC, we have identified two vital macro processes within the value chain of drug trafficking, and that is the macro process of production and the macro process of illicit funds, where they have great impact or great relevance.
Las diferentes dinámicas en los procedimientos, tanto en el tema de...
I mean, the private sector does, whether in trafficking or deviating precursor chemicals and so on. And additionally, that's very much so, the Colonel has mentioned there, in the issues of illicit funds. We consider that from the scenario of this type of projects or strategies, we were to tackle, these two macro processes, we would be hitting hard the relationship of corruption, drug trafficking, because perhaps when one sees these problems out in the field, out in the territories,
en territorio, el macroproceso de
nationally seen one way, but in the territories, that production and trafficking and distribution has a great impact in the territories, because that's where you have all these matters of precursor chemicals and deviation of substance. That's where it does. Dr. Hidalgo, please, the mic is yours.
Hay un libro que desapareció de las bibliotecas que se llama
There
Confesiones
is a book that is no longer in the library, it's the Confessions of a Library. It was thanks of the criminals that actually that book disappeared. That book gathers the confessions of a member of the illicit organization of the Valle del Cauca that actually collaborated with the DA and the Colombian justice systems. And there he mentions there's of a large number of companies
dineros del narcotráfico y que trabajaron con los
that took
narcotraficantes.
in drug trafficking money and worked with the drug traffickers in the 90s. And I mentioned that because I do not share that there's a subculture of illegality. I think that we should not consider the illegals as that actually have or are part of something that we could call like a subculture. I think that just as we speak of the relationship with the authorities, we actually, private companies are strongly associated with
El narcotráfico, hay una gran cantidad de empresas y una gran cantidad de empresarios en el caso
drug
del-
trafficking money. There are many number of companies and many large managers that participate in drug deals. Gilberto Rodriguez spoke of something that was called the Cooperative Association, where company owners in the Valle del Cauca participated with monies in the shipments of drugs abroad. So I think that there is a tie
muy importante con las actividades del narcotráfico.
of the private sector with drug trafficking activities, and there within that framework of that system value chain, it has to be also admitted this type of affirmation that Jorge commented this, that we started speaking there, that statement there's are of course very uncomfortable, and that's why in my prior intervention that one of the conditions, the basic conditions to tackle the relationship drug trafficking and corruption is to know and to be able to speak from knowledge that one obtains in the investigative processes.
Los mecanismos de lavado solo son posibles con la vinculación de
So therefore, the money laundering activities are only viable through companies, and there we have systems, security systems, and investigative ones of the system have knowledge about those matters, and perhaps one would have to go more in depth in those investigative process to file the claims, to have the sanctions. And it's interesting when one checks back all press releases in the Valle del Cauca,
de empresarios que participaban junto con los
and one
ilegales
sees the great number of company owners that participated with a bunch of initiatives, sports activities, cultural activities of these people. They didn't have any social sanctioning. And while the names of those people tied to those what today are in the press, in the yellow press, because time has passed by, and the only one that we recognize as accountable ones of everything that happened are the legal ones, and not these society doesn't sanction also those who have collaborated with the criminal institutions.
Los nombres son las menciones, nomás les coloco un solo ejemplo.
The
Las-
names and those who mentioned the 12,000 members that were part of the horse racing track of Del Valle when they built it in Cali. There you can have a good chunk of all the large company owners of Valle del Cauca. They very well knew, they probably say no, or that at that time the people that were leading that initiative, they had not been evidenced their relationship with organized crime. But it really draws one's attention because, I mean, it is something that is public. Yes, I mean, the 1,200 partners there's of that initiative. So I think that society has to build these very strong criteria of rejecting illegality, of rejecting monies of illicit origin, especially recognizing the tragedy that is associated with them. Juan Carlos Ramírez Abadía, who was a witness in his trial against Chapo Guzmán, in documents that are not well known here in Colombia, he stated that to be successful in this, you have to be violent enough. So, I mean, it's not just drug money, it's capacity to live with a lot of companies and peoples, but also the great capacity of violence. So many times there are many people that are forced to receive drug trafficking money because they're threatened or their families are threatened, and we have not had, in terms of the claims, any mechanisms, or there were no mechanisms in order for those people to actually seek the protection of the agencies of the state. Thank you very much, Dr. Gildardo. In respect of this last point that you just mentioned, we have identified the need so many times the public official that is corrupt, but we never look as to what was the other type of corruption that could be behind that situation.
Una corrupción activa y una corrupción pasiva.
Active corruption or passive corruption, also seeking there to see if there are public officials that are honest, but because of circumstances like you just mentioned, of threats, of constraints, where they tell you, if you don't do this, the life of your family is actually there, and regrettably, they actually have to give in to these type of corruption situations. It's also important, really, that the state, that from these investigations, optics, and strategies and policies, they actually tackle those scenarios, because it's always the tendency to mention the public official as corrupt, but we don't really look there about the other dynamic that one can have in corruption within the framework, in particular, of this relationship, corruption and drug trafficking, that in reality, the dimensions that they have there are at times just simply surprising. And now, in order to close this round of questions, Beatriz Londoño was mentioning, let's just say, like one of the causes of the strategy that is being managed of the anti-corruption strategy is actually the peace agreement in its point number 4 that determined the need to do a judicious study about the relationship between corruption and drug trafficking, and the way in which, as of the corruption risk, one can prevent or mitigate. Within the framework of that scenario, I would like to ask you if that, under the optics of the prior 2 questions, how do you think one can contribute, the peace agreement can contribute, and these new scenarios that we have for Colombia in the mitigation of that relationship between corruption and drug trafficking? And I would like to give the possibility that whoever wants to take the mic can do so. I think that the relationship is symbiotic. It's essential that we try to tackle here the corruption associated with drug trafficking and other phenomena in order to support Colombia, bring peace and security to all of its citizens throughout the territory. Any part is actually negotiable, and the challenge that Colombia had to face while it was negotiating those peace agreements, there was a need to tell or to understand the drug trafficking phenomena that actually worked not as a facilitator but as a driver of the conflict. And they continue to say that the corruption is actually a driver for drug trafficking, but it's also a driver for the conflict. And I think that that is why this point 4 came out there, because this report came out and this strategy came out, and that's why point number 4 was included. And from my perspective, there's and from the perspective of the British government, all of them are tied, these different phenomena. And we're not going to bring there to regional offices in Colombia that we're going to face the drug trafficking there and even their ties with corruption. Right, thank you very much.
Yo quisiera
I would like to kind of tackle this question of what has to do with the peace agreement with all of this. I'll give you some figures that associate a bit the territorial ones that they're telling you that you're telling us about transparency through Colombia. There is an exercise, a monitor that actually maps corruption in the country as of press releases in the different medias and taking different open sources and so on. And from that exercise, we found that 75 facts that we found that they were associated of drug trafficking with corruption. But I want to mention here is that one of the elements that we kept in mind here is that on the one side, where are those corruption acts that be there? So who are the players? 25 of those there's actually tied members of the public force, 28 of those acts are actually tied members of the judicial branch, members of the prosecutor's office, and 30% of the cases tied companies of the private sector. This from the national, the territorial, but what we did was actually to contextualize it a bit to what happened in those territories where those reports were being made, that were being done from the different sources. And it's actually very interesting to see that more than 1/4 of the facts that we were analyzing, they're actually in territories that are called territories that have been silenced. Those are the territories that are most affected by the armed conflict and because of the absence of the presence of the state. And these are the territories where you have not had press, you don't have freedom of the press, you don't have the state, the political rights, you cannot exercise it because they have been co-opted by the armed players. And there are some drug traffickers and criminal gangs that have replaced all sort of institutions that you have within the state in those territories. And when you begin to advance in this process of terminating the conflict, it was necessary to tackle all those other problems that were associated because it was actually the fuel that actually kept the conflict going. It was drug trafficking that actually gave the fuel. So those were necessary to do that. But here, one has to understand the peace agreement and the progress of the implementation plan in a more integral manner, because to tackle this line is not going to solve the problems. It is to focus on the eradication of the crops when we don't have other forms of generating revenues to guarantee the means. So the little profit that you may have there for changing the crop of poppy to tomatoes actually doesn't go into intermediary because there's no roadway, they don't have all those conditions that the product can't get to market or someone else take a bigger cut and so on. So the strategy has to focalize on a specific terms. And this is a big problem that one has to break up so that one can chew it out, but we can't do it as a progress like that, because the progress in the peace agreement actually is associated in the changes in those conditions in those territories where I tell you that seeing the data that we are analyzing, where we have the armed conflicts, like the repercussions that were more dear and more complex for our country. Thank you very much, Sandra. Precisely within the framework of this project, an issue that has been like a backbone for this exercise that we have had is something that we call the issues of vulnerabilities. And it goes very much hand in hand with what you so successfully have just mentioned, because no sense is being made with implementing strategies and different dynamics in respect of drug trafficking if we don't see everything that happens in the environment. So this is something that we actually highlight of this project, but it was not something that was left behind, but is actually of the essence of the backbone that we have denominated as vulnerabilities as the territorial view of the problems per se. Colonel, please. Yes, I would like to emphasize also in the activities that my institution has actually performed in and around guaranteeing the compliance of this peace agreement. Not to go all that further, in the year 2021, we had a historic seizure in terms of cocaine seizures, around 330 kilograms of cocaine chlorhydrate attacking of liquid and solid raw materials. We actually remove from the roads, from the um, rural roads. We took about more of 54,000 kilograms of solid ones, and barrels and barrels of liquid ones of these organizations, of some 187 assets with a value of about 6 billion pesos. We see that it is quite decisive, and it's been very effective, our strategy. But aside from that, and going back to the social side, it's actually how from our institution we actually have tools and means in order to guarantee the participation and the care of the community in the rural area. In this conflict, I think that has been one of the communities that has been most effective in terms of drug trafficking, and to permit as of this one that the other institutions of the state can actually get to these institutions so they can guarantee that they can improve the infrastructure, to improve education, to have the structural ones. Is actually a task that is really very valuable, that sometimes we cannot actually measure, but the police has been the representation of the state in these remote areas that have been breached basically and affected as a result of drug trafficking, of corruption, of illegal marketing of products and other illicit economies that only generate the breaking of our field. We spoke also as how the police is generating around, supporting and participating actively in the different goals of sustainable development as of 2030. And the doctor also said it here as to how we can take care of our field, of our environment, of our role. That actually plays a fundamental role to provide guarantees and to have good housing of these communities that are in the rural areas. So these aspects jointly with an objective access, impartial access to the justice system that enables them, that we actually provide some guarantees to develop them in an effective ways, these peace agreements. Thank you very much, Colonel. I want to highlight, therefore, of your intervention that really draws my attention that many a times when we see in the media there's these type of activities that go hand in hand with problems of the people and so on that actually live the situation of the relationship, corruption, drug trafficking. It's like we don't see them with the same impact as what it means there's a seizure or the arrest of a person. So I think it's actually very interesting that the role, the parallel role that is actually pursued, that should also be highlighted in these type of exercises, and not only just the punitive view or repressive view as a dynamic of a fight of corruption and drug trafficking. Dr. Gilberto. Why? Because my office of a professor in a university, although I work my research in the Valle del Cauca, I also work in the University del Cauca in Popayán, and I develop and I run the municipalities and the ones of there, and they're particularly effective there. And then of the illegal economies. Then I have actually been there, the illegal actors out of the peace process. And then the people, they took a bracelet there and they put another one. And then we have some very powerful players there in the north of the Cauca province. The Dagoberto Ramos is an organization, a criminal organization that is very powerful, and it is in respect of the police. There are some municipalities there where the police is literally in their barracks after 6 p.m. because they don't move through the roads or through the rural areas of the most distant municipalities, and the people, the inhabitants, assume some de facto regimes that after 8 p.m. they have to be in their homes, and they're pressing the peasant farmers for them to grow coca leaf. So there is a recomposition of the criminal players, there's a recomposition of the business, and the peace process actually generated some expectations as of the possibility of giving like certain benefits to those who are cultivating that coca. That resulted in having a growth in the crop, and of course, the intervention of the state has been absolutely inefficient. And one thing that one learns when one does investigation about illegal economies is that these organizations have a response that is far more effective and faster than the answer that the institutions actually offer. And in the most remote areas of our countries, the ones that I know, the municipalities of the mountain block in Colombia, in the Cauca province, in Balboa, Argel, and Tambo, which are particularly complicated and complex, they're not like any comment or any criticism that one is made about the police action without recognizing those territories. It's just stupidness. It's just our speculation. Actually, the task and that they actually face in these areas, they're enormous. And also the collaboration of people of the citizens there is very few and far between, because the role that criminal organizations perform actually generates a lot of fear. Then I think that the peace process, of course, is a significant progress. And I think that today, not to speak of the FARC, is an achievement, a historic achievement in the country. But I think that we have the challenge of conquering this country and stripping it away from the illegality. And of course, that there is a task of the security forces and so on, but also of the citizens. And that is a commitment, a collective commitment. And I think that we have to work a lot in a question that we're not going to work. And that is like, what are the responsibilities of academia, of the private sector? I think that we have to turn important these problems, because I think that there has been, as an author would say, Pierre Coudier, there is an interest in being uninterested in respect of these type of problems. And we have to put these problems, one, in the very heart of society, so that each one of us actually have the concern of making a better society and not leaving this exclusively under the responsibility of the authorities, and in this case, the ones that we have so many members of the police, there's of the police, not only, but I insist, of society as a whole. Thank you.
Gracias. Pues, doctor Gildardo.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Gildardo. On my account, we would be all day discussing this topic, because I think that it's a very interesting topic, where actually there are many questions, many concerns about the different dynamics of this scenario. And as we mentioned at the very beginning of the panel, regrettably, the agenda was shifted and so on, and that's why we have been having to kind of be on the go and to forget certain questions that we had prepared for this scenario. I would like to simply make some brief conclusions. I hope my memory does play tricks on me, and I'd say that as of the interventions that were made by our outstanding guest speakers, I will have three general conclusions. First is the importance of the vision of the territorial view, meaning the municipalities and out in the countryside, in fighting drug trafficking and corruption, because only then would we be able to understand what really appears in the other Colombian movement more above in the central one. When we tackle these type of problems, and unequivocally, if we were to have a territorial view, an input from the territories, from the field, logically the strategy that one would wish to implement, be this project or be another strategy, it would always have a focalization. As a second conclusion, I would say, and you have mentioned it, the importance that this participation takes in the private sector in scenarios that are sensitive to corruption. And in this measure, it is important that one designs pathway strategies that enable the private sector to be accountable for the role that they're playing in that scenario, corruption, drug trafficking, and from there one can identify the strategies and mechanisms to co-opt this type of relationship. And finally, unequivocally, the debt that is still pending within the framework of the expectation that one has associated with the peace process and anything that may come in respect of these territories affected by drug trafficking, and now increase furthermore by that relationship, corruption, drug trafficking, the expectation in respect of those vulnerabilities, and follow that trend of thought to think of a strategy, an integral strategy to prevent and to mitigate the relationship, corruption, drug trafficking, not only by components. Without that, I would just to say thank you very much to all guest speakers, to all the ones there that we have there, the people that are connected. For me, it's been a privilege to share this with you, and thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Muchas gracias a los panelistas y al moderador del primer espacio de discusión. Para el segundo
Thank you
panel.
very much for the panelists, for the discussion panel, for the second ones, and then we have the challenges for transparency and fighting against corruption in providing electric power to Colombia. I would like to introduce Alma Barcázar, and she will moderate this space. And then the ones that we have for the UNODC crimes. And she's a lawyer with the postgraduate studies with corporate law, and she studied in ethics and company compliance in the Ethic Resource Center of Washington, D.C. With more than 20 years of experience, and she has actually provided technical assistance to encourage governments and different company groups, the schemes of fulfillment and corporate integrity in Honduras, Ecuador, Colombia, Paraguay, and Brazil. And with the support of multilateral organizations like the OAS, the YAP of the European Union, JZ, and Transparency International. Alma, you have the mic.
Bueno, primero que todo.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank everyone who is accompanying us in this panel. I believe our time has moved over a little bit, but these interest topics like celebrating that in the commemoration of the Day Against Corruption, the United Nations, the UNODC have had this space to treat one of these cutting-edge topics as important as it is the challenges and transparency against the fight against corruption and the public services in Colombia. I would like to do some previous brief statements in the context way for the topic that we're going to be addressing. In first place, the rendering of public services and the transparency of public is known that the rendering of these services are quite associated to the quality of life, of citizens' quality of life, and to the great impact in the social and economical development of the country. Energy is transversal to any other sector of the economy and important to develop any type of industry. We have to consider that if we don't have energy, we do not have a future. In this sense, the convergency of caring for the public things reflected on what the citizens receive in the rendering of a service on one behalf, and the entrepreneurial dynamic that is necessary to inject efficiency and quality in the rendering of the same services or the services. It requires all the people, all the role players in this chain to have a commitment that is not with the value chain in a transparent and sustainable way for the sector. In the Colombian context, during the last several years, the rendering of the energy service is rendered in a free of competence sector where many public and private companies work, and specifically the electrical services have been increasing in the country, and today has a considerable weight in the economic structure. It is in the same manner that nowadays we speak about that the sector represents around 2.5% of the GDP in the country. And now the international review, and marked by the pandemic, in the world level, the energy sector is facing great challenges. It is known by all of you how, on a global level, we have been the costs of electrical energy are increasing by multiple factors associated to strong changes in the demand and supply of energy. In Colombia, as a matter of fact, we're announcing that in the following years to come, there will be a great increase in the fares, and the cost is related to the delay of Hidroituango and the entrance of the non-conventional energy sources. All this, of course, sets a more vulnerable setting for corruption, and therefore the stability of the markets related to the manipulation of prices or abuses in the function of the system itself. And for this, I have the pleasure to introduce our international level speaker or lecturer, Laura Risanti, who is going to make a general presentation from the global perspective. Laura, who is connected from her country, is accompanying us virtually. She is an expert in the energy sector with a very broad experience or background in the corporate and governmental matters. Her researches have based in cutting-edge topics like in regards to competencies or with actors who come from the European Union and state help and matters of economy and corruption. She has worked in complex and large projects in her country, which is Lithuania, as the cogeneration of high-efficiency biofuel plant in the project of the LNG terminal and the implementation of the nuclear energy plant in Lithuania. And welcome, Laura. Thank you for giving us your time and for accompanying us. We appreciate the occasion and opportunity to listen to your considerations in this very important panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me today. It is a great honor to participate in this amazing event dedicated for the International Anti-Corruption Day. I will introduce the global perspective of the corruption risks occurring at the energy sector and risk mitigating measures that need to be applied to combat this issue. Corruption is a phenomenon which is difficult to tackle and at the same time a problem we cannot afford to ignore. Scientific research has shown how severely corruption can affect the economy and society. It abolishes trust in public institutions and political processes, undermines competition and market functioning, negatively affects public budgets. Corruption can occur in any place, businesses, governments, across all sectors. It can involve any politician, government official, business people. Very often, corruption happens in the shadows, with the severe help from bankers, lawyers, business people, and most importantly, corruption transforms and evolves in response to changes in legislation or technologies resulting negative consequences to democracy, sustainability, economic growth, and even human rights. Corruption is no longer a topic of one country border. From foreign bribery to rigged public procurement or embezzlement, it is often being transnational and depends upon international financial system. It is therefore not a surprise that fighting corruption has become a priority in recent years. However, there's still a long way from declared intentions to concrete results. Energy sector is not an exception to this matter. Recent developments and boost of renewable energy, whereas governments take an obligation to increase the share of overall renewable energy capacity by offering the financing tools for the companies, contributes to the increased level of corruption. Given the energy industry usually operates under a tender process, the incentive to pay bribes is relatively high. For example, energy contracts are often long-term with a very large potential rewards. Therefore, individuals may perceive that the potential reward outweighs the risk of paying a bribe to win this contract. It is not always simple to identify the actions causing corruption, because some of them have the features of competition or public procurement law infringements, which are not investigated from the corruption perspective. Recognizing the international nature of energy sector, the utilities could be characterized as especially vulnerable to corruption due to large capital expenditures, the high level of government regulation, particular resource location, sometimes strong dependence on the sole external energy supplier due to technological or political reasons lead to the situation where corruption occurs. Often a country or region without proper interconnections or even the energy island has a single supplier of electricity or natural gas, and this supplier abuses such power, while there is no possibility for other market participants to enter the region. In that case, the dominant supplier imposes conditions offering much higher energy price. But this is often the case for competition law. What about the corruption? It is not very common perspective to evaluate the situation from the other side. The monopoly in electricity or natural gas might already be a result of a government decision, or there may be imposed other regulatory obstacles to enter and operate in the market. The corruption concept covers both public and private sectors. It could be classified into supply and demand side corruption. And energy sector is having the features of both due to the nature and significance of resources, the role of government and regulation in local and international economy. Corruption may result in a form of specific governmental regulations prohibiting private companies to implement the energy infrastructure projects. The pressure from stakeholders and private individuals could be exercised over this private project. The upstream utilities often operate in countries that are widely perceived to have high levels of corruption, while the existence of large natural resource projects can affect the level of demand-side corruption in a country, but other factors such as political and governmental decisions have an influence on the transparency process. In many cases, corruption is linked to other unlawful activities, such as price fixing, manipulation of tenders, money laundering, blackmailing, and fraud. public procurement is at the outset of energy sector and one of the risk factors, considering the possibility for undertakings to join the forces to compromise the lowest power to win the tender. Such situation in terms of competition law is called the bid rigging, which results the market foreclosure. Participants of tenders conclude horizontal agreements with clauses of price fixing, partitioning markets, disclosing or exchanging sensitive commercial information. However, these actions usually are not evaluated from the corruption side, and the assessment is often implemented from the competition or public procurement breaches. Some corruption risks occur when purchasing products or services from an undertaking depending heavily on the contract. The employees performing the procurement function might be offered a bribe by the undertaking in exchange for obtaining business. Many governments are involved in oil and gas industry through state-owned enterprises and joint ventures. These industries usually rely on services of third-party agents and consultants who assist companies in local countries. Some of them are working as lobbyists dealing with the governmental officials. Another type of issue is corruption in the governmental sector when implementing the energy infrastructure project. This case has its own specifics due to the bureaucracy procedures, delays of approvals, and adopted regulations favoring certain undertakings. For that reason, if the corruptive actions take place at the stakeholders level, this could result the severe damage to the project or even the project termination. Because government may adopt certain acts prohibiting private companies to implement certain projects or even set up impossible criteria mandatory for the development of the infrastructure facility. It is very difficult to deal with this type of corruption when it occurs at the highest political level. And for that reason, the full transparency should be implemented at all stages of project and to all related institutions, partners, and other associated parties and stakeholders. Access to essential infrastructure is a core element in energy sector. Trading the capacity rights is an important factor for competition analysis. In natural gas and electricity markets, the foreclosure is a concern, especially in cases of the long-term capacity bookings between owners of infrastructure and energy suppliers. In this case, the technical limitations to use a part of infrastructure with third parties justify the constraints for the trading of capacity rights. Without the access to essential infrastructure, services cannot be provided to customers. In cases when the infrastructure users are the operators of vertically integrated energy company, suppliers, restriction to competition may arise on an upstream, downstream, and even related markets. The major concern under these circumstances is that the rivals of the parties are foreclosed from accessing the related energy market because of the agreements. In such cases, the infrastructure, and in particular, the cross-border pipeline or interconnector, is of key importance for accessing the related energy markets. Energy islands have attracted growing attention due to the sites, which can be used for renewable energy generation, as well as improvement of local energy conditions. However, significant challenges exist in achieving fair distribution in the benefits and costs of developments located on islands, as well as engaging the local communities on proposals for these installations. Price regulation is another aspect for the corruption to occur. Monopolistic market model results the high state regulation and intervention, which is opposite to the competitive market conditions, sometimes even specifically favoring state-owned undertakings over the private companies. In particular, regulation of electricity price, which are set below the wholesale market price and offers subsidies for the state-owned companies to mitigate these losses, might also have indication of corruption activities behind. So what is missing to address corruption effectively? 6 elements: transparency, supervision, integrity, code of conduct, whistleblowing, and market liberalization. Transparency can be a safeguard against corruption and increase trust in decision makers and public institutions. At the utmost importance is not only the accessibility of the information, but also the understanding by the citizens. Political power needs to be exercised consistently in the public interest, independent from private interests. Governments should introduce registers that disclose the real owners of the companies. Beneficial ownership registers must be accessible to law enforcement, media, and the public in open data formats. The information in the register should be independently verified. Strong supervision. Countries should implement comprehensive anti-money laundering regimes through a stronger oversight and law enforcement. Weak supervision and lack of sanctions offer few incentives for gatekeepers to prevent or report the flow of potentially illicit funds. Commitment to integrity and awareness. The state-owned enterprise board should commit to creating and maintaining a culture of ethics and integrity throughout the organization. Also commit to a policy against corruption and to implement an anti-corruption program. The leadership should in clear manner demonstrate commitments to the anti-corruption policy and contributions to advancing the integrity culture of the organization. The accountability to stakeholders through transparency and public reporting is an essential factor battling the corruption. The codes of conduct. To mitigate the risks of different stakeholders and counterparties, corporate control and prevention programs, including codes of conduct, should be duly implemented at the organization level as well. The code of conduct helps to improve integrity management program involving accountability, education, communication, and monitoring. For the achievement of the corporate objectives complying with the laws and regulations, every employee should take the responsibility first. The key determinant in achieving organizational adherence to a code is training, monitoring, enforcement activities, which should be included in the corporate integrity management program. Whistleblowing. Whistleblowers play an essential role in exposing corruption. However, it is quite controversial as it may be difficult to reveal the corruption action when it is occurring at the highest political or organizational levels. To enhance the usage of this mechanism, the awareness and proper training should be provided at the organization. And most importantly, liberalization of markets by reducing state interventions. Corruption is closely related to the governmental interference, where market is not allowed to operate freely based on the supply and demand principles, where the market itself could dictate the rules without any favoritism. Liberalization of markets reducing governmental interventions is the essential factor. The level of governmental regulation should be reduced, thus increasing natural competition in the market, which result the fair prices to consumers. We need to increase awareness, integrity, transparency, accountability, institutional capacity. And let's face it, corruption is evolving, and we need to apply adequate measures and technologies to deal with it. Combating the corruption should be a development priority across our economy, society, and industry. It is about building a better world to live in. So let's work on this together. Thank you very much. Combating the corruption should be a development priority across our economy, society, and industry. It is about building a better world to live in. So let's work on this together. Thank you very much.
Bueno, Laura.
Laura, thank you very much. You gave some very important reflection processes that are going to be very useful for the panel that we're going to have next herein. You mentioned some very key issues that, of course, they have a very important aspect in Colombia in the interconnection system, as well as for the electric energy that is being distributed. So I now have the pleasure of inviting our guest speakers so that we can debate, and go more in depth in these issues. Needless to say that I'm very happy that we have actually managed to have the acceptance of our guest speakers to this invitation, because they know very well this sector in their different the difference from the different panorama where they have been working, and so on and so on. Monica Maria Mejia, and then Aya is a director there. I have here XM, and then I have it there that operates then the wholesale market of power. She is the technical secretary of ethics and transparency in the Colombian electrical sector. Thank you very much, Monica, for your presence. Rodrigo Prieto is a lawyer and a specialist in economics. He's an engineer as well, and he's currently working as a consultant of the power grid of Ministry of Mines and Energy, with a lot of experience in enforcing administrative business law. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. You're welcome to the panel. We also have our from Ellipse, Lilian. I'm sorry, excuse me 1 second. Please come up, as I mentioned you, yes? Lilia Ovando. Lilia Ovando, who is the General Secretary of the Institute of Planning and Promotion of Power Solutions for Non-Interconnected Areas, that actually depends also from the Ministry of Mines. And she has worked as Secretary Generals in other realms like NTV, and she has always been the Superintendent of the Public Works.
Adicionalmente, está en nuestro panel Sebastián.
And additionally, we have in our panel Sebastián. I'm missing the last person here with some last minute changes. So I'm missing the last person. Our awaited Nicholas Romero from the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Nicholas has been a compliance officer, and he's a lawyer for transparency of the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Thank you very much, Nicolas. It's very important to have the view of all of you today in the panel. So we now have the joy of opening with you this conversatory that is actually going to facilitate us to go more in depth to discuss these corruption risks that affect in an important manner, and they're across the board to the public provision of power. Laura made some outstanding comments and talked about natural competition, state intervention, the capturing of the regulator, and they touched in very important issues in terms of trafficking in influences and public funds in the infrastructure project, public works, and they mentioned very relevant ones associated with the abuse of possible monopolies and restrictions so that rivals contribute in the different value chain of the power generation. Therefore, I would like to pose the first question to our guest speakers in respect of what are the main challenges in terms of transparency and fighting corruption that are faced by the power system. And if you like, we'll start with Monica.
Perfecto. Muy buenas tardes ya para todos. Bueno, en materia de retos, pues
Good afternoon to all. I mean, in terms of challenges, we need to highlight what Diana, Laura have said. The sector, the power grid really is a public essential service, and as an essential public service, it actually helps something that when we don't have that power available, we actually accentuate poverty, education, and problems of social development. Keeping that into context today, the power system in Colombia is in a transition that actually speaks of the 3Ds. We are decarbonizing, we are digitizing, and everything that is decentralization of the grid. This has many elements included in them. So those elements included there's one that is very, very important, is that we're going to have far many players in the power market, and having that implies challenges in transparency and integrity. Why? Because the idea is that we manage that these new players, as well as the ones that are currently there, we strengthen very much that ethical market, that we have adequate practices to combat these topics and the great challenges that I'd say are in a matter of transparency, of information, as was saying there, is how we're going to have that centralized look of the information, and how to educate all of our users in respect of the uses of those channels for whistleblowers. It's not only to have the channel, but actually that channel is actually adequately used, and it actually gives some assurances, some tranquility in terms of the use and the anonymousness of them in respect of all this. The fact that they are co-responsible and not thinking that everything should be given by the state or regulators, the co-responsibility and self-regulation plays a very important role for all players in the value chain. And topics associated with contracting that here they were mentioned here, and they're very sensitive. And this is not about, and I think that the main message of this venue, where we have a mixture of private and public officials, it doesn't matter what sector we are, and if we're actually in an area that is connected in the interconnected power grid or in a non-connected power grid, is actually to how do we bring correct practices at all levels. So these challenges of preserving minimums so that we don't fall in anti-ethical practices, I think that is one of the greatest challenges that we have. And how do we become multipliers to the ones that have some practices with some different minimums that they do not allow us to preserve an electrical power market free of corruption. Thank you very much, Monica. I'd like to know, Nicolas, what are your perspective, or what can you comment in Monica's intervention and that of Laura's that she just did in respect of her global perspective? How do you bring that down to earth here in Colombia? Well, first of all, I'd like to say good afternoon to all. I think that we should highlight something that we're in a crucial stage in life for the power. We have the energy transition, and says that the Colombia State has left some very important steps as the issuance of the 2026, the law of energy transition, but it's not only tackling to prioritizing this one of environment or guaranteeing the supply, and in the evidence of not using fossil fuels, but it has a specific impact in respect of transparency and fighting corruption, especially in non-interconnected areas. Our guest lecturer, the international ones, he said that Colombian, in our particular situation, there are areas that are not interconnected where there is no a dynamic market there, where there is a monopoly of the service providers, the power generators, and that unequivocally are susceptible to the materialization of risk of corruption in issues like conflict of interest, the violations of incompatibilities and so on with the territorial activities, municipal ones, and so on. In that absence of the competition to provide power in those non-interconnected areas and not hooked up to the grid, these alternate sources of energy, they are a resource, at least in the general frameworks, has actually foreseen means to encourage projects that come from non-conventional sources of energy. And they have taxing benefits, and they're so excluding the sales tax or excluding patrimony taxes for them because of other concepts of taxes when importing machinery, and so when we require the implementation of these projects. So I'd like to say that one of the biggest challenge that we have is actually to have these actions that are going to represent the application and the reinforcement of this transition laws that they have so much for the ministry, and they're working for all the players of the administrative the sector and mining and energy. You mentioned some very important issues here, and something that one cannot take out of the global vision of the problem, and that is how the non-interconnected area play a very important role in the national territory. And there we have a very important Pareto percentage, while those areas, and you correct me, occupy like 58% of the territory of the nation. Curiously enough, they actually represent 2 or 3% of the users nationally. So in other words, a lot of territory, very few users, comparatively speaking, with the users that are receiving the energy from the system of the power grid. But in terms of subsidy, the volumes of subsidies that they receive in the area is something like 1 to 6, is 6 times greater than the subsidy received in the interconnected grid. So, I mean, we would like to hear you with a voice from the IPSI, which is the institute that really knows in depth the issue of planning and promotion of power solutions in areas that are not interconnected. And please share the opinion, the important opinion, in respect of what, in terms of corruptions, are those challenges, are the system in Colombia. Well, good afternoon, Alma Rosillo. Thank you very much to the UNODC. Thank you to the Anti-Corruption Office of the Vice Presidency of the Republic, and of course, all the authorities that are with us and our colleagues in this interesting panel that actually that has invited this panel in this feeling of fighting corruption. Effectively, corruption is recognized internationally and nationally, especially by the state, as a risk, a challenge against, let's just say, human rights, but above everything, against equality, so that all users can have those public utilities. In the IPSES, we actually, that goes to those non-interconnected areas of the country. You were saying, Alma Rosillo, it's an incredible that more than 50% of this country, the territory, is not interconnected. Although we all consider that since we are in the cities and so on, we are part of the SIM, the National Interconnected System, SIN, S-I-N. But we forget about those remote areas of the country, and it's more than 50% of the territory that needs to be interconnected. Now, we effectively have that we were serviced with individual solutions with old diesel plants, and that, well, they covered sort of a monopoly of some few that actually had that privilege. At the IPSID, we have the task of having a national government policy, is actually to be able to take clean solutions like photovoltaic systems, solar systems, with which we hope to actually get to that Colombia that is forgotten through these clean energies. But of course, there are huge channels, and these are huge challenges against corruption. And that means that we're lacking something that we need, and that is connectivity. And it's not only just to get there with power or to get there with mobile phones, because here this government is actually getting to those forgotten zones through communications. But what do we need to have here? We need to have internet. For what? So that all that information that is needed, all parties of the sector are articulated, and we really know that whenever they're presenting these projects to service these areas, they are not duplicating, for example, users that are already being serviced, or that they are serviced with one of those other projects, or that they're one of the interconnected national areas, because so far, up until now, we're building the database. We need the convergence of all the services. All services are like that. But of course, also the communications and information technologies applications there are required in those areas to be able to have reliable databases that those projects actually that are presented become evident, that we actually have online services that enable us to know in real time what is the true information. That is perhaps one of the hugest challenges that we have this time. Excellent, but let us know which phase are we on in respect of those challenges. How are we progressing? What can we expect in the near future? Well, right now we have some 15,000 beneficiaries of homes who are receiving photovoltaic light. We have actually gotten to the Amazons, to the Orinoquia, and to the very high Guajira, to Chocó, all the Pacific. We have been getting the Pacific Ocean. We have been getting with all these systems, and we have been trying to go hand in hand, trying to see how we can have interconnectivity with the ICT ministry and the mines and energy ministry, because our hopes is to go even further there, than in the exercise in the long term. We actually get to about 100% of all these beneficiaries, that forgotten Colombia is actually interconnected. I ask myself, what's good having mobile phones that actually get to the operator there if they don't have with which to recharge the power? If we don't have light, you don't have anything else. So, I mean, you can't be depending on that. They need to know what communications are in this country. We are so satisfied with how we've gotten to those forgotten communities, the ethnic communities that they're benefited for the first time seriously, and that they connect through a mobile phone to be able to turn on a TV, to listen to a radio. That's also very important. Yes, now facing development. We're talking about a key issue here, not only about the power and how it impacts any sector of the economy, but actually for daily lives of any human being in our country. You need electrical power. So let's listen to Rodrigo. From your perspective, Rodrigo, as a consultant in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, how do you see those challenges in the matters of corruption, and how can you complement the interventions of our guest speakers? Yes, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be able to be here, to tell you what we're doing at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. But the first thing that you want to keep in mind, if they tell you, look at the risks, I think we should differentiate there if we're talking about the international grid or the national grid, I should have said, or do we have other networks? We have monitoring of the supply, demand, dispatch, metering and a whole set of things that are fantastic that I do in XCMs and in the non-interconnected areas. We have distributed generation, non-monitoring, and very little information and very little access to information, uncertainty as to what was the effective service provision. So if you're beginning to view the risks and each status is going to be very different. Speaking of the non-interconnected areas, the greatest review that we're looking is the issue of monitoring. There we have isolated communities. They have their own way on how to generate or the users there. Sometimes they have opacity in the report. Sometimes they report falsely and the economic flow of subsidies. And just as there were hands in the IPSE, the first thing that we identified there to minimize that risk was telemetering. So this is a cell or a pathway in which we have been progressing a lot because we're doing remote monitoring. We have financed with the budget of the IPSE several monitoring systems in the largest localities, especially implying the greatest generation of power and perhaps the risk of resources because of the broad amounts of subsidies that are involved. However, the idea is that this pathway should go more in depth and we continue to improve the monitoring for each one of the localities independent of their size so that we don't differentiate a high risk from a low risk, but actually with technical tools to minimize that risk. So in that sense, for example, in Law 2029 that already had been mentioned today here, it is foreseen that we're going to set up a monitoring system in the ZIN that is designed conceptually, and as a matter of fact, the users pay it via rate. So it is a rate upon which they're progressing, and one would say is down the same way that they did it to the interconnected system that has all these series of controls that are far more sophisticated. That's a very basic point, it's very technical, and it should be there to have access to the information, transparency in the information, and in that sense, that you empower the user so that knowing the information about the service provisions that companies are reported, they can contrast it with their daily life, their well-being, in the sense that the ones that they're stating there, is that true or not, and then that is the service that he or she deserves. I think then that you have mentioned very important topics and perhaps kind of hit the nail on the head in respect of areas that are not interconnected. However, the intervention from the global perspective of Laura a few minutes ago, it actually draws attention about some very gross systems that have to do with the national interconnection system. Is more sophisticated. I know you're going to go up through there, but however, she spoke of key issues like capturing the regulator, ceasing the regulation, transparency in the information, availability of the resource, the quality of the resource, the outages in Colombia in this period of marked by the pandemic. They were speaking now of future rates. It was mentioned at the beginning of the panel. They're announcing, I mean, the cause factor they're talking about, the delays in Hidroituango and the topics associated with non-conventional energy. So I think that I want to go more in depth, even in the interconnected national system. Where are those bulk stones, those really difficult challenges that over sophistication, they actually draw the attention about the protection. And I would like to hear you in this topic, Glorious. Well, thank you, Clara. Yes. Well, look, it's true. Yes. That as electrical sector here, we need to see what are the challenges that we have. And there, precisely, we do have a differentiator and certain attributes that the non-interconnected areas have, but definitively in an analysis with an initiative that we have the collective action of ethics for the Colombia's electrical sector, we have tried to analyze and to ask ourselves, what are those risk events that we continue to be exposed and that we should not forget or get tired of managing? Our risk is not eliminated. A risk is just managed. To turn risk into zero is actually to give up the activity that I'm doing, but I can manage it properly. Within these topics that we still identified, we have the part associated with relating with a public official and with communities, because here we get payments of facilitation, or we can give someone to pay licenses for something that I have not finished all the attributes of quality in there. We have another aspect of conflict of interest. We are hiring, but for my own benefit, we are not thinking of this because there's some risk events that I'm not thinking in pro of the good of the common good of the country, but rather thinking of one's own good. I think that corruption is very egotistical because it only thinks of its individualism, and thinking of individualism is what doesn't allow us to progress. It's very sad to hear that you normalize the corruption. He says, look, don't worry, it's not only power grid corruption in Colombia, it's power grid corruption everywhere in the country, and that way it's a consolation by saying we're not the only ones, but no, we have to do very, very specific actions. I mean, deviated assets of devious collection, they should be deviated, and there is to ask, when does the private persona actually finds theirs, or when do they share information, or do they collude? These are all risks or threats that we find, that we have analyzed from the collective perspective. That obviously doesn't mean that everything has become materialized and that there were corrupt action. No, but we should give them some follow-up and then continue to manage. Non-privileged information, conflicts of interest, trafficking in influences, bribes, deviating funds. Very interesting, that panorama, Rodrigo. Please comment to us a bit on the nuclear from the perspective of the mine and energy ministry. How do they see it? That you work functionally in very different ones, but from your different perspective, how do you see what is being done to tackle this problem? Right. Speaking specifically of all the topics of adjudication of resources to promote the sector here, we have identified certain risks. Specifically in that case, we have a recent improvement in law 2029 that's actually unify all the electrifying funds that actually are managed by the Ministry of Mines and Energy. And that's going to allow us operational to have a greater impact, because we're going to stop dividing the funds that go from the non-interconnected areas to the funds going to the non-productive as well. There's, and aside from improving the articulation, it's going to improve the transparency of this fund, because it's going to be a private manager that's going to do the designation as well as the follow-up and the provision of the service with the infrastructure that is at the end being built. So that articulation and that greater publicity and greater professionalism for the administration of the assets that are owned by the ministry is going to be a very, very specific progress in the sense of having greater publicity, greater transparency, and tackling the risks of corruption associated with awarding resources. However, not only does one actually stay there with the awarding these subsidies to here, there's whether they're private or public institution, companies or government, but also to speak about the users, because that's another important topic. And let's just say that risks are they're always there. They've always materialized in the interconnected system there. You have the topic of taking the service without paying it. So we have all this fraud connecting fraudulently that is treated with the police, and all these topics that involve very much civil society as a beneficiary of the service and also as a generator of the possible conduct. And here the government can actually destine funds to actually put the meters, put some reliability there, that they all fall there. But if the users are still negative, then it's going to be very limited, the actions that we can obtain. So it's actually, it's more in the sense of each player should assume his or her role and then play there on the issue of being attentive to the service, monitoring, and as a user to kind of generate statistics that is permanently a feeling of belonging with the service, with a desire to preserving and making it grow so that in the future that distributor could actually solve their needs. Nicholas, please, there. So I think that Rodrigo has been very thorough from the technical aspect, from what we have been able to see in our experience, and to remind Salma that I think that we participated in a UN ODC in everything. There was an argumentative process, and we also tried there. We actually signed a memorandum of understanding that, viewing from the civil society, they will be able to help us there in these threats that affect the electrical power grid in terms of corruption, with the work of Transparency for Colombia. And let's just say that one of the main threats, and Rodrigo was actually saying when he intervened, that the capacity to hide and to mutilate the information, that is a key aspect that affects the interconnected area as well as the ones that are not. And we see them in different levels. We affect the planning because they could be more in the expansion plan that they convert ones. So we mentioned this in the areas that are not interconnected. There we can do a monitoring specifically of what is reported in the single system of units of the computer of the supervisory body in terms of subsidy, but it's mainly the opacity in handling the information and everything that has to do with the articulation and the strengthening that we need to have for well-being, through which we're executing the projects. And we have identified 2 of them that it works. And so far, we've actually looked at Transparency International as the way to provide a pathway to see which ones are the important processes there that Rodrigo has not mentioned just yet in the lay of transformation of the transformation of energy, the passive participation, the active participation, so the citizen does have more information. The users of the power grid can actually know from a simple source of this, how do you liquidate and compute a subsidy, so it becomes like a social control means executed by the people who are receiving the power there, in spite of the fact that we're doing the proper steps in that direction. We continue to have a lot of opaqueness in the information, is hidden or not easily find there. So it's transparency in the information. Okay, yes, it's not an end goal, but it is a great medium. Yes, right, great. Now, Laura left another important point in her presentation at the beginning of the section, and she was speaking of among the medication to fight corruption, it has to do with natural competition. That would be a means to do that. Colombia, I believe, is avant-garde in the region because of the conception of the electric grid in the terms in a scenarios of open market, where you have private companies and public companies competing in them, or state-run companies there, as a positive incentive to improve the efficiency in the service provision. But I would like to hear your points of view in respect of how that competition, open, natural, with less ones that we have on the state and so on, because territorially we have a lot of weaknesses, institutionalist, and then how this can be seen in the future, and then so that the threats then we have can be reduced, the mechanisms that actually we have there in terms of competition, and then we have corruption that facilitates that it's actually free of issues of corruption. Who would like to comment that?
Bueno, pues Alma Rocío, la verdad es que competencia puede haber en zonas de gran interés.
Well, Alma Rocío, competition could be there in areas of great interest in the national markets. We can have great corruptions. There's no, however, in the non-connected areas, it's actually very little the competition or the interest that we can have of the private ones, especially to service them. And there, we do have a very large threat. Why? Because there's only one operator, a natural operator, that could be interested in receiving those solutions. For example, the photovoltaic ones and so on. Actually, their interest is in receiving the subsidies really that are delivered by the state that the nation provides. And they're great threats there precisely because we don't have reliable information systems online, and then we have, when we have these corruption acts and so on. So then we're trying to have a monitoring reliable service in real time so that we can actually mitigate these great threats and so on. And also we find threats there when evidently we have contractors that actually have a task of having and seeing these solutions, and we find that there's areas of very difficult access that are vulnerable, where there's violence, where they are threatened, and they're being extorted really. So either they take care of those contracts, or they fulfill them, or they actually pay to the racketeers and so on. That's also the one operator that actually wants to do those remote. Actually, it'd be great if we could have competition in those set ZNIs, and those are the great threats that we find in those areas. And of course, my colleagues of the ministry that then we have there with the CNA can actually work there very much of competition in that there's where there is competition.
In those zones where we do have this. All right, Rodrigo, what is your opinion on those zones that they already have the competition? Which are the persistent ones as corruption? If we would look at the competition and make sure that it was fair and equal, would it improve the risk of the state intervention and the capturing of the regulator? If you allow me to have a brief statement with the interconnected zones, and it has a lot to do with the regulation that they issued in terms of responsibilities and conducts of our role players is not so developed as it is in the interconnected areas in the country. So something else that we have in the 2029 in the sense of developing operational for these operations for these role players, we are creating this right now, and this is going to give a lot of galvanization to the sector, because we're going to have a lot of things with the connections. The connection of the rendering of service, the quality, the measuring of the service. So it's going to galvanize the role players of these interconnected zones, non-interconnected zones. In regards to your question to SIM, what we do see is that from the energy sector, we are evolving to a decentralization that is quite deep of these sources for the generation of energy. And this has taken market power to those who traditionally had this power. So let's suppose an example. If I am right now in this place, and in this place I only have one company, well, I have to follow what this company is dictating. So if today, from my own initiatives, I can install a photovoltaic system where I would disconnect myself from the network, I am doing this, and I will not have zero market power, because I'm not going to be depending on the provider. I'm just going to be depending on this person as a backup, or this provider as a backup. So the thing of the decentralization of this resources and multiply the providers like of the sector, like batteries, let's say, it makes the market power reduce, and then other things can come in and out. And then we also have some complementary one, the self-generation with the system, et cetera, et cetera. So this reduction, the reduction of this market power of some providers, because of decentralization and transformation of the sector, it's something that at the long term, it should impact this in a very positive way with the matter of competency. Well, what do you have to add to this matter, and making reference to this SIM, the National Interconnection System? In the matter of competency, the power of being able to have some policies related to this competency, with this competition, excuse me, with these role players sum up. For me to be a generator, I am going to enter a bid, and here I will compete openly, and in this way I am going to be allocated this, and it does has an added value in competence. And it is a very important thing here that today effective, we have some things that will natural monopolies, and this is something that we should be working on from different rules and or standards and different aspects. I believe from the point of view from the generator and the control point of view, we're doing some very clear ones. They already have brought some out where they even the CRECNO we even say that you could also contribute from your own self-regulation in a good competition. So there is some things that should not be underwritten, that should not, they have to be clear. So we would just not be that we're going to have a gray zone where we can do things differently. So here we have the competition zone. The information thing is playing again here. So I believe it's a transversal thing in any matter where we're going to be aiming with the corruption topic. So Nicolas, what is your opinion on this competition matters and from the view of the ministry? Oh, well, we will have to add something very important, Alma, and it's the diversification of the energy matrix and for us to come with new non-conventional sources that are going to enter in the competition with the operators that we have traditionally been receiving the supply of this energy in the corruption terms with no hesitation. We're going to be able to contribute with large benefits because what this natural monopolies generate, the ones we were speaking about, is that we can fall into the risk related to as the influence traffic, in things that are not things that that makes the relationship with the public provider and these that are fixed and that always been in competitions. They can we can reduce it while others in the framework of free and fair competition they're going to enter, and it's going to be determining for us to continue galvanizing this market and it allow the interconnected zones as those companies who provide the system in the interconnected system, because the galvanization of this market, what it does is allows new relationships with the public provider, with the state, that reduces the risk as those have the traffic of influences which can be in different zones of the country. I know, so we can close this because we're going to be able to wrap this up because we know that many people are hungry, and we're going to reduce the challenges with 3 elements for each one without great explanation from each one. What are we doing and what does work in anti-corruption matters facing these challenges that we all have been speaking about? For example, natural competition to galvanize the competition. We can repeat them. Think. I want each one to think about 3 answers, words, keywords that we can leave a message in the panel for our audience for the prosperity of this energy sector in matters of anti-corruption. What does work and what should we persist on? Lillian, please. All right, so large challenges. I believe that with no doubt, it is the information systems, is to say, that is the source of all the wrongdoings. If we do not have any trustful information, we have convergency, we have connectivity, when we have so much dispersion and we do not have the knowledge of this, some are going to make use of it. So what are we working on? We're trying to become convergent, to have information systems that are trustful in real time, in online. Monitoring systems are very important, and to strengthen what from the national government have been doing in the matters of public procurements, transparent, trustful process for them not to have fake documentation, for us to have where to that these users are not being repeated, that the projects are only seeking to have subsidies to be able to build bridges where they do not have any rivers or not needed, and this type of things. And we educate with examples, and what we have proposed ourselves, headed by the national government and specifically by the Mines and Energy Ministry and by all the underwritten entities. We have signed this transparent pact and zero corruption. No to corruption, absolutely conduct codes, ethical lines, denounce reporting, where we all have signed, where we all are applying constitution laws, where we are reporting and we're giving the citizens this line so they can report all the wrongdoings. 3 concrete ideas, Nicolas. I'm going to add something that's very important. It's been said ever since the beginning of the intervention where the vice president did, and the corruption phenomenon should not only be studied from the sanctions or from the judicial science. It's very important to strengthen the measurements of the new codes for this, the disciplinary codes, the fiscal or judicial orders, and in the energetic side. And apart from this, we most focus on something that the vice president said: corruption is also a social phenomenon, first of all, and it's cultural. So to be able to achieve the fight against this corruption, we must put our view on prevention. And like a lot of things like Ms. Delia was saying, would have been materialized from the mining sector and all the role players, independent if they're private or public. We should all have preventive, clear measures. Here, there's a lot of work to do because we can take a lot of initiatives, like, for example, all the cases, we should have a map of corruption risk that it can be identified, done with good resources. We should establish or set forth anti-corruption programs within each one of the companies, as the ministry does, to do a clear follow-up with all the anti-corruption plans that we have with all these workplaces, to implement mechanisms that will help us with the whistleblowing. For example, with the energetical sector, this year we already have an ethical line, which is the sectorial order, where the person can enter or approach us and can report all these wrongdoings or things that are around the corruption in any of these undersigned entities, not just in the mining and energy ministry, in any one of the other entities in the public sector, to give through accountability, more participation, and more actively, as we have said throughout these sessions that we have had today, for the accountability to only be with a compliance with a legal standard, to give it a important participation for the community, civil society, for this electrical services and all the other challenges these entities have. So to add to all this transitional law that we have had to, is to focus on the preventive side, because we have a lot to do and a lot of ways to tackle this phenomenon from the social and cultural standpoints. To complement what we have said, Monica and Rodrigo, please. Yes, I will add, in regards to what you were mentioning with the articulation of the different role players, it's also to see how we can carry out joint initiatives so we can work aiming at this. We have several from the Transparency Secretariat, from the Presidency, from Transparencia for Colombia. Also in the electrical sector, we have the Ethical and Transparency Ethical Code. I believe that these things of working together does work. As you were asking, what does work? What works is to learn from other people, from the experience of other people, to work together, to construct together. Here we built good practices together, and we learn from these mature practices as the programs of compliance. We don't want you to invite you to leave them on the paper. We want to go beyond this. So another aspect that I will add to this learning that we have had with the best achievements that we can do together is the topic of not stop educating, fostering anti-corruption, even if it's repetitive, or with the ethical transparency, when we come with the same speech, and but we cannot get tired of this, fostering this, because we must make our children, our smallest people aware, even us. We must make ourselves aware of what this causes. Corruption causes a lot. It does not just cost companies, it causes the society, it causes the educational system, it causes our children, our grandparents, a whole generation, and the country as well, for the economical growth. So I believe that the power of fostering this, or to continue to promote this, is a very key factor here. So, Rodrigo. All right, so for the initiatives matter that does work, I would join is information, which I believe is a basic topic here. Information on the providing of a service, information on the demand information on the consumption for users, the dispatch of fuels, of subsidies, because when the community have all this, they empower themselves and they can ask the company to render, to be accountable for this. So another thing to work is the uncertainty on the rights and the different role players. So we were giving the example of the Z and I, where have not been defined how the connections are, how the procurement contracts are. We do not report these purchase and sell contracts. We do not have centralized market for energy. So we do not have these technical things in the measures. When these things become more standardized as a regulation, well, we're going to have more sense around this of the different role players, and these are not going to go beyond the limits. So the third topic is the company's accountability is for the society to organize themselves and to ask for this. Is something that would allow it to state on again is the these communities of these interconnected societies where they are working with diesel, in these places where they have a very weak institutionality, and companies where their niche will give them a fuel liquid, and then they take it away and they generate diesel energy. So when they find out about the dispatches of the subsidy transfers and they look at the rendering of the service that they have received or they should have received, and they realize of the differences, this activates and it activates them, and it makes them ask the company for accountability. So for these people who receive this service, and this company is their large provider. So these are a lot of things, very important contributions. So I believe you're giving us some key, clear messages, and the great challenge for the energy sector beyond the high technology that we're already implementing and the transitional law is the capability of innovation. It can also be tested in the matters of the construction of integrity. And the base of the fundamentals of integrity is to create trust with transparency and with ethical conduct from any of the role players who intervene in this chain. So thank you very much for making part of this panel and for your important and general contribution. So we will lift this work table. We're wrapping it up. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
All right, so thanks to the moderator and all the panelists for the participation, and all those people who are following the virtual transmission. Thank you very much for the attention to the second space of this commemoration of the International Day Against Corruption. Now we're going to go to a recess for our midday, so we will thank you, those people who are virtually connected, to connect themselves again through the UNODC channel and the YouTube platform at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for your companionship.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 19th commemoration of the International Day Against Corruption. We would like to greet all the people who are accompanying us in a virtual way through YouTube channel of the UNODC, and special greetings to the public who is here in this place. And we will ask you to follow our Twitter account from the UNODC, UNODC in Twitter. Our account is at UNODC Colombia. The afternoon will be beginning with the discussion panel on challenges in regards of the people who are judicially responsible in Colombia. This space will be moderated by Daniel Rodriguez Azuero, President of the Colombian Commission on Corporate Accountability and Anti-Corruption of the International Chamber of Commerce, CCI, partners with SMS Rodriguez Azueros, and co-director of the compliance areas and the corporate financial law.
Bueno, pues qué gusto.
All right. I'm very pleased to see you at 2:40 p.m. I believe that we always have that after lunch topic that we had the worst time. This topic is not even funny, not even with a bottle of whiskey or with a vallenato group. So I don't want to, this is not going to be fun. So what I would like to begin with is to thank the United Nations and the UNODC, especially Mr. Pierre Lapac, the UNODC rep, Dr. Daniel Moreno, who you had a great panel, Dr. Adriana Munoz, and Paula Viviana here, who is incredible by organizing this event, and the high officials of the Colombian state who have accompanied us. To those diplomatic heads that were also here, and I will also like in first place to ask you to, well, ask Dr. Helmut Flores for him to make a presentation. Dr. Helmut Flores Calamari is the regional coordinator for anti-corruption UNODC office for Central America and the Caribbean in Panama. And only 1 minute, I'll give you the floor. I would like to make use of the time to present all the panelists who are really luxurious. We have Dr. Juan Carlos Herrera, legal superintendent for the industry and commerce superintendency, the man who is most feared in the sector, and Dr. Juliana Velasco Gregory, deputy controller for the Special Investigation Unit against corruption here in the Colombian Republic. I'm here in a dangerous place where all the see us. And last but not least important, General Major Fernando Rego, Director of Criminal Investigation for Interpol and the National Police. It is an honor to be here with you. The truth, I hope. And I have one more thing to hang on my medal wall. Doctor, go ahead. You have the floor. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all the authorities for accompanying us this afternoon. It's quite difficult to begin a debate like this after lunch, but we will do as much as possible to
retos y perspectivas de la responsabilidad de las personas jurídicas, ¿no? El contexto de Colombia.
Excuse me, the sound is cutting off. The sound is cutting off. Well, and here we're going to see it in three very important aspects. The first perspective of the United Nations Commission Against Corruption. Then we're going to go with the specific perspective in Colombia, overview in Colombia, and some recommendations and challenges according to this item. We're first going to begin with the penal accountability or civil administration of the judicial person who is in Article 26. And this sets forth 4 important points. First of all, the countries must set forth within their orders the accountability of those people who have participated in the typically crimes that are fixed in this convention. let's look at these crimes. The following we will know that its responsibility will be civil, administrative, or penal. It does not set forth which one it is, but it does demand one way or another for it to be one of these type of responsibilities or accountabilities, as well as the penal responsibility that the natural person who is carrying out the wrongdoing. And it is a very important topic here in the convention on the imposition of the efficient sanctions that are dissuasive and proportioned to. What does this mean? That depending on the type of responsibility, if it's penal, civil, or administrative, it would impact for it to be dissuasive, proportional, and also to have efficiency. This is a very important point. It's not worth to have another type of responsibility that does not generate some type of impact law. And this, we're also going to see what are the crimes that must be covered through all these accountability of these judicial people, since we have extortion or bribery for the foreign public side or international public organizations as well. We have seen mobilization, we have bribery, we have abuse of functions, we have influence, petting, and unlawful enrichment, and we also see with capitals in the covering, obstruction of justice. All these are important to look at because the whole class of responsibility must be oriented or guided through the organization of these crimes. All right, so now this is also important to look at, not only in the public sector, but as well as the private sector. You know that there are many times when we speak about corruption, we always paint it on the governmental side or sector, but it is also very important to look at it in the public side. Those conducts that are also corruptive are also in the private side. And here we have some bribery, and we also see the responsibility of those judicial people. And now we're going to see the context in Colombia. What does Colombia have in regards to the Article 26 of the convention? We first see that the Colombian foresees that the penal responsibility to fall on the natural person, not on the judicial person. It also says for us that has accessory judicial consequences, like a mix of within the administrative responsibility and some consequences that are penal, which we're going to see of those who participate within this imposition of these sanctions, that have some suspensions and the canceling of the judicial empowerment, and also the competency that the superintendency of societies have, so that one way or another can punish or give these administrative punishments that also involve for the general attorney's office can include within their companies that are going to participate in the public purchases. So this is all around what Colombia had in the United Nations Convention in regards to Article 26. Theories, well, there are some theories around the penal side per se. We start from the fact that in Colombia, we do not have a penal responsibility for the legal people. It's not important to set forth that all the legislations have migrated towards this point in a way so we can give it some contingency or give the corruption to contingency through the conducts of these figures that are trying to hide, complicate, or to be able to give anonymous to these structures. So we are going to find some thematical theories. We have the theory of the reality and also the fiction or false ones. So in the real side, we have the legal people have all the capabilities to be able to commit crimes. They have the responsibilities of all levels or accountability levels. And this one speaks about that your legal people does not have the capacity to be able to carry out these. So in this sense, we're going to find some positions that are local of some people in Colombia that have positions in their favor or against. So here we're going to find that in their favor. It's important to set forth that Colombia has entered to some international organizations that one way or another have good practices oriented towards the persecution of crime, and this includes the responsibility, the penal responsibility of the legal people. Point in their favor. Another point in their favor is that this figure does not just bring the accountability of sanctioning, but it also gives them the right and the opportunity to be able to defend themselves in a process in a fair way or efficient way. So the legal person can defend themselves in a penal way from in a more effective way. We have also seen some correlation with multiple situations, which the legal people are also benefited with some fiscal benefits, and there has to be some correlation with the crime. So they do have benefits, but they can also have sanctions in this way. And normally these multiple benefits also bring as high level benefits as consequences that one way or another with this correlation, we can understand that they can have some kind of penal accountability, and we can also affect some public interests that in the state must respond in a very strong way against the execution of this type of crimes. Now, we're going to go over some positions against it. Now, we're going to see some penal aspects that are important. It's the principle of intervention or the imposition of some penal codes. It says that we should explore other instances before we go here, because will be evident from our penal right. Another important point is the fact that they don't have capability of action. They don't have the elements that implies this, like the faults or typicity action per se. So none of these elements that set forth the punishable element. So it's not an entity that thinks. So here we have some points against. And we should also recur to the intervention and the administrative fines, which is happening right now. And for the sanctions not to be that are not applied to fake entities, these are applied to the people, to men and women. All right, so a standards in Colombia, what we have is that we have law 1778 of 2016, which establishes the administrative process of penal accountability of these legal people. Here we find a very important point, which is one of the largest challenges, which particularly refers to the transnational bribery. So it is very important to expand this aspect, because if it's true, there is a responsibility process of these legal people that have been set forth to certain crimes. And we have already seen this previously, that there's a great class of these type of crimes that conforms this. And this is one of the greatest challenges that Colombia would have. So another important point is to set forth the competency of the investigation and sanctionatory processes to the superintendency of societies, which is the one who has been called to rule these. So within the law 906 of 2004, which is the penal code procedure, establishes or sets forth the suspension and cancellation of the judicial person that can be carrying out these on wrongful acts. And here I tell you the possibility that there is some administrative sanctions. Nonetheless, are they combined with the penal accessory consequence that comes hand by hand with what has been set forth through the penal process law, and which allows to infer and to see that there are some crimes being carried out. So the request of prosecution, judge that will control these guarantees and would cancel or suspend the local or the authority or the company or the legal person. So there's some important projects that we have right now, which is law 341 of 2020, which is right now under discussion. We have some consequences that will bring the strengthening of the combating a fight in Colombia. So here it is very important to manifest this, because within the content of this law, we have some important modifications within the strengthening of these sanctions, or for the legal people, in the sense that we can strengthen the framework around sanctions. So this expands the crimes that are oriented towards the public entities. So we're not just speaking about the transnational bribery, but we're also speaking about the great class of these crimes, which is against the environment and the economical and social order, and against funding terrorism or organized crime. This will give the possibility to carry out investigations that are more complete and more in-depth in regards to the application of this aspect. Competent authorities, we have the Superintendency of Societies, we have the penal entities that together with the society aspects of the, of the Superintendency of Societies also bring consequences, as it is the prosecutor office that requests the judicial entities or bodies, organizations, the cancellation of the legal entity, or the judicial branch will order the legal entities to carry out the administrative of ordering the cancellation. And there's administrative combination here with consequences that are obviously accessorial penal consequences, and which would be our main risk, our main challenges in this sense. The first one is that most of the legislations have evolved to this responsibility of the legal people. There's a great challenge here. If it's true, the majority of the countries count with this tool of but the effectiveness have not been shown, proved. There's not great statistics, well, in the regional level, at least. It is to say that we do have them in the judicial orders, but there is a lack of a little bit of implementation capabilities to generate this in this sense. So also the expansion of these crimes that will allow us to carry out better investigations. If we can prove, or we can approve this law, we will be having this in a positive way, so we can evidently carry greater capabilities in our investigations, and also to strengthen the interinstitutional capabilities in a special way. In this sense, it is very important to coordinate this in a good way, in a fluent way, and most of the components against the corruption in an isolated way brings consequences that each one that carries out the works, well, complying with the functions. But the truth is that what we need is the interagency, institutional, that can flow so we can fight against this crime, which is corruption. It is also important to generate these experts and settings where we have great challenges in this. We realize that we have an administrative process which is a lot more quicker, that we can join with a penal process that evidently these are the times of the similar, and the consequence that some investigation will not prosper in a positive way. The implementation of these tools, methodology tools, which are for investigation and capabilities that will represent good practices, because this already happens in other countries that have already developed this index of corruption, which is already high, and that we know bring these important aspects of consequences to robust the faculties, the empowerments of these key entities in this persecution matters for this crime, which is corruption. Everything that is penal, everything that goes through the instructions, through the records, the administrative side, we're going to continue to have this administrative part to enhance it, to bring it to a better level of dissemination in the proportion of these sanctions, and for it to bring the consequences of the punishment or the fear to carry out these wrongdoings. So in the administrative side with the penal part, as even though they're independent, they're visible. So all these laws and have manifested the interaction of these societies with the penal component in a way that once the prosecutor has been notified, the prosecutor office notifies the superintendency, and we have to understand that they both have different functions that they have functions and times that will bring possible situations that will not bring the positive results as a consequence. So the idea here is to modify it for it to be in a evolution path, so we can have a more effective results in the persecution of corruption using incorporated tools as the anonymous, as the private entities, and those societies that bring the the hiding of this person of that have been laundering the money, and where many times we find these structures which the component of this structure per se, the rep, the president, or underwritten people are also legal people, complicating the investigations, and also at the end sending us to jurisdictions that will make this more difficult as a final beneficiary. Even the law 341, this bill speaks about important aspects that have been oriented to the final beneficiary. Some regions in the country have established within their laws and nation the registry of final beneficiaries. So considering what that they're seeking in Latin America, the Gaddafi is for them to identify the natural person, the person who is giving the instruction, that is the owner of the major part of the structure. Sometimes the investigations, and you sometimes have seen that in the moment when you're seeking the human being, we have to seek to be able to identify who is the final beneficiary is one of the main challenges that we have at the administrative level, as the penal level. Now now I'm going to give the floor to the panelists so they can answer the debate of this interesting.
Gracias. Yo me retracto.
Thank you very much, Dr. Helmut. I am retracting myself. I thought here, but you've just introduced a very interesting element. Dr. Eva Darío Calderón, the Director of Anti-Corruption of the Prosecutor's Office, he was going to speak about the penal responsibility. And here we have there a forum there, and then we have it of juridical persons. I have expressed in multiple forums the importance that in Colombia we adopt or we maintain the regime of administrative responsibility, not penal responsibility. I think some have actually told us this, but in Latin American nations, we have the tendency to penalize and criminalize everything. We feel somehow that we solve it with a penal law. Perhaps we have a scandal of Odebrecht, and now we have to have the anti-Odebrecht there. And then we have an issue of the funds, and we have a norm against Interbolsa and so on. Then I feel, and I think this is very important, and what commonly is a policy that is not very efficient in countries that have relative and effective justice, it's almost irrelevant, like countries like Colombia, to increase more sentencing because it's a country with a rate of absolute embarrassing of impunity. So this is something that I regret saying, but in a country where we have a percentage of less than 5% of the possibility of being prosecuted, it'd be the same that I get 270 years of jail, that they put me a fine of 100,000 pesos, because at the end of the day, in one or the other cases, there's not going to be a sanction by probability. So this is about the decisive way that we're going to do about the penal system. That is actually very interesting, that it be more effective. And let's just say that understanding this, that was relatively simple, that the solution is not in more sanctions, but in more coordinations, in more compliance of the sanction. That's the difference. At lunchtime, we were talking there that when I, in a forum in Lima, they asked me that what differentiated Colombia from Denmark. I said it was very simple. It's not the issue of norms. We have norms to there. We actually have when I entered, that I had the pleasure of going to the national government at that time. And they were, when we entered this, and I was accompanied the anti-corruption chapter, and the diagnosis was that we were good in norms. Actually, we have to put of whistle blowing. And the 77, 78, we were due to, but what was embarrassing the country is enforcement, that we don't enforce the norms. And I have always insisted in all manners possible, because there is irrefutable evidence that, in the sense that there is only if you have supervisions and if you are sanctions and incentives, there would be a full compliance. And with that in mind, my dear guests, for me, it is very clear is that we need a system that the sanctioning works there. That's the first point that I would like to highlight. The second introductory point is that we must have all too clear that in matters of public policy, in matters of sanctioning, there are more severe ones than others. We actually go through colors, and one of the things, among others, that differentiates fundamentally to the penal law from other sanctions, that we're going to speak about fiscal responsibility or the issue of disciplinary responsibility or the issue of a breaching for the competition that is administrative, is that in one of those rights, there's jail. There's some guarantees. Helmut was saying that there's a more delayed process that allows me to defend myself because it is a right where one can end up in jail. And then you can stop seeing your children, your spouses, and so on. So when we're trying in a country like ours with rights that are so expensive, that's so important for society like liberty, of course, you require evidence and burden of evidence that are different. But it turns out but the companies or juridical persons, they don't have jails. Therefore, that great difference that you have between administrative and penal responsibility, we can call them penal responsibility of crimes against humanity. If you want to, it doesn't change anything. You could put administrative sanctions. You end up determining the administrative policy. You put fines, some monetary sanctions, and perhaps with that in mind, I would say, my dear friends, for this introduction, is that in Colombia, what we need, we must maintain, in my opinions, and I know that I have people who challenge this of administrative responsibility, and we cannot confuse it like in last week we did in Guayaquil. I was invited to speak that says, don't you very girls in Colombia because you don't have penal responsibility of legal persons. There's something there. There's no, we have administrative responsibility that the UNTAC said, it recognizes, it says, I have a responsibility. It doesn't have to be penal. It could be administrative or civil responsibility, and despite them, the OECD, which is a very important issue, and the convention that we ratified, now we remember that it states pressure, of course, in the international realm, which is what limits them. See, there's responsibility, administrative responsibility works. And if one determines that with this, you fulfill the international instruments that tie us together, and tell you why, as my Jerónimo will tell me, they explain a very simple issue, and that is, among the advantages of the administrative responsibilities, that the administrative institutions are more specialized. They can be dedicated to something, especially to this topic. Of course, there can be very specialized to this and dedicated to that, but with the number of investigation there, it wouldn't make any much sense. And it would be a very much constitutional ones to create the specialized fields. Second, the administrative institutions are more agile, they're faster. They don't take 3 months, they're different times. Of course they are, because in penal ones, they're justified from what I just explained. Or one can achieve it quickly, says, but I don't have capacity, the superintendents of whatever. Finally, the superintendents have greater ease in hiring, is much more agile than tenure in the judicial regime. And the penal realm has a burden of proof that is more demanding, and it should be that way, because I am not saying that one doesn't have to provide guarantees here. Of course, we have to give guarantees. One thing is to guarantee liberties, and another thing is to find someone that they have a different burdens. And with that, I can see with good light the 341 that Dr. Hellman mentioned. I think that is a norm that recognizes all of this, and it has an issue that is unforgivable, as I expressed it to Dr. Barona, a person who is in Congress, and Valencia. I cannot believe that they continue to insist in Congress in that to have a program of corporate ethics is actually to reduce the sentence. It's actually if it's effective and so on, because in terms of responsibility, one cannot tell a society, the managers, that they can act properly, that you put as a system. If someone doesn't control and makes theirs, the society condemns them. Actually goes for the most elementary ones of responsibility. With that in mind, I replaced in the part of the director of anti-corruption. With that point, I didn't leave it there for the Spanish, and I would start with the delegate superintendent for competition, Dr. Juan Pablo Herrera. I would like to ask you, Mr. Herrera, what is the role that is played in the fight of the state against corruption? The SIC in issues of competition is very important, and we have seen very recent cases in Colombia. Well, thank you very much. I think that the introduction that you have made is, to say the least, thought-provoking. Thank you very much to the UN for this venue of collective construction around a topic that is absolutely transcendental for the country, which is the matters associated with corruption. Perhaps one of the first messages that I would wish to take from the reflections that Dr. Rodriguez has mentioned, they're very much tied to a paper that was actually published in 1968 by a Baker, Crime and Punishment, where at that time says is what you want. If what you pretend is to be effective in dissuasion, you will very probably have to keep at least two dimensions. One first dimension is the one that is directly associated with the probability of capturing the breacher of the law. And the other one is the capacity to sanction, the amount of sanction with which you are effectively going to, when you unveil somebody's responsibility of breach of the norm, one can establish. And unequivocally, Dr. Rodriguez, I think that the dissuasion is absolutely important. That doesn't mean to demean the penal or the administrative realms. No, we understand that both paths are complementary and that there they actually could live together in a very interesting way to reinforce many of the discussions, and in particular the matters of free competition invite us to that. Because in the year 2011, with Article 410A, we realized that perhaps of all the practices that one would be able to typify as restrictive of free competition, the consultation pursuant to frauding, to commit fraud against the national budget through fraud is perhaps one of the most dear things for the state, because the fact that people are stealing the money of the state through anti-competitive practice ends up being one of the topics, but not only in Colombia, but in the OECD have actually mentioned that actually affects massively all the dynamics of the markets. In that pursuit, in that sense, to speak of free competition and to see it's associated with corruption in Colombia is perhaps the day in, day out of our institutions in many of the dimensions upon which we're working. Today, free competition is a right, a collective right given by our Constitution. And our very Constitution stipulates that free competition is the same or is at the same level of the environment, the administrative rights, public health. So in other words, since 1991, we made a giant step to realize that the matters of free competition are particularly important and of the first level from the standpoint of the debate of what a right for a collective right. And today as a society, we're realizing that today that in order to avoid that great curse that is corruption, at least in the dimension of free competition, there are many things that can be done. Dr. Rodriguez was mentioning not a minute ago, the authority of competition, now more than 2 years ago, they had the possibility of deciding through administrative ways, formally, a practice that would pursue free competition that actually worked as of a conduct that was totally reproachable of corruption. A bribe for several $1 million, $6 million at that time, that they gave it to a public official so that he would orient a hiring process. It is a mechanism that clearly and flagrantly has the potential to affect free competition. And the authority of competition reviewed that, thanks, of course, to a cooperation, international cooperation with the Justice Department of the US, and of course, with its capacity to detect information and to recover and compile information. What did they realize? That that was only the very beginning of a whole array of content that they managed to systematize, following something that we had current since 1959 in 155 in Article 1, which was to prohibit any practice or procedures or systems that pursue not having free competition. And as of an investigation that took more than 3 years, where we had to gather information, pay some visits, and rebuild what was going on, we were able to show the country that effectively there were elements that recognized that they were breaching free competitions. And I'm bringing this case to light because there is a connection between corruption practices and the breach of an interest that is of common good, like is free competition. Perhaps in many cases that the Colombians were affected for the buying tickets to the runner-up to Russia 2009 World Cup. There was a private agent had designed the market, and that they had done some orientation so that they can designate this mechanism of selling tickets for the qualifying matches. They were affecting free competition, starting from where? From an act that was pointed out as reproachable, because it is at the heart of what makes us speak of competition, corruption in this event. So we in society began to realize that free competition and aspects associated with corruption are tied totally. And in the very law 1540, they have three purposes that you should keep in mind. One should keep in mind: the well-being of the consumer, free participation of the agents in the markets, and economic efficiency. All of them purposes that are totally desirable if we all were to be consistent with a free market economy stipulated from our political constitution and ratified during the practice of our economic model of the past few years. If we do not have free competition, we're very probably not going to guarantee free markets. And what we realize is that one of the conditions that are necessary to guarantee free competition is
prácticas corruptas que pueden dar origen.
Avoiding under all circumstances corrupt practices that actually generate anti-competition or eliminating competition. What are we doing here at the superintendence? And with this, I would be closing my intervention. Very probably, one could think of three fronts. Three fronts, that is the corrective and sanctioning front, recognizing that law 1314, what has to do with juridical person, stipulates a criteria of imposing fines that actually could be up to 100,000 monthly minimum wages or whatever is higher, or if that money over 150% of the benefit derived from the conduct performed by the person who breached the law. That means that fines can go up to more than 90 billion pesos for each conduct performed by a juridical person. I think that that is a message that is decisive enough, as per the paper of Gary Berke, was a suggestion as to why it makes sense to speak of a dissuasive regime in these matters. The second that one should keep in mind is that the superintendencies cannot remain only just issuing sanctions, but they have to recognize that there is an enormous responsibility in design of the regulatory framework in respect of what Dr. Rodriguez was mentioning in his intervention. We definitely need that regulations answer to certain basic interests of respect of free competition. And in that sense, the figure of advocacy does play a fundamental role to guarantee that the regulation that is being produced respects free competition. And one last matter, a third dimension, has to do with the creation of free competition through the promotion of policies and compliance programs within the company. We were saying it, and we mentioned in Dr. Flores in their interventions, matters of compliance end up being very important in order to guarantee that society is aligned there and we can build a culture of free competition. And something that is very important is to have, for the first time, a technical norm issued by Econtech as a result of a joint work of the Authority of Competition, tiny companies, small and medium size, academia, practicing lawyers on competition, that all around Ocontech, we issued our opinion through a joint work to actually agree as to which should be the minimum elements so that any company in Colombia could actually implement an adequate program of compliance in terms of a region of free competition. I think that the pathway is very long, but if we as society continue to support and push these constructions of rights of collective interest like free competition with matters of fighting corruption, I think that we can provide a very positive signal of what effectively one can achieve. And today, the Authority of Competition has actually imposed 573 billion pesos in fines in no less than 34 cases, of which we have produced 34 cases, about 28 investigations. We have issued more 200 concept of advocacy, and all of that trying to send a very important message, and that is dissuasion is key if we wish to finish with elements that generate inefficiencies in the market. Look, I'm telling you, I think you have to be very bored there to be fascinated with this. And I could stay the rest of the day doing all of this with this. And if someone were to ask as to why am I nervous sitting here after 34 cases and 575 billion pesos plus, because I want to tell you that your colleague, the former superintendent that actually left, that he's in Cartagena in an event that were invited, I think with the UN, I believe, I think with the vice president was there, I was sharing with them is that we needed more report from super societies, the superintendents of companies. What is the superintendent before this? Now we're seeing, and we see that that's a change in the second round. If we were to have time, there's with the whistleblower and the efficacy that it has. But Dr. Juliana Velasco, the controller delegate, intersectional ones for special investigation against corruption. In the midst of the national debate, in and as far as the reports that the controller generals have had, they have sustained that in Colombia we have sufficient regulation in matters of fiscal control. I think with the Administrative Act of the 419, that they bring the superpowers of the IES, like Contraloría, Procuraduría, and so on. There's, I don't know how far do they get. That in spite of that, we continue to follow with something that is very important when we have serious investigation and solid and assured rulings. I think that the controller has done many tests that have contributed. My children, Saroni and Adelaida, are going to have a better Colombia, but I think that when we have some of these rulings that are long, confusing, repetitive, and there we now have cases even of investment space and that the ones actually is fearful that we continue to lose money in Colombia with rulings that are not that solid. But this said, I wanted to say that if one can speak of how the mandate of the Controller General and the role of protecting the assets of the states, which actually spoke of penal, the access, but how does we see that fiscal responsibility? Of course, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having invited me here to this panel. Really, it's been a fantastic experience to be able to share with the superintendent. Really, it's very interesting, everything that he told us just seconds ago. I think that is very important in respect of the Controller General's office. We have to have certain things. First, we don't have a responsibility, the sanctioning per se. What we do is to try to achieve that you repair the damages made to the assets of the state. So whenever you have a legal responsibility to the state, and it's actually seriously to blame, actually is to return that patrimony so that we can invest in one, and obviously to make effective all the needs that those who are being cared for in Colombia. As Dr. Daniel actually told us a minute ago, there have been very interesting rulings in the last days. And if we were to start from the year 2013, one of the biggest rulings that cost 3.4 billion pesos, it was Salud Cop. It was a very sensitive issue of Salud Cop, and through a legal person that precisely that was the scenario. They managed to deviate funds so that they can investment once again in making grow a society emporium that was actually made by Salud Cop and by all of its affiliates who were providing the services, and they had a vertical integration with that institution. So yes, it is very true what you say, that the rulings can be very long and very complex, but I mean, the situations that are presented have actually changed very much, and the way in which funds are deviated, irrelevant, whether it's by phenomenon of corruption, or they have been done in a far more complex manner in the last days. And obviously everything evolved, the controlling institutions do as well, but the people who actually wish to take the monies of the state, they find a way to appropriate themselves of these funds, and obviously they destine them to what it doesn't correspond. That's why the rulings of the Controller General's office far more complex than before. Why don't you mention this? Because I think it was a magnificent intervention to the point, since we have 1 more minute to speak of the experience of the three-seat table. And there's a very interesting issue by the law 610 of 2011. We had already contemplated that we turn interinstitutional ones between the Prosecutor General, the Controller General, and the Prosecutor Generals. And here we had the possibility to be able to exchange all this evidence that we gathered and that the other institution gathered, so that we don't have to do the same one 2 and 3 times, because that's one of the things that makes us the most complex about it. And at the end of the day, we end up gathering the same set of evidence, so that's not efficient. So this, we use it now during the pandemic, because there were a great number of contracts for the purposes of answering the needs, the food needs of the majority of the population. And to that pursuit, it was very interesting experience that we were able to reestablish it at efficiency levels of less than 1 year, where they had actually deviated funds to service the pandemic. So I think this is a dignified way to draw attention, and this is the way, of course, of trying to give a grain of salt to the country, so that the corruption is lower, that the money is invested in what it should be, and to service the needs of our people. And I say that in one of these things, it's easy to criticize from the other side. To sit on the investigation is a very complex affair, so it's easy to criticize. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Oscar Costa Amon, excuse me, I have this. I was going to replace it, my general. My utmost apologies for the lowering of the rank. General, I would like to ask you if you could speak, Brigadier General, the challenges at the investigative level when the prosecutors, they come there, so that we can actually support the prosecutor generals, because I think that you are an essential role in this. You play a transcendental role in this fight against corruption. So I would like to know and hear your reflections. Yes, thank you, Dr. Daniel. A very special greeting to all on behalf of our Director of the Police, General Jorge Luis Vargas Valencia, who was this morning accompanying you. I think that it's a scenario that is very good to change from 2 standpoints this issue of corruption. First, our national police, since it is a state institution, the Ministry of Defense and the military forces, especially we, the commanders, we have budgets, and we have to spend budget. And one of the strong issues that we do in terms of priorities is actually to issue mechanisms to prevent corruption. And regrettably, the state used to be concerned about the public official who was corrupt. And corruption means illegality, and behind the illegality there is a crime. With anyone that may be typified, so in respect of the administrative one, I don't handle it, but I don't refute it either, understanding that we were always going to look for the crime. As people who actually disbursed national monies through all the mechanisms that we have in the institution, always that person, that legal person, juridical person today, what they're trying to find is mechanisms to cheat and to erode the institutionality. And that's where we need to understand as to the why, what the government is doing with all these controlling institutions to generate a common front to tackle corruption. And from the standpoint, the private standpoint, we, from the criminal investigation and directorate of Interpol, we have the anti-corruption group, which are people who are specialized from all standpoints of the financial side, especially to tackle the hiring on the state through private companies, and in support to justice to the Prosecutor General's office. And this work that we have been carrying out with the Secretariat of Transparency of the President's Controller, the Superintendents, and we actually take it there to penal crime. We are always looking to obtain evidence that leads us to, as of the Dr. Daniel said, not only to go after the natural person, the legal representative, but also the company, and then to why Are we talking about the juridical personnel? Well, because we need to keep in mind that regrettably our country, in respect of drug trafficking and organized crime today, these organizations are also becoming part of that corruption because they have already permeated the municipal administrations, the state institutions, because they already handle money laundering through front companies that actually they do hiring with the same state. And this has led us so that we not only channel the persecution of penal crimes in respect of this organized crime, but also in the realm of public administration. They already have the investigative capacity of this topic.
Hoy por hoy, lo que más estamos trabajando es la
Today,
articulación.
then we have there and the information that they're there because the corruption there leads to a lot of reservation, to many prevention. And then we have there, and then we have them there, our experts, and then we have to see them, the capacity. And then we have them and there so that we are independently seeing them as to how we solve it, while we're never going to be effective, as we are going to be effective to corrupt people. We also have understood that it's not just what we do at the level of the central state level. We actually look to Bogota, we always look to the central circles of power, while there are many problems in the territories, and that's why we are also deploying a investigative capacity towards the territory so that we may be able to establish these corruption acts that one can see permanently. And lastly, of course, we are training ourselves even further from the standpoint of support from governments of other countries where they have experienced this in order to be able to strengthen our investigation here. They're telling me that we have lots of more time, that we can stay half an hour more. Oh, perfect, great, thank you. No, I'm closing that, and I'm just kidding. No, but I had here some question here for the Major General that was a bit there of cooperation, and with this, I think I will finish. But one, when actually begins to investigate there, and then you have global investigation that we have there in London and Paris. You actually are, I mean, the amount of money they actually invest in investigation. One actually says the DOJ or the ICC or whatever, or the Swiss office or the French one. It's impressive what they do. And one is what that makes my mouth water is actually to think that you could be Major General, a person like you, or the high ranks and the prosecutors are sitting in Washington, sharing the information, because it's fundamental. Because what we're saying when we're speaking of the role one has in these processes, the so-called the non-prosecution agreements and confidentially, there's actually I cannot go and the institution cannot find out what they do. Is precisely what the negotiation, what the trade, but what they can do is collaborate with other authorities. Hey, do you really take advantage of?
Dr. Daniel. Well, precisely, our transnational work has been developed in this moment with Europol and with Interpol. Interpol is more than 194 countries. Well, the truth is 195 countries, which it participate in this exchange of information through investigations. But not only are we in the investigation area, but also in the daily basis, we are exchanging these experiences. We're sending people to the United States with INL, which is a United States agency that works with the anti-corruption topic or matters. We send people to Holland, to the Hayat, and we're also in Lyon, France, working on these things to be able to work on our knowledge. Yes, so you're agent 009? Yes, 009. Who's 007? 007. So we must know, children must know that we call you that. Well, the number that we have in our police badge is the antiquity. I'm the 9th in command in the National Police. Wow, that's incredible. I had questions for all of you, and I'm going to get you before I'm going to gather you so we can speak. I would like to thank you all. I know we took longer, but this was a panel that we cannot miss out. And we have a lot of questions for the Super, who I do not even want to tell you. Thank you all. Thank you to all the people who are watching us and for accepting us at this time with these topics. Thank you very much to all the panelists.
Muchas gracias al señor Rodríguez
Thank you
Azuero.
very much, Rodriguez Esfuero. And our agenda will continue with the presentation of the Transparency Secretary from the Republic's presidency with the good practice that will strengthen the fight against corruption in Colombia. In this space, we will have, apart from the awarding of the third international contest of institutional transparency, as the socialization of the outcomes or results of the National Index of Anti-Corruption 2021 for those entities at a national or domestic level. So I will give the microphone to Ms. Violeta Osorno, Secretariat of the Citizen Commission for the Fight Against Corruption, and Dr. Armando Navarro, Coordinator of the Innovative Laboratory for the Fight Against Corruption. Go ahead, please.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to all. I hope that you have had a great day. As you may know, my name is Violeta Osorno. I make part of the National Citizen Fight Against Crime Commission, and I would like to tell you a little bit about this entity or this civil organization. So, the National Commission for the Citizenship Fight Against Crime is an instance that has been created by the civil society that, in view of Law 1407 of 2014, this call to contribute with the follow-up of the policies, actions, and programs that have been formulated and were implemented for the fight against crime in our country. And this is the commission I make part of, and it's been made up by Fernando Maecha as the head of all the NGO for the fight against corruption, by Maricel Giovanna Casallas as the rep of the Citizen Overview Seers, and as the Planning National Council, and Orozco for the economical guilds, and the Gulman as the rep. Excuse me, I'm going to finish real quick. And by Miriam Triana, the rep of the organization, and I as the rep of universities. This commission is quite glad and excited to show this to the winners, since this Transparency Commission is a very valuable initiative because it makes us see in a real way all the endeavors from the public side to build the country that our children deserve, the one we want to leave behind, a country that is ethical, honest, and accountable. So with this introduction, which I took a little bit of the commission and which has just been conformed this year, and it's more complete as a purpose to articulate all the policies and suggestions of the sector of fighting for transparency. And I would like to tell you a little bit about this contest. This is a contest that awards, and it's led by the Transparency Secretariat of the Presidency of the Republic, and it awards at a level national, departmental, and municipal these initiatives that are linked to those prevention mechanisms for corruption, with the corruption risk, and the promotion of the social part, access to public information, and with co-responsibility in the private sector. And this sort of ideas, the entities must formulate within a term that was formulated in a specific format. And as I was saying, the national order, departmental order, and municipal one as well. Who were the judges? The judges that assess this and weighed in on the proposals, not only the society I make part of, which I already told you about, also the public entity, the government school of the Javeriana, and an international expert in this open state matters. With this small or short introduction, I would like to proceed to tell you the 12 proposals at the national order level that were presented, and then I am going to give you a little bit of clues and who was the finalists, and then I will tell you who were the winners. All right, so at the national order, we have 12 proposals. The first one being the national, versus the environmental license entity, ANLA, and the third one is the military command forces, and the fourth one is ICBF, the fifth one is the impact, the sixth one is the sustainable environment ministry, and the justice ministry, the eighth one is the mining electrical ministry, the one is the health ministry, 10th is SENA, 11th place we have industry and commerce superintendency, and then we have the financial superintendency as the 12th place. Within these entities, we chose the finalists. I'm going to read one. Is the first finalist is the National Authority of the Environmental Licenses, ANLA. The second one is the Armed Forces side, and then the Superintendency of Industries and Trade, and then the financial one. I'm going to proceed with the finalists and the ones that were postulated in the order, and then I will tell you in the department order, we have 5 proposals. The first one, the national government of Antioquia, then Boyacá governments, and then Cundinamarca government, and then the governance of Valle del Cauca. The fifth one is the governance of Santander. The finalists in this category, governance of Antioquia, governance of Boyacá, and governance of Cundinamarca, and governance of Valle del Cauca. All right, so let's give them an applause. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to go in a municipal order. We have 21 proposals, so I'm going to begin. The first one, the Bolivar Mayor's Office, Valle del Cauca, and then we have the Alcaldía Chipache, and then the one from Envigado. Fourth one, we have Finlandia Mayor's Office, and that Fusagasugá, then Agua de Pilar Mayor's Office, then we have the Marinilla Office, 8th, the Mayor's Office of Medellin, 9th, Monterias Mayor's Office, 10th, Neivas Mayor's Office, 11th, the Mayor Office of Paipa, 12th, the Mayor Office of Ubate, 13th, Mayor Office of Facatativá, 14th, we have the Mayor's Office of 15th, the Mayor Office of Sopó, 16th, we have the Mayor Office of La Plata Huila, 17th, we have the Mayor Office of Pasto, 18th, we have the Mayor Office of San Antonio Tolima, 19th, we have the Mayor Office of Socotá, and 20th place, we have the Mayor Office of Itagüí, and then with the Mobility Agency in Bogotá. I'm going to say the finalists, the Paipa Mayor's Office and the Sopó Mayor's Office, and third place, the Mobility Entity in Bogotá. Now you can give them a hand. Now I'm going to present to you from the finalists who were the winners by initiative. Remember that it's a national level, municipality, and departmental. At the municipal level, the winner was the Paipa's Mayor's Office. The Paipa's Mayor Office created an initiative that is called I Count With You, to a strategy to foster all the memberships in the Mayor's Office, a high sense of ownership for the principles and values that are based on all the public officers to carry out a good service, a human one, interacting in a direct way with the community. Now we're going to see a small video of this initiative so you can get to know it better. Who's going to project it? I don't know. All right, good afternoon to all. I am Fabio Namerana. I'm the mayor of the municipality of Paipa, the touristic sector of Paipa, and I would like to say that the young people who reach this public settings, we are tired of what we normally used to develop. So the important flag is to change. Flagship isn't change. It's to leave the crime of corruption that has damaged our people and our world. So as a local mayor office, we have made the decision to participate in this contents of the institutional transparency, which has been led by the Transparency Secretariat of the Republic's presidency, and where we as the mayor office have designed a strategy that is called I Count With You Too. I count with you to the integrity culture for the institutions, and I count with you for the ownership actions, and and I count with you for the institutional transparency. This, among other works, that is going to make our municipality to continue to be positioned as one of the referrals in transparency matters, and for us to have the opportunity to go out at the national level. This is what our work is based on, and what are the work that we carry out for our communities. And our first step to achieve a better understanding of the training. For such reason, we developed within the Paipas municipality mayor's office training for the month of January to try to understand the context of the risk, especially the corruption risk involving each one of the members of each one of the dependencies of the municipality mayor office. This training has allowed us office to understand this context which the risk is developed under, to set forward controls and to improve their practices that can foster one way or another these corruption risks one way or another. Once we have understood this context of this risk, we began to work with the creation of anti-corruption and the attention to our citizens, which was designed with the active participation of each one of the officers of the entity. With this purpose, we counted with two strategical allies that were very important, that shared their support, which was the Transparency Office for the Presidency of the Republic, and then we also worked on the creation of the institutional work table for the service towards the citizen. This creation of the integrity code is a fundamental tool for the core administration, with focuses on the values and principles that the public officers should practice in their role. It made each one of the officers to have ownership of these principles and values was a main task and of this administration, to understand the role that each one of us practice in the gift of service, and to always be available for everyone else. With the support of the Transparency Secretariat of the Republic's presidency, we were able to go ahead with the training in the month of July for citizen participation and controls, counted with the many leaders of the community and some important value groups for the municipality. In the same way, we were carrying out several activities to foster the control and transparency. We have different instances as participation as the Planning Council and the Consultative Territorial Council. We also developed strategies as the centralized government entities, the different neighborhoods and villages in our municipality. Through the advantages or through the TICs, we look to increase everything that from the municipal administration, to create awareness for everything that was in the public area, and to give the citizens all the access of all these procedures, online procedures, to make these channels available in the double way, and the formation in technology, creating a more inclusive society and more participative one as well. With the Transparency Secretary from the Republic's presidency, we created our website, and we also carried our internal diagnosis of our processes and procedures, and we also worked in the updating of our manuals.
Bueno, un saludo especial para todas y para todos. Soy Fabio Medrano, alcalde del municipio de Paipa, la capital turística del departamento de Boyacá. Y me complace contarles que los jóvenes que llegamos a este escenario de lo público...
Listo. Entonces ahora...
So now we're going to go and see the winner at the departmental level, which is the Antioquia's governance office, with the proposals of municipality base. This is being presented as a good practice for integrity and transparency in the management of everything that's around the public sector, where the community is actively participating for their benefit. Let's look at the video.
En Antioquia,
in Antioquia, innovative exercise for planning, participative planning, and inclusive is creating progress, and equity is about all those municipality coordinates days which have more than 5,000 projects with an investment that's above 3 billion pesos for the development of the 9 Antioquia subregions. And to know a little bit more about the scope of this program, we invite you to see this video. And these, we are fostering the participating with the dialogues with the mayors, people about the projects on the development of our territories. The people from Antioquia who have been represented by the municipality consultation councils, we can propose to impact the improvement of the quality of life. Transparency, equity, co-responsibility, and sustainability are the seal of this program. You will ask yourself, who makes part of this important setting where together we can define the investments that we have in our department? To answer this, we are going to speak to Catalina Velasquez, the manager of the Antioquia municipality. These agreements are a transparency engine for this government. It gathers all those actors that make part of the development of the territory governments, the municipality governments, and the assembly, the councils, all those populational groups, everyone that is gathered here. All these agreements, municipality agreements, are an action of good governance and compliance. Through governance, they allow our government to control in real time all the projects that are being carried out, and the compliance unit has been created with the occasion of the human evolution and of the Antioquia governance that included the creation of the public group and the definition of the public management, so we can have the strategical central level management and the decentralized networks as good practice, and for the administration of everything in the public sector. This also gives the citizens a platform that controls everything in the society. Anyone, anywhere in the world can verify the compliance of all the agreements that were defined. To know a little bit more about this platform, I'm going to connect myself with Ana Lucia Castañeda, Private Secretariat of the Antioquia Governance. Good morning, Paulo. For us, it's a pride that with our plan team and at zero cost, we created a easy access platform for all the citizens where they can consult all the advances of each one of the agreements through municipality, through subregions, through independence, and to see how we're investing the Antioqueños resources. So Paulo, our legacy is to be able to leave these capabilities installed for public access with all the management of their day-to-day public groups in the Antioquia governance, and to create the compliance culture. And the COVID-19 pandemic have not impeded the generation of these days. And 2020, we created the first day in a virtual way. In 2021, we had a second in-person work day, and having each rep of each one of the 9 subregions. This program is transforming lives and complying with all the dreams that we have had before as Antioqueños. A clear example that we can see in the northwest part of our city. The complete pavements of our road will soon be a reality. This is a road that has very good specifications. It's going to allow for these robberies that go on in these roads to reduce everything that's happening in the northeastern part. Have 8 natural bridges so we can protect all the animals that are in the zone. All these agreements have given us a very deep availability to pavement and to everything. This is just grain that is being given to we can reach a happy end. These municipality agreement days is innovative exercise that today are a transparency reference for the public management, a very strong society control tool that we invite you to scan this QR code so we can expand or broaden the information on this project and to interact with the compliance unit. We will send you a strong hug from Antioquia. Together, Antioquia governance. And now we're going to go with the last category at a national level. It's for the National Authority for the Environmental Licenses, ANLA, that showed the initiative called Confiarla, that shows how through development of these technological tools, proactive publishing of information, the classifying of human talent and teamwork have achieved these highlighted results for the fight against corruption. These initiatives address all the corruption and risk of corruption and the control of the public and co-responsibility of the public sector. In this, we do not have a video, and then we will finish the awarding. We will thank you very much.
Para la presentación del índice, el
For
señor
the presentation of the index, Mr. Andomoceros is accompanying us.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para
All
todos.
right, good afternoon to all. And now coming up to the stage by myself, I am with my colleague Cindy Orjuela, and together we're going to have the opportunity to socialize with you about the outcomes. If you wish, you can send the video so we can both watch the presentation. We're going to present you the outcomes of the National Index of Anti-Corruption in NAC, which is a measurement, as we're going to observe it, have been developed by the Transparency Secretariat of the Presidency of the Republic, and that it is his second version for the national level, which we would like to socialize with you today. I am Armando Navarro, as we was just presented. I coordinated the laboratory for the fight against crime, and is the laboratory for anti-corruption that has been administered by the Presidency of the Republic through the Secretariat of Transparency, and Cindy Orjuela, who is in the computer, two professionals from our work team that are supporting us from the qualitative and quantitative of the generation of these measures. So let's go with the following slide to begin. What is the index? This development plan, Pact for Climate, Pact for Equity, in the chapter against corruption is zero tolerance against corruption, has been set for commitment with the government that was to have objective measurements based on evidence and based on public information, not in perception, that would allow us to make decisions that were informed in this framework and in this commitment. We have the anti-corruption index, which, as you can observe in this order right this, first of all, it seeks to have the institutional capabilities of the public entities, national and territorial entities against for the fight against corruption. This is important because this means that this is not a perception measurement, it's not a survey. ENACT is not either a new measurement that creates a form to access all these entities, and is an index of indexes, which is a measure that have the existent databases as a tool, which I'm going to show you for in a specific way, which this offers is an holistic view of all the institutional capabilities of the institutions based on the numbers that we have been able to identify from different information sources, and at the end, the added values to generate public policy recommendations that are useful for the strengthening of these public entities' capacities. And it's very important to do a little push or a little drive in these recommendations that in a previous way, these four information sources that have been used by the Transparency Secretariat have given these entities that have been assessed. The following one, please. Here. All right, perfect. So first of all, as we have seen in this first box of this slide, this has been created an institutional table, and that we had the opportunity to create last year with all the leading entities for the transparency and the fight against corruption. The public functions, the MINTIC, the public registry, Colombia Compra de Eficiente, the Transparency Secretary, and the Nation Secretary, which is the order of this transparency law and of access. And with this, we did the association of this methodology, the structures. We also define with the purpose of not doubling our endeavors and for us not to have the same things. But for it to generate an added value to what we as entities known as FRAC or as ITA or index of the transparency for information. The following one, please. This one. In this second chart, we can observe the 4 sources of information that were used by the NAC. As you can see, those 4 sources that come and have been fed by all the entities that make part of this group, of this policy. So in number 1, we have the index of the ED in development, which is talked through the Food Act, which is the form that all the entities will fill out to see how they have developed through the and what advances they have had through these 17 policies. For the number 2 with the ITA from the General Attorney's Office that allows us to capture the advanced levels in these entities through the law of 1714 of 2012. And this is very important to have some emphasis here, since this self-diligence as FULAC, we do not take this from the entities, but we take the auditing that's being carried out by the Attorney General Office through the ITA with the purpose to create better outcomes. In number 3, the integrity index, it makes part of the National Prosecutor Office that we took some variables that were very concrete that ahead we're going to be able to see. It has a lot to do with the budgets, the execution of this in the entities, and that it is another way that we can measure the General Attorney's Office have been doing for the compliance of all these entities that have the control on diverse public policy matters. And finally, the electronic of the public procurement on one side to check out everything that has to do with the advertisement in the second sector, but also in the integrity of all the procurement, everything that has to look with the quantities that have been destined for this. And with the public procurement, we have been working on an index that is very important within this public procurement that we will be speaking about in a minute. And in the same way, this measurement for the national level, as you can see, have been applied to 85 entities of the executive of the national order. You say it's more than 80 entities of this executive, but we have make emphasis on 85 of them because we have a max at the moment. We're applying this measurement that these entities that did not have information of one of the indicators or variables of that are subject to this analysis by our side, we attack them or tackle them on this first analysis, so we can have an objective view based on the outcomes that we had, and not to create some modifications for a specific case for one entity or another. So this 85 at a national level in August of the same year, where we have had the opportunity to assess 32 government offices at the 2 capital cities and 170 municipalities of Pedal. Today, we will refer to 11.
Para podernos ubicar en contexto, cuando observemos los resultados, entonces de 0 a 25 es una escala baja, es decir, estamos en un rango donde los riesgos...
It's a low scale, so we're in this scale that is quite preponderant, and of there we have a 26 to 50 is a mid-range, and then we have the moderate, and then we have the 76 in a high rank in the implementation of these policies and the topics that we consider ready to prevent and to strengthen that index to measure corruption. And this is the structure of the metering system. So based on the 4 sources that you were able to see, of which we actually base there, the feeding of this index, the metrics is actually composed by great dimensions, which is transparency, access to the information with an open state. So we implement really of what it says there to guarantee this right of access to information, what has to do with active transfer, passive transfer, and there you have what we can see in the column of variables of ITA, of the Procurator General's office. And number 2, the second component of this great dimension, it's everything that has to do with rendering of accounts, but also including, of course, important component associated with the citizens' participation in those cycles of institution that should be permanent, and we based it in the results that we have obtained in the institutions that have been assessed in the citizens' participation, in the index of citizens' participation, which is where you measure these aspects. And the second one, which is the most robust in terms of variables and components, is actually integrated by the component of budget, hiring, integration, and anti-corruption schemes. And then the component there's with the variable associated with the financial component, with the fixed of the budget execution, the closing of the accounts, and the report to the diverse systems that the state has to guarantee the integrity of the information that's reported. Is an auditing process that the Procurator General's office that is made visible in the financial processes. The ones associated with contracting, as we reference it, is an information that we obtain from the Colombian Observatory of Hiring, from Colombia Buys Efficiently, and basically they look at public procurement and they guarantee and they promote that transition that the institutions are obliged to have in SECOP 2, and then an important analysis of the integrity in the modality of hiring in respect of the amounts destined to the contractual processes, and the ones are based on that. They have some results of this important variable. And finally, the integrity of anti-corruption actually becomes the most robust component, and it has two variables. Number one, the policy of public integrity, and we take it of the index of institutional ones, and finally the results that we have had, the results in respect of the implementation of the policy of transparency, access to the information, and fight against corruption. We take those data of the index of institutional expenses. So here we integrate in one measure the results of 4 sources. So that's why we took that is an index of indexes, and then we have a holistic approach based on the results of diverse sources and how they are in these assessed institutions. And now, Cindy, I'd like to hand over the mic so that you actually share the results with us. Thank you, Armando. And then first, good afternoon to all. It is important to emphasize that this is an index that measures institutional capacities. It does not measure corruption. And it's very important to clarify there, because what we wish to generate is a tool for institutions so that they can identify what are the weaknesses that they have in each one of the topics that Armando has just explained, and how through specific actions and in the short term, we can implement and that they can improve not only in the INAC, but also in the monitoring that are sources of our index. So that's just to clarify that. And we realize that from the last fiscal year, the national institution have improved their scores. We have gotten to 80 points. So in other words, that we passed from a moderate rank to a high rank. And this is what we have for all the institutions. And then after having reached that high rank, there are the 100 points and so on. And then we have there a high point. And it's also important to mention that you have the institutions, and then we have there, you have to call them for them to carry out all the necessary actions so that we can obtain that score. So that means that the institutions have improved their processes in implementing the law of transparencies, the ones of the rendering of accounts, the participation of information, of contractual ones, and budget-wise, and everything that has to do in respect of the citizen in the interest of the institutional management. Cindy, so what we're presenting is this score, like in all measurements that actually are based on a retrospective measurements about the immediate prior years, and based on that, the NAC is showing what we're launching is that snapshot of the prior years, and that's where we have the results. We're analyzing 2020 and 2021, and the results we're going to do there in the fiscal years, and that were successfully, so we can have the clarity as to what type of information we are providing. We agree. Okay, so in terms of the dimensions, as Armando has just mentioned, if they're divided in transparency, open state, institutional integrity, where we see reflected an increase in the 2 dimensions, especially in transparency and open state. And basically what we have here is the disposition on the web page and the opportunity for responses in the paid QRS. servicing the guidelines and then of Resolution 3554 of 2015 of NITIC, where we evaluated the form of PQRs that actually is in accordance with the norm, so that any person may place any petitions with the public institution, and institutional integrity, we see a slight increase. We see that this dimension that it increases the most attention by the institution, so we can generate this specific identification as to what is happening here. Further on, I'm going to give you like the screen of the variables, so there's where we're going to identify effectively where we have to make the most efforts as of where the institutions are from. And we have the component of the dimension of transparency and open state, and this basically is focused in the access to information and rendering of accounts. And here I'm not going to emphasize this very much because I want to do the zoom through the variables, and what we can see it's at the best dimension and it's in a high range, and we are on the 84 points in access to the information and render of accounts. And there we are also improving, obviously, catering over to what Armando said, that the processes are permanent and they're not only once a year. In as far as the institutional integrity, we actually have three components. And here we can actually detail clearly that the greatest challenges are in budget and integrity, where budget, as you were able to see before, is actually how the institutions carry out that implementation of what they already planned at the beginning of this, how you're materializing it, and how it's actually they're closing all the accounts of each one of the institutions. And here it is very important to review the compliance of the budget and the contractual commitment so that we can increase that score. In terms of integrity, which is the other component that is a bit sort of low, the invitation is a bit to review everything that has to do with the policies of transparency and integrity that all too well is detailed by the Public Function Ministry of Civil Service, is that each one of them, they have sub-indicators that are very specific that I'm going to mention. Here, I'm going to emphasize of what I was speaking about. These are specifically variables. As we mentioned before, we were based for transparency and open government. Here we had the data from the Audit General's office, and basically the alert here is that no institution, well, we have some, but very few. On average, really, we are 84% of compliance of Resolution 3564 that was already changed by the 1519 of 2019. It generates an alert because we actually needed that effectively we have 100% implementation of this resolution, keeping in mind that its attachments in the majority of the cases should have been fulfilled by the 31st of March of 2021. And the attachment that has to do with web accessibility, it has to be fulfilled of December of 2021. So it's kind of the call of the institution to review the resolution to see what's missing, so that perhaps they need some orientation so that they communicate with the ministry and that they can review in depth these topics. And in the policy of participation and accountability, what they look at is that they actually are doing spaces of citizens' participation, co-creation of the policies and the plans, and all of these are actually done in all the phases of this cycle, and obviously all the revenues of this rendering of accounts that they actually do, of the manual of accountability that they do phase by phase, what we should do, what formats they should do and implement to exercise an effective citizens' participation and effective citizens' participation by citizens. Next one. Here, as we had already mentioned, one of the main challenges in the dimension of institutional integrity we have in the financial process, and here is kind of a call to review the budget in as far as what was planned at the beginning of the year and what ended up being executed, so that everything that is performed is actually facing the citizens so that you have all the components of transparency and that we're publishing the information in accordance with the norms. Here, I'd like to give a parenthesis, and I think it's important to highlight that it's precisely that variable of the financial process is a constant in the results that we return for all institutions and all, without needing to having a result of low range, because we should clarify this. It's not on a high score, but in all institutions is the most setback score. None of them have any results that's in high in what we're showing. So therefore, here the call is here to, as Cindy mentions, is to make the review as to what controls are being established so that we can take this associated to the budget cycles of what they're seeing, of the closing of the account to a satisfactory level that we would like there, but we'd like to review is what's going on with that information. Effectively, yes, we here we're performing a whole series of recommendations of public policy in accordance with the results that we have received. But it's also important for the institutions to have a view inside as to where you have that focus of where they should identify to be able to mitigate it quickly, and that way raise the score. In as far as integrity in public procurement is one of the variables that has a greater score, and here we have effectively everything that has to do with the publication of the contractual processes, all documentation in accordance with all the norms and with facing the citizens so that everything will be transparent, so that effectively everything is fulfilled with the modalities of hiring and with the issues of the plurality of offering. Here I want to make another caveat, because we see this result nationally in respect of what was socialized. Excuse me, in August, the results here for the national level, it was in take 18 of what we had of the public procurements by analyzing, of course, the universe of the sample that is being reviewed in the national order. We have been able to evidence a transition to SECOP 2 that is far more advanced. And then we have at the territorial level, we don't see that. So when we see the results that they have in August that we have socialized, well, this variable change and it reduces enormously for the territories where there's still some setback in the SECOP 2 in the use of this virtual there, because there are many territorial institutions that is SECOP 1, and that shows us really where we must double the efforts in terms of the integrity of the procurement is not to overlook what we're doing nationally, but in respect of what we see in August for the territorial level. It means that there is where we have to establish the greatest number of controls. That is true. So in terms of integrity policy, here we have the call of the points that is in 78. It's important that the institutions begin to promote spaces where there is appropriation of the amounts of integration for public officials, the appropriation of the integration code, the conflict of interest policy, and the possibility to present the declaration of rents and the like, and then of this, the proper materialization of these issues of integrity within the institution is what is being promoted in respect of the citizens. And then we have there the public officials are working today, and that's what they're offering when facing the citizens when they're providing services. So it is very important from within we begin to promote these venues that are quite important and that obviously they are very important in fighting corruption. Here we have here on 25 points in this score, and here we have the implementation of the anti-corruption plan, and then we have the ones that has to be the management, the risk map and the management, and then we have there's very important keeping there, and then we have that actually they help us mitigate any act of corruption. So here I think that it's very important. We are national institutions. We're the ones that are here projected, and of course, these are issues that effectively they're by norm. So it is a call to be able to guarantee that these plans are actually being done and that they get executed duly according to what the plans are, and also in the issues of digital security, what has to do with the management of file management, everything has to do with documents and so on, that you continue to carry them in a transparent manner, because it's the information with which the citizens have to be able to make petitions or to be able to participate actively in respect of the activities that institutions carry out. So this is the snapshot that's been showed here, and it's worthwhile to show here that the national institutions have the best scores than the territorial ones. As Armando was saying, they are far more setback in issues that are so dear, like the financial ones and hiring. And of course, on the topic of the resolution 3564, we realized that they have not gotten to 100% either. So it's a bit worrisome because now we have this resolution 1519, and of course, Procurator is going to begin to audit based on these criteria. So it's not only the disposition of information on the web page, but actually it's to generate a whole series of accessibility criteria to service the criteria of digital security, which is a complicated act in terms of the sensitivity of the information and the data that is being provided and everything that has to do with open data. So how can we generate useful information so that other people can reuse it and make some documents and to do some public policy in that respect? And I think that further on, we have like that recommendation that I've just given you, which is basically this is like the difference between the resolution 3564 and 1519 of 2020 that has some attachments that are quite different from what we were seeing before, when the call really is for the institutions to review them and to implement what they have to implement in the shortest time possible, so that next year they will do very well and they're in the EDIC and they have it in the ENAC. In the next one, we have a general recommendation that basically is that the institution actually begin to encourage this culture of integrity, that actually they take advantage of open data and so on in documents that are accessible. And if they can do in Excel or in PDF, but they'll be open so that people can copy them, can paste them and so on, and to generate documents that people can understand easily so that in clear language that don't have technicalities. These are topics that sometimes one thinks that they're actually, they know them there, but in reality it's not like that. But the institutions speak with their topics, which are more very legal and very technical, and people generally just don't understand. So I think it's important that they review the manual of accountability. It's a manual that is very interactive, and it's an actual microsite that the Ministry of Public Function and Civil Service has, and you can review and adequate them for the institution to begin to generate venues in all the phases that are necessary for the citizens' participation, and that they maintain updated their risk maps. And lastly, then to tell you that the institutions and control institutions are the ones that are competent to handle all the budget issues. However, we do a call so that you perform all the actions so that the accounts actually are finished and closed according to the norms. Perfect, yes. And now we're about to finish. And basically the next steps before we end up showing the tools of visualization, the Secretary of Transparency in the INEC is to highlight the steps, and it's not there that we apply for the first time. And in the prior ones, and they actually deliver some results, and it's there. It's not only do we give the snapshot, we don't publish it, but actually we communicated one-to-one to the institution. We send those institutions with a document, with a file of results, particular results where we establish the only results of that institution, the specific one for each one of the results. But that argument comes and will come accompanied with a roadmap, where the roadmap where we have there is what we need is to leverage all the institutions to improve in the recommendations that they already have received of the public functions, of the Procurator Generals, of the different sources that we use, and of course, to improve the next measurements of this calculation of the INEC. And those are going to be additional working tables that with the Secretary of Transparency, we will carry out with the national institution, in this case, of the next year and the next delivery of results, within the possible we can identify the progress in each one of the topics that we have seen. Now I would like to show you, policy, where do we see those results? If I'm a public institution, if I'm ministry, so where can I see it? Where can I find my results, only mine? And to download the data, well, in the page of the Secretary of Transparency, if you come in through the menu that you have here in the horizontal bar, in the observatory, and there you can deploy in a sub-menu where you have measurements, and those measurements, what we're going to find is the National Anti-Corruption Index. If you go down a bit, we're going to see the power way. If we go down a bit here in this module of the page of the Secretary of Transparency, we're going to find a power view where all the institutions can filter their name, and you're going to find the historic results of all the calculations that we have performed, the results by dimension, by component, and additionally, we can download the file of the results of those institutions that are published therein. Any citizens can do it because this is an exercise that is available to all. And lastly, you can download the data. That means that we can find out what were the particular results for each one of the variables that we obtain, and to be able to do any type of analysis if it's of interest for a citizens or for a specific institution. Natalia, I don't know if we can project the tool. Well, first of all, good afternoon to all. It's worthwhile to add that as we saw throughout the presentation, we have the tool, the anti-corruption tool, with data that are based on innovation with the research and the theory of the metering device. And here we can see projected in the page of the secretaries. We're not seeing it. Here. So here we actually come in, as was mentioned by Dr. Armando, and here we have the National Index Anti-Corruption, the INAC, and then we have there the secretaries, and here we find this menu, and in this menu we can find all the metering as far as nation, territory, and the comparisons. And we can see, we can have access in the full screen, and we will have this web projection where we will find basically this numeric scale that we mentioned, and let's remember that it goes 0 to 100, and that is segmented in 4 intervals of the same size, where at the greater values we have a greater scale of the numeric ones, and in this scale we have associated a whole array of recommendations that we can evidence in this part here. In this case, they are recommendations by institution, but they are specifically, we should give a click here in this search engine, and we can search a ministry in which you will be able to project the scores for each one of the dimensions, for each one of the components and the variables. Let's remember and let's have present in mind that the score makes the information observable, and it has a high degree of accuracy, all with valid data. Therefore, it is important to mention it again, to mention again 2 important statements that we have due to the socializations that we have. And one of them is that by having this integration in multiple sources, it actually helps us to have a quite robust one, and therefore geared to what we wish to measure. And we would be subject to the updates that one would need in these sources. And 2, we would have this measurement based on these dimensions. We can see here about the components and the variables that are mentioned here before, which is what we have, where we have defined this definition, and then we have the corresponding weighted average that we actually have pursuant to establishing a numeric score of relevance for dimensions, components, and variables. Here we can see the tool. You have the filters to be able to incorporate or include the respective institution. As you can see, it's dynamic. It's going to change depending on the filter that we have. And we can see the specific results. We can download the databases. We have the scores there that are there below that you don't see it, but they're very there that is downloadable. So that is the entire presentation. Thank you very much. And of course, any concerns, any doubts that you have about the measurement, the Secretary of the Transparency of the citizens who are interested, and we are attentive for them to exist. Thank you very much.
Seguimos nuestra agenda con
We
la
will
presentación
continue with our agenda with the presentation of Lieutenant Colonel Elkin Villarreal Arroyo, an officer of the National Police of Colombia, who will speak about transparency, a fundamental aspect for the transformation process of the National Police. Lieutenant Colonel, sir.
Buenas tardes a todos y
Good afternoon to all, and I would like to thank for this space to communicate by the police its transformation process and obviously the integral policy that we have in our transformation within the framework of implementing the planning model and the integral management at the police. The National Police incorporates the values and the code of integrity of the public service in Colombia through Resolution 003 of 2019. And there we incorporate 5 values. Five guiding principles or values that we have in providing police service. The first of them is police vocation. And police vocation indicates, as a public servant, that policemen are, and policemen and women, that they should assume the profession of police like a life project, guaranteeing an ethical behavior and transparency that enables them to stay in the armed institution, the civil and armed institution. The police honor is another value that actually invites us to feel proud and satisfies of the duty well performed, the commitment to respect the institutional guidelines, the police discipline, to recognize and to respect the citizen, the hierarchy and the orders issued by their superiors. Honesty, to act as per the thoughts, and that our acts be coherent with the institutional framework. The integral policy is the maximum instance in terms of transparency and in the fight against corruption, internally and externally, to minimize those factors that put at risk the stability, the image, and the institutional transparency. And not only for that, but also to mold and to guarantee the ethical behavior of police women and policemen. This policy of police transparency has 3 criteria to which the development should adjust, or the application should adjust. The first is the creation of awareness. Through this criteria, the police must have the conviction that it's acting in the development of providing the service. It should be adjusted to the principles and ethical values. Another of the criteria is the participation. Next, please. Through this criteria, we recognize the citizen with a control and an evaluator of providing the police service, that they can opine about the results and the respect for human rights in the police actions. And finally, a criteria of applying this policy of transparency that makes the recognition, the National Police recognizes through stimuli the proper behavior of the police in the development of the provision of the service. This integral policy of police transparency becomes a reality through 4 dimensions. The first, the dimension of human rights, that is based on the public policies of the national government. The National Development Plan that was just mentioned here, the National Policy on Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, the Integral Policy of Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law on the Ministry of Defense, and basically structured on 5 elements that are focalized in respecting human rights, that actually guarantees the international standards, which is the promotion, development, and dissemination of human rights, the attention to vulnerable population, and the international systems where we maintain this dimension and we have a contact with international and national human rights institutions. Another dimension is responding to the citizens, where we guarantee transparency. And through this dimension, one tries to guarantee, or through this realm, one tries to to the confidence, the trust, and to make the institution one of parts of the military forces that respects and guarantees the human rights. Here is of the utmost important to highlight that the National Police has 99 offices of points of contact with the citizens where we receive claims, 99 offices in the different units, 1,420 spots to answer questions to the citizen. And there is the possibility that the system may come here in a virtual manner. It can do it virtually through a computer sense, to a phone call, or it can come in person to express any petition or any discontent that has to do with providing the police service. We also have 73 offices of human rights in the country that actually are in charge precisely of disseminating that dimension through those 5 elements, which are the care to vulnerable populations through these 3 elements, which is the care of vulnerable population, the dissemination of these human rights, 73 offices nationally speaking. And then the other dimension that we have is the dimension of human rights, of internal affairs. Here, once we're going to go a bit more in depth there, speaking of transparency, because this past Tuesday, we discussed in the second debate in the plenary session of the Congress for the National Police Force, and we actually have in that dimension of internal that is in charge of guaranteeing the enforcement of the norms. When the policeman in its acting, he has not followed the ethical principles, as we have 56 offices within the country, and we have 2 delegate inspectors, 1 in the general office of the police and 1 inspector, delegate in the Metropolitan Police of Bogota, and 8 throughout the rest of the country. They're the ones who are in charge of enforcing the disciplinary code. This integral policy of police transparency has some attention factors, called as well as those elements that enable one to make more dynamic this police transparency. And so within these preventive elements, we have the institutionality, it's an articulation internally and externally of doctrine that incorporates, obviously, lots of norms, and in the institutional realms, which is the ethical police system, this CS3P, which is a center of information and police intelligence, the values, principles, agreements, and ethical commitments, and the campaigns of sensitivity. The visibility makes it reference there as a factor of care for police transparency to recognize institutionally in the access processes and the dissemination of information. It facilitates them, and it actually makes them there of citizens there in the render of accounts and the declaring the tax return and generating a whistleblower mentality through the different places of theirs and the 99 offices of internal affairs in the country. And the supervision is a factor with which the institution guarantees that one verifies, that one sees, and that one makes sure that the compliance of the norms nationally of the policies. We have a portal of internal services where we list all the police information, the resumes of each of the uniform, all the claims filed against that person, the single cameras that we have, projects that have been implemented in certain cities as a pilot. This is a camera that policeman has incorporated to his uniform or in the communication radio to guarantee the procedures, and obviously that they work at some given point in time to give faith of the procedure that was actually performed and the ethics of the police when they performed each one of the activities that they perform. And 90-10 that we call it, at 10% of issuing orders and 90% of verifying and the follow-up and the control of those orders that were issued. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned before, Tuesday, we discussed in the Senate, and then we had there in Congress at that time was the bill of the disciplinary statute for the police. And there's a disciplinary norms that actually is based on 2 important aspects, which is the respect to citizens' participation and obviously the respect for human rights that is deployed throughout the 85 articles that we have in this disciplinary code, which is quite novel in this one here, that we have respect and guarantees of human rights that we establish, specifically that this behavior that we have here in the development, that we have in the service provision, that we have are the violations of them. We have there, we have there for some novel issues on this. And then we have there of what police can do. And this is that this police discipline is a set of norms that actually regulate and turn legal. There's that they should be respected by the members of the police in the development of service provision. It regulates the behavior there of the police, woman and man, and it's enforced when we actually do not obey this, only when we have the police there, or by breaching or lack of awareness of the human rights concept that should be applied. Our disciplinary institute that was already approved, I'll reiterate in second debate, it's still pending, a very simple legislative path. It has certain issues that actually are respect for human rights, in the sense that not only in the view towards the citizen there, because it has a nuance aspect in the informants of international rulings of the American courts, and it's actually the mistakes between the instructor and we're going to have an internal process at the police that actually is going to have a view of errors as of next year. The law is already approved, but we need to regulate it in the general instruction, where an instructor is going to be in charge of gathering of evidence in terms of teaching, and then we're going to have a player that's actually going to issue a regulator, a ruling. This disciplinary aspect, one of the new aspects is the creation of a national system of guarantees. This national system of guarantees is actually organized by a whole array of mechanisms that would enable the citizen to formulate and to do follow-up online to the non-compliance that one may have had throughout the different channels. So in other words, that the citizen doesn't have to come there to request a petition, but online they can request the entire process of their claim as the disciplinary actions are being taken, obviously without breaching the reservation, the legal reservations of the investigation. They can file a claim, they can verify the current status, if it was initiated or not initiated in respect of the non-conformance, and based on that, the follow-up up until the disciplinary action is actually ended. It establishes an obligation then in the semester for the inspectors that are delegated there and the general inspector to actually have a rendering of accounts in their respective jurisdictions their semester, and receiving by their citizens the insatisfactions or the non-conformance in terms of disciplinary following the code. They include flaws that are absolutely new, and they are the product of the analysis of the ones that we have that have been reiterated in certain cases in respect of that police one that actually tries to hide his identity or something that doesn't allow him to find him as there. We have them, and then he is very important because the claims of citizens, they actually were reiterated, and there were numerous in that sense. You couldn't identify which police officer it was because they would hide who he was, placing his jacket in the back from this. And we actually saw that certain cases that this is a disciplinary flaw that we include there in our catalog of breaches to the disciplinary consent. The other ones, the use of elements in manifestation, the use that have not been sort of normalized for using them, and some that are not pointed out in these ones that are not pointed out in the codes, in the code of the service provision, and that's also included as a disciplinary fault that is new.
A new aspect in our space from the General Attorney's Office that will take all the disciplinary actions that will be headed by all the conducts that are a breach to the human rights, and that saves a lot of nation with this. The inclusion, to say this well, 3 new causes for the to apply these is a disciplinary, internal disciplinary, one for the National Police, 3 new figures of causes for the provisional suspension, one of them being when we are before a behavior that breaches the human rights, we can apply this suspension to the police officers that is involved with these acts. Another cause would be a great effect to the community once we're before disciplinary investigations that gives a severe one. As today, we know the law 734/2012 disciplinary statutory. We have three causes. One is the flaws that are continued to be carried out and interference or inherence of the disciplinary part, and the ones that have been pointed out in the general disciplinary statutes in law 1952, we incorporated three more causes, which are the breach, the violation of human rights, a great affectation to the community, and when it's caused through connotation or national tendency actions, which we will have three different causes that the general regime already have. With all these public manifestations, we also included with innovative one as the general, the police department has exclusive attention for those cases that are presented before the public manifestations, those complaints that can be done before the acts of the police interventions that are not under the standards will count with a disciplinary officer that will be exclusively in charge of distributing these disciplinary actions. Currently, our disciplinary act for the National Police, 2016, counts with a typology of 30 disciplinary flaws of severeness that are considered severe, and the institutionary status have 30 typologies as a severe flaw, which the newest ones, the ones I mentioned just now, the provision that the officer can be hiding his identification through a police procedure, or the devices that have not been accepted in the manuals to be included for providing the police services, missing the service for more than 2 days. This is also severe. This is also a new one that contributes to the disciplinary for the transparency of police, and mistreating animals when they cause death. This is also an important flaw that has also been included. And obviously the consequences will be the maximum sanction in this disciplinary handbook. And right now, and the officers that have the disciplinary competence in the National Police, they're carrying out some tasks that are having the in the least external order. There's a considerable number of investigations. This disciplinary statute also counts with the administrative means and sanction means to punish this. And this tries for the disciplinary control officers to accelerate these tasks as those that need it, as the transparency and corruption for those in a hierarchy institution. That discipline is very important for the correct function of this one. And then I go to disciplinary investigation, for example, the use of the uniform, the being kind, and all the conducts that the public officer or the normal citizen would not believe is important, but in the jerky, it marks its point, and we have 30–50% of these investigations. The purpose is to pass to administrative sanction that we give us the correct officer to correct this behavior and to have incidents in the classification of the police officer with being able to take administrative decisions in the future. This is one of the most newest disciplinary acts. It would unload this disciplinary load, concentrating this attention in the investigations that really merit this, not on the behavior that this common citizen will not give much importance to or pay a lot of attention to. All right, it's basically that, very short intervention because of time. I don't know if we have any doubts or any concern in behalf of the people who are here in the audience. All right, thank you very much.
Agradecemos al señor.
I would like to thanking the Lieutenant Colonel Belkin Villarreal for his words. Now we will give room to the comments of the panel for risk of corruption in the implementation and put in much of the multipurpose catastrophe for the mitigation. Instance recommendations would be moderated by Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Gutierrez is a lawyer specialized in the penal law from Sergio Arboleda University, has a master's degree in human rights and in humanitarian international law, and the same university specialist in substantive and constitutional contagious law from the Universidad Javeriana with more than 10 years of experience in the register, notarial, territory, constitutional, and penal law, advice in the National Prosecutor Office and working in the Constitution Court. Currently, Mr. Rodriguez is working as coordinator in the support group for the management of territory or lands policies for the notaries and registrar office. He has been working in the judicial analysis for the situation of properties, obtaining of these assets in the hands of the criminals who are using this crime of taking away territory lands, and he has analyzed what properties can be seized and or can have reparation given room to the law of 1975 from 2005 and 1448 from 2011. We will listen to you now, Mr. Javier.
Vamos a utilizar el panel para 3 personas más. Ok, claro. Entonces el micrófono lo puedo tomar. Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos.
All right, good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank God for me being in this place, and I have been invited precisely as a moderator of this panel. Thank you very much to UNODC, from the United Nations, and my dear colleagues in the, or peers in the panel. Today, on the International Day for the Fight Against Corruption, it is a pleasure to carry this conservatory in regards to the risk that can be taken within the multi-purpose catastrophe, and especially in Colombia, as the recommendations to mitigate this risk of corruption of the multi-purpose catastrophe. And remember that the main purpose here of this panel is to precisely to see these risks of the corruption that can be given in the and in the startup of this catastrophe. I know the prestigious panelists that are accompanying me to see the recommendations, and of course to see those observations that can be given to mitigate the risk of corruption in the multi-purpose catastrophe. And greeting my honorous panel. I'm accompanied by Ms. Marta Viviana Carvalino, specialized lawyer in the constitutional law and master's in the emphasis with agricultural in the district capital and the rural development institution in the national parks and the international corporation as OEM, the FAO, and is currently practicing as the judicial procurator 31 in the National Attorney General Office. Welcome, Ms. Marta. Also accompanied, and I'm pleased to be here in this panel with Dr. Dina Marcela Piñuela, Samudio, professional in governance and international affairs with a master's degree in international affairs in literature, experience in entities like the National Planning Department, USAID, the National United Nations Program for the Environment, and in public finances matters, in the territorial management and sustainable territorial management, and climate change. In 2018, she makes part of the international climate funding team from the United Kingdom in Colombia, and as a UK leader in Colombia for the sustainable growth. Welcome, Dr. Lina. Also, I'm also pleased to be accompanied by Mr. Carlos Arturo Duarte, advisor to the National Statistics System, Pulmares CASEM, specialized in women health, welfare, and demography, anthropologist from the National University, masters in the Orgunas, Paris, is doctorate in higher studies in National CIHEL, Paris. He's currently the coordinator of the rural line and territorial order from the Intercultural Studies Institution from the University Javeriana in the Cali branch, also accompanied by Mr. Luis Javier Uribe, economist with the Public Policy Masters and Territorial Development, experience in the implementation design of public policies at the territorial level, and also the development projects that strengthens the territorial management, currently linked to the national planning entity as the coordinator for the territory of use and catastrophe with approach of multi-purpose. Welcome, Doctor. As we know, the purpose of this present conservatory, and as we have been mentioning, is precisely to identify those possible risks that can be found in the startup of the multi-purpose catastrophe, and obviously to try to give some recommendations, some observations to mitigate this risk. This is the reason why it is to notify that in this conservatory we must consider, or you as experts in this topic can consider, which are the advantages or the challenges of the decentralization of the cadastry operation. At the same time, how does this generation insight or this mitigation insight in this corruption risk? So I would like to hear you out on how we can address these challenges. So first, let's go with the women. No. Oh, Dr. Lewis. So we, from the Department of Planning, National Plan, we have been supporting the implementation of these policies as articulators and coordinators several projects that have given a startup to the implementation to this multi-purpose cadastry in the country. So from what has been happening in the last 2 years with the Development National Plan, has been several structural transformations in regards to what was the public cadastry function. Now is the multi-purpose public cadastry. So within many of these structural changes, this reduced what they had at the Codacea institution when we had a functional element, and we give the possibility to these territorial entities and to these national level entities to be cadastry, to the first step. And with the cadastry, currently 31 managements of these cadastry have 200 plus municipalities, not only covering the municipality area, but it can also cover others. And in terms of these areas, it's almost 11.3 million of hectares that they are attending with this new cadastry. So at the end, what we're doing is that we're creating a market to attend the cadastry within the country, and this market is still very quite new, is looking for the offer and supply elements that makes this cadastry service to become more efficient when we have more competition amongst the operators and managers. Another important element that we believe that have had advanced with the advantages of this centralization is the decentralization of all the funding possibilities for this cadastry. When it becomes a public service, cadastry is now subject to public investment resources at a national and territorial level, which ever actor that wants to support the implementation of this policy. And this has made cadastry to be implemented under the investment projects. And this has been very important because when we speak about the logics of this investment project, we talk about a structural formulation project that what it basically does is that it places the technical elements of which are the requirements for the municipality so they can have advanced in the implementation of this cadastry. So these technical elements also make us to have some more control on the providing this service for it to be something public. Then we have some other actors entering for this control in the game of this policy, not only the notary and registry superintendency as the entity for overseeing or supervision, but the cadastry will has also been incorporated in some territorial policies as PEDETs. Many municipalities in the development plan have the engagement to advance with the multi-purpose cadastry, and this makes these control entities at a national level, but also school ones as the assemblies also can oversee this. There are some challenges, some important challenges to advance in the consolidation of this, and some challenges that in the time when the measures that they're done correctly is going to reduce the this process of corruption within the cadastry is to give maturity to this market. And this market of the service providing of these managers and operators demand more regulations with not necessarily reaching the reference price points, but we also must advance in the regulations where we must concentrate on the barriers and technical barriers that we should have in the market, so no one can just offer themselves as a cadastry operator for companies that only have been open for 2-3 months, where they arrive when they have funding opportunities and they carry out this work in a wrong way, because this is very difficult to carry out. So this cadastry thing is quite difficult. And another thing that we are also advancing in the framework of the reform or the change that decree of 1683 of 2019, which talks about this management and to have more alternatives in the procurement part within the management and the municipalities. And what we want here is to advance more and to have the possibility of carrying out agreements for us to have some flexibility on this procurement process, so municipalities can address this history change in an easier way, and to also go in deep with the governance process that IDAC has on the cadastry management as a maximum authority for the multi-purpose cadastry regulations, where it is very important that through information systems, which is also a challenge that we're also advancing on in the country, which is the CENIC, which is the Information Cadastry National System. What we want to do with this master data repository is that in such way the LIGAC, when they're centering on this information for the management of these cadastry procedures, they can have some governance elements on this policy, independent if it's there's 31 manager or 60, whatever they have, this is an element. And what we have seen is that we must generate capabilities in these managers. These cadastry managers have more than 200 plus municipalities in it, 1.3 million hectares under their charge. So this has not been so fast as we would expect, and it's because the market policies are just beginning, and we must work together and with the cadastry manager companionship so they can incorporate these innovations that the policies have brought, which are technical hard innovations as we have in the NL model, which will really make us to create or generate some space for this reason. So I would say I can close here to give the microphone to someone else. Well, I would try to be quite brief because we are quite behind. The first thing is that we coincide that there's an advantage and that this contributes to the decentralization process and all the purposes of this centralization, empowers the territories and it gives greater governance. So it is key for this multi-purpose focus not only in the physical and economic of the properties in the cadastry, but all the attributions or variables that should contribute to this multi-purpose cadastry should be available before these territorial entities for the decision making. I believe if we achieve this purpose, that I frankly believe that we're still beginning to achieve this purpose. We will have these territorial entities with more capabilities to administer and to manage their territory. So I will go to a second advantage, and it's this associated to the social rural property and through the integral and the agriculture one is quite essential, is to say that if I have identified these properties that I must, and the physical ones, in the economic one, in the judicial ones, in the solid, protected, robust, and the ones that are available or under disposition for all the communities in the rural parts, and I will be able to change this, the countryside of in Colombia with all the things that we have in this framework. And here we have some large challenges. The first one is to how can we make all this into operational things that of all this multi-purpose cadastry or the environmental information, how can we administer it, understand it, process it, and how can we also achieve for these entities to have all this other information for them to produce it and update it on a frequently. And I'm going to give this to the agricultural grounds in the country. We're in debt of the updating of the capability of our soils, and this is very fundamental to organize this territory. This great challenge is also associated to the capabilities that the managers have, but fundamentally on the operators to understand this information, to administer this information, to administrate this information. I also consider that what they have shown is that learning curve of all these operators. Fundamentally, I must say that the managers in the framework of their duties is quite hard 2 years from the start, and we still have a lot of difficulties. And in these terms, I believe that one of the challenges, which is the progressiveness in the implementation of this multi-purpose cadastry framework is, and I would like to mention some challenges that we know doubts when we have this cadastry administration is going to be linked to the same risk for any of the centralization policies. And I'm speaking about all the political powers, the economical powers, about the powers in this that makes part of this territory. And this is going to be something that we're going to have every day. I believe that we have had some cases that the control entity, superintendency, they have had to assume, and that represents a great challenge. This is associated to the administration challenges that we have in the territories. Think of the frameworks and the changes in the cadastral information, the judicial, economical, physical one is not enough surveilled enough and not protected enough. We're going to have this precise thing for the phenomena of this property overtaken and this displacement. And I would say that here we would have to oversee this topic, which is fundamental. It's the custody of all the information, the veracity of this information, and to make this information to be transparent and for it to be continuous and always available for all the citizenship. And I would like to close with this short or in brief. This deputy, they have admitted this, issued this memorandum that which we give the environmental agricultural works in the for this all these topics to surveil and to carry out control of all the actions in the multi-purpose cadastry framework, the availability and all the procurement things from the agriculture that belong to the agriculture administrative part and the compliance to the safeguarding for the environment that the implementation of this policy have been engaged with, and the social rural policies with the purpose for this purpose and can contribute in a real way to the transformation of the reality in the country of Colombia. Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis and Dr. Lina. Thank you very much. I can just add, because I also agree with all the ideas that they have given us. I would say that all the challenges that the centralization bring us, and I will speak about from where I come from the United Kingdom Embassy. We are following up in a very close way of the sustainable projects, and which is going to be funded by the cadastry in 20 municipalities with the purpose of contributing to the fight of deforestation. And I would say that from our outlook, we have some fundamental challenges, which was mentioned: the access to the public, transparent, relevant information for all type of users that wish to interact and interoperate and to understand what kind of information we're using. I believe this is fundamental. And the supervision that we do on several programs and projects, we see in the ordering, I believe they are quite separate. And how can we integrate all these processes, or the updating for these PDTs and all this information that we're going to have? I believe the second challenge that I'm going to speak about now, which is the institutional architecture, is enormous to have the cadastry policies and the adjustments. And there's a number of entities at the national order that belong to this, and they all make part of this chain. And it's quite interesting, but at the same time, it's quite difficult to do this governance, how to update it, how to have this fixed numbers, and to looking at these territories, how they empower these governors and mayors with all this information that is going to be coming out. I believe that the use of this information for other things that are fiscal, I believe, is a message that we must always speak about. And with this, I will wrap it up, and how we can link this information on the state, on who has and what zones they have with the policies of deforestation and the productive ordering. I believe that here we have one of the main challenges, and I believe that this is a step in the framework of a long chain with a lot of potential to be used for multiple purposes. And I would say to be able to have this attention in the final purpose for us, it is so this has some contributions for the best use of the strategic environmental management is also fundamental. And I will wrap it up.
Gracias, doctora. Hola. Bueno.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. And well, perhaps I'll make some mistake, because this day of anti-corruption has been really overloaded. We have started from criminal networks, power grids, bending tickets, and now land territories and buying of the tentacles of our philosophy. So, well, fine. In order to not repeat what just been said, I think it would be important, firstly, to understand the importance of cadastre, the multi-purpose cadastre. And from my standpoint, the multi-purpose cadastre is the crown jewel for the rural integral reform. In other words, even if we do the cadastre sweeps, the SPRs, even though we increase the cadastre operators, if we do not have a system, a complex system of articulation of the different institutions, well, very probably we're going to have the 21st century trying to articulate the registration of the cadastre. And we have 100 years and we have not achieved it. And we still haven't achieved it. So let's just say that to sort of share some anecdotes, in the past presidential campaign, you will remember the topic actually got to such a level that it was saying that the multipurpose cadastre was a Castro-Chavistic proposal in the electoral campaign. Why? Because, well, because somehow it was somehow administering the lands, and there is such a profound relationship between land, armed actors, and so on, that some way that to speak of land, restitution of victims, administration of there's actually access to land, actually it steps on someone's toes of society. And one would say, well, right, we are in a pre-electoral event. It's normal that things turn that way. What really impressed me after 3 years is that we in the Javeriana University, we were doing the OAC period in Santander de Quilichao in the north of the Cauca, and one of those socialization table with business there, they came there with the same manner of saying, okay, what is that Castro Chavez? There's a multi-purpose cadastre. When are the FARC people going to come here to manage our land? And well, I mean, there is like a psychological blockade to manage the land of the nation that I think that is one of the main risks. And very probably next year that we will be in a pre-electoral debate. Rest assured, I can bet whatever you want that that phrase is going to come back. So one way or another to think it through, I would say that the main risks are, in general, 3 large multi-purpose cadastre. To harmonize the way that cartography is made, which I think that's where we have progressed the most in the last years in this land system. The second is to provide some legal security, juridical security to promote the market of selling land. And I think that there we're halfway there in the design from my standpoint, because we didn't manage to, actually we had agreed in the context of 2016, which was to generate a unique record of the cadastres, and we left the cadastre on the side. And I think that that's such a dear mistake that you feel like in the 20th century once again, and ever more so that we have to channel from 53,000 land lots of Santander de Quilichao in Santander de Quilichao, that there is a tradition, there is a market of buying and selling land. It doesn't consider like 50% of it. And the third of it is to generate a cadastre that is a multi-purpose cadastre, what Marta was talking about, where you mix different information institutions, not only the territorial, the productive, the social, the environmental, because I think that that is the multi-purpose cadastre that was reformed in the integral rural land reform. Now here we have 2 companies that actually guide the cadastre multi-purpose. I'm not going to name them because there's some number that look that they're just outrageous numbers, but the compass of 2016 and the one of 2019. And they seem those different cadastres, I must admit. In other words, one is the compass that somehow it was framed within the mission of transforming the farm, the analysis of this famous UNDP that somehow was aiming at making an integral rural reform to find those 3 million new hectares, and another was the multi-purpose cadastre, which is the rule of 2019, which from my standpoint is short in building some basic grounds for the market of buying and selling land and to formalize those land lots. But the rest of 3 million hectares, we don't know by cadastre. It's very difficult for us to be able to account them. So that seems to me that it's an important element, and I speak all this runaround way because it actually brings us here to the potential risks of a decentralized cadastre with operators that are so flexible like the one we're designing right now. And the first risk, evidently in that sense, is something that the bibliography, the farming bibliography of political science, seems Catherine Legrand to our dates. So from the 19th century to now, speaks of the great possibility of co-opting the land managers by the regional institutions, which in our countries are very powerful. And this is something that doesn't surprise us. For all of this, of 20,004 to 2009, the Gini index actually raised 5 percentage points. I mean, that is a lot in the country, and studies like Gutierrez Sanin show how the decentralized institutions of Incoder were the main places where you legalize the steal of the land using law 160. So to give so much power to the decentralized operators, eliminating what in 2019 was the single list, or the list where people had to be there with certain requirements. I think that it's going to walk back in a very stony path. So let's just say that in terms of time of cadastre, I see that in spite of the fact that we have had some progress, and let's just say that it doesn't make much sense, but I mean the progress in respect of the goals that were set for the Santos government and the Duque government, we're not even at the heels of those achievements. We'll never achieve them. At this rate, we will never make it there. So I think that there are several elements there that I would say that we should not take this cadastre and this model as if they were to be the only one. There is a very important part, and I think that is the land cartography, so that we can progress in the land buying and selling market. But the design in sí, they have to be rethought. I think the role of IDIGAC, I think that we have to rethink the role of IGAC. They cannot operate as if they're going to be IGAC, the small ones, when they're going to be captured by the left, by the right, whomever. And I think that the IGAC would have to have an institution, would have to have a role that is more of an assessor as to what's happening. And so far, it's just very short, but the history of how we handle land in our country, we know, because when we realized that the Gini index had already risen 5 points. So I think that we should run that exercise. I don't want to extend myself anymore. That's it. Well, thank you very much, Carlos. So who else? It's quite clear after your intervention that there are several risks in putting in place this multi-cadastre purpose. We heard what has to do with identifying the land, with the risk that there is in decentralization, precisely in these cadastre managers, as we had said, with Dr. Carlos had mentioned, very latent risk of corruption, precisely associated with the topic of the lack of results in 6 or 7 years. So let's continue with our conversatory. The second concern that we have is how can we strengthen precisely that roles of those cadastre operators so that one can favor the standardization of the information and the transparency. How do we manage to have that uniformity in the requirements for the hiring of those operators, Dr. Luis? Yes, I think that there, one of the main points is to include in the multipurpose cadastre the clear roles of the different players that constitute it. Although the multipurpose cadastre is a raw material to activate different services that the country needs in terms of rural development, like exercises of formalization, the very process of strengthening the financing, ordering the territory, which is at the end of the day the purpose of the multi-purpose cadastre. Within the implementation of the policy, we have to give a place to the players, and in those we have the operator, and we understand that the operators are the institutions that are public as well as private, that have to go and do two things: to constitute a cadastre or to update the cadastre, and putting them on that role, and let's just say limiting the scope, that we only have the cadastre. The cadastre is information. It's information that would help for many things. And then we have the information, and then we have to progress in technical topics. And then the first is that we have progressed a lot in the confirmation of the model of the IL-McCall, which is nothing less than the technical norm. It's like an ISO that establishes very well what is the metadata that that cadastre information must have. And then we would respect that, because what we have seen now is that we have a difficulty progressing and respecting those information standards. And that standardization of information is not going to be more than to be able to have all those integrated information systems that are interoperable, that anybody can query them. And I think that, let's just say that it's very important the operator and the working teams of the operators have the capability of tackling that technical norm that there is. That requires training, that you have an offer of constitution and training on that model. The IGAC has started with certain things. From the ISAP, we have other elements. From the universities, since we don't have a lot of market, I mean, we're just tackling this subject of the undergrad thesis and master's thesis, and there's a lot of research. But what we did is actually professional technicians that know of how to implement the different processes, operational processes in the cadastral formation. Now we have to progress in the contractual topics. I think it's important. I think that that is a reference point where you have stipulated clearly in those contracts between operators and managers as to what are the technical, juridical, and administrative ones that you have to respect in the operation model. And that is that the model, AMS, establishes one that is innovative, which is the indirect methods to capturing cadastral information. And that to date is not properly processed yet, it hasn't been chewed out yet. Now, we have ways of measuring this. It's costly. There are many places where it cannot be done because precisely you don't find the jungle. You have civil unrest and a bunch of stuff that you can go there. There's some indirect methods that have been developed through technology and AI and a whole set of things that the IGAC that is doing that is very interesting. But then we have the participative methods and declarative methods that as to how to tackle this and how to say that effectively this information that I should have there was adequate for this land lot. In this, we have to progress urgently so that the operators know what are the standards to be able to implement them. And in the measure that we progress in defining the indirect methods, we can lower operational costs, we can diminish times to actually do that, and we would be able to counteract the fact that I cannot go into that area. And how do I gather the cadastral information to get there? And we insist on the issue here of regulating the market. However, the market of the operators should be regulated. However, it should be there flexible enough so that there is competition and that there can be a supply, and that very supply generates the need of having professionals in territory that actually makes it that academia, and let's just say that the institutions, the academic institutions see the need to generate services and academic offers on that matter. So in respect of these operators, we believe like these are the mechanisms that we should be using to strengthen them, and at the end of the day, to manage to understand, and we're speaking here of, to make it popular or vulgar, the language of cadastre, which is quite complicated, and there we believe, especially of the strategies that we are progressing in the planning department, is that there's no better control about the cadastre information, that when you use it and you exploit it. And in the use and exploitation, it could be with territorial organization, financing, risk assessment, the amount of purposes that the cadastre may have when one really needs to tackle those processes that are activated by cadastre information, forces you to go look at the cadastre document juridically, physically, geographically. There's a world of flaws that were not done by the operators. So in other words, if you want to activate a formalizing process, you need the acts where you say you're bordering with something, you have to go there to the lab. You can't pick it up in any other way. So I mean, if the operator didn't do that, they actually had this so many land laws, but only 5% of the acts are evidence that they are their respective neighbors in a municipality where there's evidence of false tradition. Well, you're not going to be able to solve it, and very well, you will fulfill the raising of the information and through the manager of the information in the municipality, but the quality and the respect activate those advantages of cadastre. So there, I think it's important for us to avoid in QR to lead the operation more to the standard of the model and more towards the extent of the other versions of the model, because from cooperation and from government, they are thinking of you as the nucleus of the information and what are the exceptions for the environmental preservation and the different technical challenges that you have towards there we have to progress. Thank you very much. Dr. Luis, Dr. Marta? Well, I think that there is a very important element in this, and this is to recognize that we are in a learning process, and that learning process, I think, has been difficult. It hasn't been the most harmonious in the world, to put it one way. And I'd go back to something that Carlos said, but effectively, I have to think that we need to rethink the role of IGAC in this process, and the role of IGAC actually use their experience, their intellectual memory, their installed base, be the support of those managers. Because if you have strong managers, our operators will be strong, but with weak managers, the hiring of the operators is going to be an absolute risk. And within that framework, I think that there's a very important framework. And with the reform of the agricultural sector in 2015, they created the Upper Council of Rural Interests, a high-level government where you have all the sectors up, and that has a technical committee for the implementation of the multi-purpose cadastres, and as a effect, it comes through these agreements, they have some guidelines. And I think that in that institutional strengthening, we have the possibility of strengthening the cadastre management, but I think that that should be progressive, because, and I said, Dr. Luis was saying, we need to know what is the data that the operator needs to have, and the manager signs a contract, says that the product is this, is A, and when they give the operator to the product to the manager says, well, look, the GAC actually said, but it wasn't A, but it's actually B. And then the manager, the operator, the GAC, no one knows what to do. We actually have to put this a progressive logic pursuant to the cadastre management, provide juridical security, and not to put everyone there in the anguish. And this is associated to the topic of the rural integral reform, because we need that the social plans of the land and the sweep that were actually being made in a more efficient manner. We need to rerun more territories that need the intervention and the effective articulation of the state. And I think there you have a piece of transparency that's very important associated with social responsibility. I think that one of the strategies that has been successful, and I want to highlight, that is the social component in the multipurpose cadastre that has been pushed by the National Agency of Lands in the social reordering of property, not only because it enables us to gather information that otherwise you would never get it, because the user of the cadastre is actually understands and recognizes and values that cadastre information. And in that, I think that we can progress in a very important issue, which is the territorial governance, which is unequivocally to which it should be pointing this multi-purpose cadastre. But I insist, only if we adopt the measures, the difficulties in the learning cycle that we have had, the measures that we have to adopt, and unequivocally the possibility of adapting this policy from different perspectives to the consolidation of territorial governance. Thank you very much, Dr. Marta Lina. Thank you. Yes, starting a bit from these tiny pieces of experience that we have, the project that we worked on with almost all the institutions, I think that there's 4 points that go very much in line in what you've just spoken here. One, there's a clear issue of putting what are the criteria, the rules for these operators, these land managers be selected. There is plenty to socialize and disseminate, and that it guarantees that whoever is hired or the institution to achieve it, well, I think there is a lot of interest so that whoever is hired be the most suitable, because we have donations, international donations, many with their eyes placed on the process. So I think that there we have a very interesting opportunity to be able to improve the selection process, starting from the So the social component is actually fundamental. Everything that has been done for the social management and the people understand why that information is important. And I think that here accountability and social control are going to be fundamental. Carlos mentioned them, and I think that it's all too clear that the issue of inspection, finance, and control of this institution that can actually do this in a mission, there's how to create it, how to strengthen it, this set of institutions that have to do this type of acts in a collective manner, and very probably we cannot go any further if we think of that. And finally, if we think of what we have very prematurely thought through, we had mentioned to Luis, this is very technical matters and so on, and very probably is going to need tons of alliances with academia, called sciences, let's just say like practicing communities, and to put the issue more in hand to many more people so that we can have a lot of eyes and favoring this strictly. Thank you, Dr. Lina. Carlos? Right, so I think that these are the managers and the operators, I would say, the one that is not enabled there not to participate, because if you enable a manager and operator that doesn't have the capabilities, what can you expect? I don't think that has much of a debate to it, right? But I think that it's worthwhile to think a matter, a subject matter, let's just say that from the very beginning of the public policy and cadastros in the world, the cadastros has always had that goal. Obviously, the property rights, yes, but also to capture the budget. So the financial data as well. Why are we going to that? Because it can happen of the classical logic of rural projects. When there's foreign capital, the state, the things may change. When the chickens die, the pigs die, and so on. That's actually worrisome for me for the multi-purpose cadastre. How to make it sustainable. We have already launched it with the World Bank, etc., etc. When that money dries up, it was 6.2 million, if I'm not mistaken. The institutions were sufficiently robust to be able to keep the update, and then we need to request another credit to update the cadastre data. And there, I think that in spite of the fact that I agree with Marta, we have to progress and build on what has already been built, but there's something that we need to review. There's something that's unforgivable. The 195 of 2009. I mean, if you look at cadastre to actually capture their two rates, and then we have a law that says that you cannot charge what you should be charging. Well, I mean, that should be reviewed, because I mean, that's going to make cadastre unsustainable, and that is going to help to continue something that is inconceivable, that only happens the way it happens in Colombia. That is, one thing is the amount that you have in the cadastres, and then the other is the actually amount that you have in the market in Colombia. That is a nightmare. I mean, it's tenfold the actual amount over there than what cadastre shows. So how can one plan a territory if you don't know the real value of the place there? So what we encourage is that everybody goes underneath so that they don't pay taxes. And if we actually produce a legislation that actually encourages that, which is Law 195, and I think that is a complex manner for it to be transformed. Well, likewise, I think that we don't have a round, since we're all kind of looking at the long faces, and I mean, time is overdue, so there's certain things. There was a study that was done by Injustice about multi-purpose cadastre, and it was done by Felipe Leon and another investigator. I don't remember the time. I think that there we have some tips about international experiences that would be worthwhile to include, to reconsider and include. They say, but I think it's good to include them here. But in Brazil, for example, they did an interesting exercise, and that is that by enabling the single register of cadastre, that cadastre be a pre-requirement for the market of land. Without there, you can go and sell it formally, and that it forces you or encourages you when to sell it, you have to do the exercise. And then they did something that here, I think that, let's just say, that is very important for all the discussions of holding lands, and it's that the lands of greater extensions, they're forced to report the cadastral information and to update it themselves. They have the resources, they have the huge landlords. Why does the state have to finance that? That's obviously there in Brazil. And I think that is a very good practice that we can use. In Paraguay, which is the other case that they mentioned there, they did something that was interesting. They saw from the nation, the Kemener Leisman, and then the last one, I don't remember that they mentioned there, that cadastre should have some progressiveness to rebalance inequities. In other words, the smaller landlords of the cost to do this exercise of cadastre be minimum so that they have an incentive to go do it. We look here like in the Canulations, do the sweep by offer because demand does, by supply because demand doesn't do it, because we need a hybrid of them like that. By bids, it doesn't work. The state won't have their. You have to incentivize them that I have an incentive is the lands market. If I don't do that unification, I cannot go to the second level of the land buying and selling market. And then we have another challenge of the multi-purpose cadastre, and that is that, well, there, I think that as we're doing it right now, and very much you probably know it, that's very famous, that the Ecuadorian experience is very similar to ours. And it was terrible. Decentralized operators, they spent a bunch of money and they did the work very badly, the majority. So now we have to review the Ecuadorian experience that is very similar to ours so that we don't repeat those mistakes. But I mean, there are three challenges that I very quickly want to mention. One, the cadastre with it should have a gender focus and record this. To date, they gave us a database of the records for 2020. You can't filter how many women are owners. I mean, I think that that is crazy in 2021. And with all these gender policies, and we speak of gender, but just a folder says how many women are owners doesn't exist right now. And I think that is very serious. The second is the ethnic rights of prior consultation. This is really a thorn of a topic, but the municipal ones with the national consultation, that is theirs. Take it to the Constitutional Court and you will lose. And that would generate an uncertainty for all this money that is being invested. Of what we agreed in the peace agreement, what we did was the prior consultation. That is going to be lost because we're at the end of the year almost. And then the third thing, and I also think that that's important, and let's just say in the identification for the rural planning, is that the peasant farmers is a subject of because of the rule in 075 in 2021 and so on, officially in the plan there. And then we have there with the public policy of them, so that we have the cadastre should be asking themselves with the national farming census, not only about the productive cycle, but actually by the self-identification of the multi-purpose cadastre that the DANE is actually requesting for it. And I know that not even there we have thought of that, but I am telling it that is progressing powerfully in this level, yes. And then what thank you very much, Carlos. And then we have to see that I want to say that in respect of this one, of the gender focus, any request there, the notary there is actually willing to answer that one there. Well, regrettably now, and then bringing ideas quickly because I need, we're short on time, and the issue here associated with the technological tools, the participation of universities there, of operators, and the suitability.
La recopilación de la información debe ser algo estandarizada.
The gathering of the information should be something that should be standardized, and it's something that I like very much of what Mr. Carlos talked about, the sustainability of the project. That is a latent risk.
A ustedes, también de nuevo quiero agradecerle a UNODC de las Naciones Unidas por este espacio. Creo que hicimos un breve análisis de lo relacionado con los riesgos.
Brief analysis related to all the risks that can present themselves before corruption and start the startup with this in Colombia to another opportunity in the future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias al moderador.
Thank you to the moderator, to panelists for their interventions. The last block in this happening today's agenda on December 9th, International Day Against Corruption, is under the charge of the Mayor's Office of Bogota. We're accompanied by Patricia Rincon, Subsecretary of the Institutional Strengthening of the General Department of the District, which I will invite to come up to the stage.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
All right, good afternoon. We're already wrapping this up. We're in the last minute, so we're going to try not to be so monotonous, and we're going to try to capture your attention. So I tried your attention in the last several minutes to be precise. Good afternoon to all. My name is Patricia Rincon. I'm the Subsecretary, or the General Secretary in the Mayor's Office in Bogota. I would like to extend a warm greetings by our General Secretary, by Margarita Barraquel, whose commitments that had previously been acquired. She can accompany the agenda today. So thanking UNODC for the invitation that was given to her to participate in this event. In a very brief way, what we do in Bogota in the capital district is related to Bogota as a territory, and I'll clarify this because I have listened to a little bit to the afternoon that is from Bogota. From Bogota, yes, we live the nation, we are the district, but the nation makes part of the national government, and we from the district government, we are in Bogota, and Bogota is also a territory, so we can begin to organize our ideas a little bit more. So we're going to begin with Bogota, this anti-corruption district. This Bogota anti-corruption district is the constellation of all the actions that have been begun in the district capital from the different departments and different district entities trying to fight the corruption and fight against the corruption. And we have been carrying out an exercise which with those who built or those who have been building this system strategy, because we're still in the phase to finish the consolidation, and what people have told us on what corruption is or what they understand from corruption. They understand it as dishonesty, to steal, to misuse, to deceive, to ego, selfishness, and lack of ethics. And when we carry out this question of what corruption is in the different settings, we find out that there are multiple definitions of what corruption is, multiple understandings of what corruption is within different groups, interest groups, and different actors within the system. So the first thing that we have been working in with the district is to find the definition of what we are going to understand from the corruption in the district capital district, excuse me, is a variable issue. And to be able to tackle this, we must know and we must be clear on what we're going to tackle. So the following one, because why is this important? Why is the corruption problem important? It is important, of course, because it perpetuates or penetrates the poverty circle through the efficiencies that are generated in the public sector. What corruption does is that it destroys and impedes the access to assets and services. It detains the development and also the problems with taxes. And if there is no public expenses, well, we won't have an interest. So one of the most concerning things that's here in Colombia is corruption above unemployment and lack of safetyness. So we also know that in the district, we have been working under the definition of what corruption means. If we see the definition, well, the technical one, if we look at the technical definition, we will realize or find out that in the book of corruption in government, we have this division, extortion, change of favors, preferences for a group, and judicial fraud, accountable electoral, public officer frauds, influence petting, and different things. We have different aspects, a whole lot of aspects, which we from the capital district have made ourselves part of the solution. So we would like to activate from the capital district citizenship, the private sector, multilateral organizations, non-governmental organizations, the academia, the control bodies, and we ourselves as public administration are going to be working on this. What is important, I am going to emphasize because of times, an hour and space where we're going to do the district capital district policies is in the base as the starter of everything, of all the interest groups, but in the same way that this capital district must begin actions before their 60 entities and bodies to promote or foster and to have these actions that will allow us to control and to put a stop to this corruption. Very quickly, I'm going to go through the actions that are the main ones that we have. We also have integrity process that has helped us a lot, and the index that was just presented by the secretary, by the Department of Transparency. They introduced it where Bogota went from 5th place in the 5th main cities to the 2nd place, but we're working on this. We're strengthening the integrity topics. This helped us. We were helped by Senda Integridad, and we have a digital transformation agenda, the second component that helped Bogota to strengthen the follow-up in this item, and the open government agenda that allowed us to strengthen all the transparency process, participation, and collaboration processes that also grew in an important way for 2020, and the national index for the fight against crime. And we have also associated with international with all the capital district procurements in the bogota.com.co in a link that is called procurement at this view. You can enter with your citizenship card number, and it's so difficult to read sometimes for the citizens. We're going to put browsers that will allow them to facilitate this, or through their TIN number or identification number, through the process name, they can have access to this information of this procurement contract, how the process is based on the SECOP information. We were not publishing this people before. We are now doing it. This is a process that the nation was carrying out, that the district was not doing, and now we're doing it in the district as well. So we have a process with the judicial department, with the anti-corruption judicial model. We're beginning a district overseeing entity from the judicial office, and we're also working on a early warning model that is associated to a preventive model from the same administration, public administration management, in a preventive way to prevent and these cases of bad public management can be given, not necessarily corruption, but we also have the implementation of SARLAF program, and which we're working on in a very unified way with the United Nations, with the UNODC office, and with the control organizations. It is very important to set forth these actions, to set forth some alliances. I'm going to detain here as an example for these territorial entities and for the other municipalities in the country that are watching us right now. We, as executives, do not have the capabilities to sanction. It's a responsibility of the control bodies or organizations. So it is very important to foster this effective sanctions, that we can create some alliances with the control bodies, organizations, not only to improve the public management, which is one of the fundamental roles of the fiscal control, but additionally to allow these effective sanctions. If we do not have these effective ones, people are still going to continue losing their credibility or reliability, and we're still going to continue to lose the fight against corruption among all of us. So now with the universities, we have been working as well. We have done some citizen conversations in coordination with the open government strategy, which I'm going to stop here in a more detailed way. I would like the academia to help us carry out the research process, and from the capital district, we're willing to give information to the academia and to universities so they can help us carry out the research or investigation to see what the thoughts are around the fight against crime or corruption. Our thing here today and why we're here is because we're incentivizing the NGOs and these multilateral organizations where we specifically work with the fostering of social control. And finally, not finally, excuse me, additional to this, we also have worked with the private sector. We're fostering our global compact, this initiative of having recognition to the private companies that are fighting corruption the following year, especially if they're located in the city of Bogota. This is a process that we have been working on. We are generating these alliances, and we are expecting with our work plan to be releasing this initiative in March 2022. And finally, with the cultural department or secretariat, we have been working a lot with, specifically with the secretariat Henry Murray, proposing models and participation models and changes specifically on the citizen culture with transparent nodes, some citizen journalism projects, and something that Henry is showing us from the district, capital district, is to speak more about honesty, integrity, and to begin to speak about the positive things that we have as Colombians, and we're going to intervene these public spaces, and we will also like to carry out exercises for citizen participation with the use of our taxes. So since I know that the name of this presentation in January was the advances in Bogota, I'm going to stop in the last 3 slides telling you in a general way of what the things we have achieved. So the first thing is that what are we understanding from corruption? Is corruption a public sector issue? No, corruption is not just a public sector issue. It's also one for the private sector. Anything that breaks the laws or is not corruption? No. Now I have given you an example. If you're married and you have a civil contract with your or common law contract with your partner, they do some unfaithful things, they do it. This does not make them corrupted, this make them unfaithful. So this is something that has been said for what the definitions that have been mentioned are from the academia and the international institutions is the abuse of a position to obtain a particular benefit. And we in the district have been working on this topic, and so right now we're here. We have been continuing to work. As a matter of fact, today on this day against the fight against corruption, our secretary had a conversation with Leslie Holmes, which is from the Melbourne University, specialist in the fight against crime. And they say the definitions is on its way, but we still must define it in a better way. And we're going to continue this work with them so we can finish it and to be able to have it and work with it really well on 2022. But what we have done up to now and what we have said is that is an abuse of a position of power that deviates the correct use of public resources, and it also undermines the social welfare. And based on this, I would like to introduce to you or present to you the strategies and the models that we have more strength and that we have the most advanced on, and the ones that we can share the best practices with all the entities in the public sector. The first thing is our open government model in Bogota, which is a fundamental pillar. And in this model, as it's been designed, it's been led by the secretary and the government secretariat, ILEPAC, and the planning department. It's a model where we have worked in transparency, participation, collaboration, and attention to the services. What we want with this model is to increase the citizen trust. And here we have our planning head or boss who is accompanying us in this space. From the planning office, the government, open government team is doing all the coordination of the strategy. So what do we have as a outcome in these three pillars? Well, in transparency, you can enter the government, open government platform, open government in Bogota. You can find it is transparency, participation, and services. We also have all the information of what the district development plan is going like. We have the open data from the DECA. We also have a digital map of all the files that have been uploaded and people can surf through them. And we can see how these work sites are, what type of progress they have, and the collaboration and participation is one of the most important things that we have developed with the participative budgets. This is a space where the citizens in their locations, they can decide a certain amount of resources and in what work sites they're going to be invested on. So one of the most important things from the open government is that they allowed for the governance district to be open and for the relationship to be bi-directional and not only one way. So we also have citizen causes, and this is a process where citizens can propose their causes, and from the capital district we can begin to propose these causes so they can be developed. And in this we had the Supercade Virtual, the whole Bogota Cuidadora process, which we know is a fundamental strategy from the City Hall in Bogota. And for the anti-corruption button, this anti-corruption button, the citizens can leave their reports with anonymity of their profiles, because we cannot protect the whistleblower, but we can protect their identity. And we receive this report and we give procedure to it, so we can also do it in anonymity, but it is the space where we are gathering all these citizens reports so we can proceed them in an effective way. So we are also going from, and this was very well explained by our open government manager in the last citizen dialogue or conversation that we carried out. He was saying that the open government strategy should stop being a platform, a technological platform strategy where we deliver or hand over information, and to go through a process that the technology will participate for the services of the citizens. And then we can begin to work with those technologies so we can have the citizens collaboration that would enable or allows us to construct with the social fabric and to create transparency. And for this example, the roadmap or the value chain that we have through the participation with the innovation, citizen innovation process that will allow citizens to have real social control and to have incidence on all the decisions that are made in the district, capital district offices. So finally, I am going to conclude this presentation by telling you about everything that we have in the advance. Like I told you, we have button to report all these wrongdoings with corruption, and we have access to information so people can control and make use of this data, of all the open information data in this plan. With the citizen participation, we have all this budget, participative budget information of all this territorial ordering or land order donation and all the procedures, and we have all those processes of the Supercade and the CADES network that's been administered by our offices, and the innovations. We are also working in Bogotá Abierta and Bogotá Historia Común, which are some processes that are associated to ideal and collaboration processes with the citizenship. So in a general manner, from our district, additional to what I have mentioned already, we're also going to have a path of integrity. So here we have impacted 20,000 collaborators in the district. I believe it's one of those processes that is the most important in the organizational cultural change that allows us to remind these public officers that the responsibility that we have as a public officer is a social responsibility. So we would like to also highlight the accountability. We're going to begin with the district the following year to carry these accountabilities with the gender approach, including inclusiveness, and we have done something with other leaders, women in Bogota, of what information they want, what information is important for the as women in all the diversity, and that we should deliver in a timely manner from the district. And one of these processes that is also an accountability, a permanent accountability. Is not just to vocalize or to deliver or have some participation models in the accountability audience, but to have it throughout the year with the relationship that we have with our interest groups and the citizenship that is interested in these processes. And finally, I would like to also highlight SARLAV, which is a process that we have been working on with UNODC in a very strong way. And we would like to thank you very much for the space and for the dedication that we have placed on this. In the capital district, we only, up to last year, we only have 8 entities with SARLAV, which was in a forced way as the lottery and those health networks. But this year, we are going to have 8 more thanks to this alliance that we have made with the UNODC. And we expect for the following year to be able to reach 24 district entities, 24, 26. We're trying to finish the details, define with the details, so then the end of this quarter, we can have all the entities implementing all this money laundering activities. So in a very brief way, respecting time a little bit, the tiredness that we might be feeling, and to thank you that through this process of the index measurement in the anti-corruption, our district manager that also leads the integral district management that also makes part within this index in measurement. So I would like to thank you very much for the space, and I do not believe we have any questions, but in case we do, I am available here to answer them or respond to them. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the whole team of the general mayor's office. And with this, we will wrap up this day. We would like to thank everyone who were connected via YouTube channel from the UNODC office in Colombia, and we would like to invite you to follow this in their Twitter account at UNODC Colombia. To those people who are here before us, thank you very much for accompanying us throughout this day, and to next year in the next commemoration of the International Day Against Corruption. Thank you all.